That's why I wasn't getting Thursday shit.
Oh, are you on the FX calendar?
Yeah.
Yep.
No, I actually
Actually,
slept for like
I could
a
see
normal
Yeah,
amount of
4
time for a
p.m. on
change.
Thursday.
I could see even lower than 390. I could see 385.
I feel weird having a full night of sleep.
Dude, can't we
Can
just
we
have the fucking market crash and move on so we can get on with our lives?
Can we petition like to get rid of Jerome Powell?
Dude, word.
Like,
Word.
like
He
He's
sucks,
LARPing
dude.
as a
Like,
black
He
person.
sucks. Who's
Like,
who's he making money for? Not me.
no, but what I'm saying is like, can we sign something where it's like, hey, get rid
guy
of this
sucks.
person? Like,
Right, yeah.
He's made a
murder
lot
them.
for us. He's the
Just
biggest printer.
End his life.
Right.
Wait, what?
Hang him. Right. Treason.
Yeah, no,
Get
yeah.
two
I
witnesses. Try him. Treason.
mean, yeah, I mean, he's a witch.
I'm with you.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, if he floats, he's a witch.
Well,
need
seeing as the
somebody-
Fed has more power than the government in some ways, I'm not going to comment on this.
I need Hodor to lend me $1 million, and I need Festo to lend me $1 million, so that way I can get
100%
Illinois in the
win rate.
casino.
Yeah.
You guys saw that game.
He's gonna use the MLG strategy. 100% win rate.
You're gonna turn my $1 million into $10,000.
$10,000.
Victim. How do I check? Let me see how much money I got.
I'm gonna turn it into 100.
Dude, I'm broke. I have 83,000 only.
All right, give me 40.
No,
I'll
I'm
give it
giving.
back
I
to
ain't giving you shit.
Give me 10,
Holy-
and I'll give it back to you.
Oh, is it for the casino? You need casino money?
Yeah, casino money. Give me 10, and I'll give it
I don't
back
know.
to
If, I'll see if I can transfer it. I don't think
No,
I
I have
can
83,000. You keep, dude. Every time I check my phone in the middle of the night when I go pee, there's always a notification that says equals Rob Hodor. It's like, bro. It's like when I come out of a surgical case, I see his fucking notification equals Rob Hodor. It's like it never fucking fails. Every few hours, I get robbed.
Well, it won't let me
I
send you
mean-
any money. It sucks.
You are in a rough neighborhood.
Yeah,
I know.
just constantly getting robbed by Mexicans. Maybe you should move.
Maybe you should move.
It makes me so happy to see.
There you go, Hodor. I gave you some money.
There's more jobs coming out without college.
Looking at some weed stocks right now.
Same, you're late. We've been up talking about this dip since like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock.
Oh yeah, the
Oh, I had an
Ethiopia.
alarm set at 4 to buy the dip.
Tame, are you aware of the GameStop news this morning that was released on their site? That's the company, not the board members.
Let me say this on YouTube. After earnings call, they were free to like do whatever they want to. So if you thought they were gonna hold all the shares, you're wrong.
Okay, so
We had this debate last week.
yeah. We all knew that there was going to be board members selling shares. Now, do you think this dip is coming from them? I know they said they could do it, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they did already, but they could. And if that's the case, it looks like it's getting bought all back up. So
No, yeah, this is all just response. This is retail response and
No, let me
bullshit.
explain. Let me explain.
There's volume. The volume is nothing.
Guys, let me explain. This volume is only 1,000. Okay, this is not that 1 billion that they're gonna sell. If they sell 1 billion worth of GameStop, you're gonna see the price go all the way down to like $75. That's what I was saying. That's what the debate was last week. If GameStop wants to deliver that e-commerce, they have to get some capital to pay for everything, so they have to sell the shares. It could really fuck up the squeeze potential if people don't buy those shares right when they sell it on those big dips.
Yeah, and I'm thinking
what I'm saying, it looks like it's bouncing back. Robin.
Well, yeah, and it depends on when they release the shares. If they release the shares to the market when it's trading at $300, $400, $500, $600 a share, then they don't have to release 30 million shares to get up to that $1 billion market that they're looking
That's what
for.
I'm saying.
I just want to comment on their Twitter. So basically, GameStop's going to sell one share for $1 billion during the squeeze.
Fuck yeah. Can we
Nah, but we knew this was going to
make it
happen.
more expensive so it becomes a fractional share?
If it drops that low, I'm gonna load the boat.
Sell 2 half shares for $2 billion.
Before it drops that, I'm selling
I just got here. Can anyone give me the quick summary?
GameStop released an SEC filing this morning that said that they could, but won't. That is not going to. They could release up to, what did they say? 3.5 million shares or $1 billion, whatever comes first. The selling at market value.
You guys think a lot of people are going to sell off today? That combined with ladder attacks?
I think we'll see the same sideways nonsense once this ladder gets out of the way.
Because I'm willing to bet the hedgies fucking take advantage of this.
I think they already did. It dropped down to 160 in early market hours.
So it sounds like I should prepare some money to buy some discount shares today.
They're not discount for very long. If you want to buy now because it's already on the way back up.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Usually, market open, it'll fucking take a dip, and this dip could probably be a little harder.
Right now.
I mean, because there's several negative catalysts. Like you have this 3.5 million shares, and then there was a lot of shit that happened over the weekend on the GME subreddit that could probably have a smaller impact. But
Yeah, it's just propaganda, dude. It's FUD. It's literally like they're taking advantage of the fact that there was the SEC filing. Like they absolutely have to. People who are against this squeeze going off, like they will do anything and everything they can to use anything to their advantage. Like it just happens all over the place. You see it everywhere in life. Your opponent will always try and find windows of opportunity to capitalize. End of story.
Go look at the news channel itself, and like I don't remember who exactly posted it, but I commented on it right after. They posted a news article from the Fool, and it was talking about this situation and what should you do Monday morning, and whether or not you had 1,000, would you buy AMC or something else right now? Not a single sentence in the entire fucking article mentioned anything positive about GameStop's beating the sales projections, about the restructuring, about Cohen, about anything about the boards. It was just negative, the whole article. But yet, now here we are. Don't buy this. But go ahead and go look at these. Or if you subscribe to us for $14.99 a month, we'll tell you who to buy.
Yeah, I read that article. That was fucking ridiculous.
How do you write an entire article about a company and like saying
short squeeze? I have some bad news. It's like, yeah, real.
Well, they wasn't just about the squeeze though. Like they were talking about investments in general and whether or not these companies could prospectively be beneficial. And then they didn't give a single positive note on any of the companies they were talking about. I was like, this is full bullshit.
Can I give a different perspective on the shares thing?
Perspectivize.
So if up to 3.5 million shares, okay? So let's say they release these and the hedgies go, this is our time so we can buy back these shares that we technically owe because we're under, or at least a big portion of them. Wouldn't that in turn cause the squeeze? Because I mean, them buying shares is going to make the stock go up. I mean, I'm just saying. And if we buy them and the hedgies buy them, all it does is make the stock go up.
Well, even if the hedgies buy them, they still can't use these to return the ones they borrowed from before. Like those still exist. These are newly minted, newly printed. The fake ones still have to get brought back up.
Right, and I respect that too. I'm just saying, like, even
Could
if they
this
release
add
new
fuel to the
shares,
fire?
couldn't this have? Yeah, exactly. Couldn't this just spark it? Like, couldn't this just ignite it?
I don't think that it could work in that sense, because as you're pouring gas on the fire, you're also opening up a vent hatch to release the pressure. Because you're adding more shares, the float is changing, right? So you're changing the percentage, you're changing the requirements on what it would be to short it and what the margin requirements would be. At least in my head, that's what I'm thinking. Like, it wouldn't be a directional. We're adding 3 million shares, but nothing else changes besides the 3 million shares. If this, then what? There would be other ramifications besides more shares to buy.
I mean, I
But
just
it
know
could
that
be a
there's
catalyst. Yeah.
smooth brain apes like myself that are going to just be like, "Oh, look, more bananas."
That's what I did this morning. I woke up with Express to go ahead, Murdoch.
Well, I was just gonna say maybe GameStop did it on purpose. Like, this thing can't just keep trading sideways, and we need to get some movement. And and just that, like, they use this news release of that to drop it so that it can slingshot, right? Because they knew that the hedge funds were like just kicking the can down the road, and they knew that they weren't going to buy back all their shares at this price. So it's like, here's a little crumb, like, fucking, are you gonna react to this now? Eventually they're gonna.
That's the other thing. They release them at market value. They're not releasing them at like an offering value, at a DPO, at an IPO. They're just saying, hey, guess what? We want to put more shares into circulation, and we'll sell them for whatever the fuck the face value is at the market time we release. Not.
Hey,
evaluation is this.
And what message?
Hey guys, before the Tesla squeeze happened, before the Tesla squeeze happened, didn't Elon Musk did something similar? Like, he tweeted something saying like Tesla stock was overpriced and dropped the price down to like 400, then it shot up to like 950.
I'm just telling you, I'm getting out of GameStop and I'll buy back on the dip later on. That's my opinion. I can already see the numbers.
Yeah, that's what I feel.
I already had the debate that it's going to happen, and then people didn't trust me that it's going to happen. But the company needs money to grow. I feel really bad for Keith Gill in April.
Well, if your average is above this, then you might as well just hold it. There's no sense.
No, the reason I'm going to sell is so I can buy cheaper. I'll have more shares.
Yeah, but are you? Yeah, you're green. You're up in your position though, right?
Even if you're red, and you're not going to do a wash sale, like if you haven't traded in 30 days.
Hey, by the way, crypto is fucking doing fucking great.
Yep.
I
Button.
Alright, so I just sold all my GameStop shares. I will buy them back on the dips later on.
AMC's beating on 10 pre-market.
Oh yes, hopefully. I got call options for April 16.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What's going on?
Good morning.
Buying the dip? Everyone buying the dip?
Yeah, buddy.
We always buy the dip.
Tame's paper handing though, so.
I mean, that's.
It was a joke. Just
I did.
airing
Well,
it out.
so I'm gonna buy back at a better
I'm
dip.
just putting it out there, just saying it was a joke.
There's gonna be a better dip.
Wait till market
Facetious.
opens, you'll see.
Oh, I bought 2 or 3 right now. Shit. Okay, I'll buy more.
Why are you gonna buy more? Wait till market opens.
Well, that's what
I'm
she meant. Like
saying.
after the dip,
Okay,
to buy
yeah,
another
yeah.
dip. The dippy dip.
Damn
The
it.
dippier dip.
the dippier dip.
But yeah, this is going to be an opportunity to get your friends and family in a GameStop. If they see that $75 dip, they'll probably buy in.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let me look.
Man, the news always fucks you over the weekend. They always wait till the weekend. Prices up a little bit.
I don't know. I woke up at 4 a.m. to make moves on the news I heard this weekend. I thought it was pretty nice.
Yeah. It gives people time, though. That's the thing.
What I'm thinking is if GameStop's saying they want to sell their shares at market value for, in the range of $1 billion, why would they sell it when it's like really fucking low?
What news are we talking about? I missed it. I don't know what's going on.
Obviously, like what Mav is saying is like if they're saying they want to sell those shares, put them out at market value, then obviously they'd want to do that when it would be higher.
Busy, real quick. The SEC, GameStop filed with the SEC that they may release up to 3.5 million shares, up to $1 billion at market value. Not that they're going to, but they want it on file that they have the option to, should they decide that that's what they need to do in order able to get that capital for, future growth.
Changes. Wow. Okay.
But they're doing it at market value offering. They're putting shares directly to the public at whatever the price is at the time. Because it would be really damaging is if they said, we're going to sell 3 million shares at $50. That would be bad. But because they're saying we don't really know what they're worth or care what you give us for them, so we'll let you know when we're going to sell them. And when we do, you can buy them at market value.
And it's 3 million. It's not like.
Well,
wait, how do you get 3 million?
The pretty thing is
it's like 5.8.
Oh, I thought that's
3.5 million shares, but it's up to $1 billion. They don't care how much the value is at the time, but they'll keep selling until they hit that 1 billion.
Guys, we don't need to debate this. You know what's going to happen when they sell 5 million. Even if somebody like Keith Gill sold, even when that YouTuber sold just a very small share, it dropped the price by over $100, and it was very hard to recover from there. We're talking about over 5 million shares right here.
5 million shares where?
That GameStop has to sell even at this current level.
3.5 million shares was the cap of the amount of shares. Up to $1 billion was the cap. It was 3.5 or 1 billion, whichever came first.
They're not going to sell it at this price. They might start, but.
Well, but they're not diluting with 5 million shares. It's a maximum of 3.5 million shares that they're diluting with.
Yeah, but even if they sell like 5,000 shares, 6,000 shares at a time, the price is going to take big dips.
Well, yeah, I mean, it really depends on when they sell it.
Shit.
When they release it.
Because even this pre-market dip, it's not even 2,000 shares.
Oh, Mouse is typing. What are you saying, Mouse?
And this news, it's not going to have the straight impact this morning. It's going to have it for 3 whole days straight. You're going to see people selling for 3 whole days.
Yeah, everybody's just now hearing about it, and then just hearing about it tomorrow. And
the people that are not allowed to trade pre-market, they're going to be the ones scared the most. They're going to sell right when it hits 9:30, 9:31. You're going to see the biggest red dips you've ever seen for GameStop of the month.
Yeah, I got the same feeling. I mean, based off all the DD that I had done over the weekend and all the shit that happened with Reddit and fucking this. I felt the same way, and I wasn't so sure. I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'll just hodl to the moon. So I went ahead and liquidated most of my shares, but I'm still holding 20 shares of GME.
Damn it. Why did I just buy? I didn't know what was going on.
Mouse just said the only reason is because it dropped 9.
Hedgies are moving small volumes to make the price move big. Wait until open. He says, working off my phone on the go. GME reported this morning. Mobile cheese. Mobile cheese.
I got an, I got an alert from the other Discord for CEMI.
Mouse was responding to a comment that Dongo said that's why I believe the price is going to drop, so hedgies can get the shares at a low point. And Mouse said it's not. Look at the volume. The only reason it dropped now is because hedgies are moving small volume to make the price move big. Wait until open.
Hey, yeah, I saw that CEMI, and I got in at like 550. I think that has potential. There's a lot of volume since early this morning, and it did shut up from like $3, but it steadily has been like climbing up, and the volume keeps going up. I mean, it might be a good day trade.
It's been all the way up to 1589. Volumes at 5.5 million, average 1 million. Sorry, volume's 21 million. Yahoo.
It's the RSI is pretty high though.
And there are no news on that stock, right?
No, it's trending on stock twits too.
Oh yeah, I was looking at this CEMI. And CEMI
This might be on EQY.
Yeah. NNOX is the other one, right? That had jumped a lot.
Yep.
So apparently the new home for GME is Super Stonk, which now is at 68,000 new users overnight.
What's Super Stonk?
They branched out from GME because they think it got compromised. Basically, a moderator banned some other moderators, and they basically hired a 15-year-old, which is like the moderator's daughter. So there was like a bunch of shit going on in the GME subreddit, and so so it basically caused a shit storm. You could probably go through and read through GME right now. Yeah. Well, not
and some of the other big names moved over there already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Super Stunk is apparently the new home for like some of the big guys who did the DD.
I might get into CMI.
Same thing.
CMI.
Same thing happened with Wall Street Bets, which is why they made Wall Street Bets new.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Apparently PLTR, there's like some kind of $80 million deal. That could be a little catalyst.
You all see a Microsoft government deal that went through on the weekend?
Oh, good. Okay.
BTT is at a dip for all you crypto guys and girls. It's at a pretty good dip right now if you wanted to get into BTT.
Isn't that the one that is already up? Like, you think there's still more steam on it?
Oh yeah, I mean, I don't know for sure, not financial advice, but if you go to the chart and just look at it, bro, it just keeps going up and up and up. Like it, I don't see it letting up.
And that's what, like 18 cents right now?
It's USDT. It's at 1.08 cents.
You guys, I'm looking at the CEMI, but the RSI still is a little bit high for me to want to buy it.
AMC broke 10. Let's go.
Yeah, I mentioned on the YouTube that people might get out of GME and buy into AMC for the short term.
Hey, once the market opened, for those who bought that call option on Thursday, give us an update. See how it looks.
Oh, yeah, I'm up 25 cents.
Calls will know more in 6 minutes.
Freaking 3-day wait.
I bought some call. I got some call options on IDEX. I think this is going to be a good week for EV in general.
Oh gosh, yeah, IDEX.
So, what are your plans to get back into GME? You have limit buys set up, Tame?
No, so I will probably get back in within 4 to 5 days if it goes down like under $100, and during these 4 or 5 days I'll probably be flipping other stocks.
Hey, Tame, would you sell if you were on the red? Like my average, it's a 186.
All right.
And I mean, it makes sense what you're saying, but I don't know if I want to sell for a loss.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing for you selling for a loss. I didn't have a loss in GameStop for 30 days, and I don't plan on having a loss. But if you're gonna have a loss now, and you're gonna buy it back again, you're not gonna be able to write off that loss for your taxes. That's a big problem for you.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't have a lot of shares. I only have like 4. So
it doesn't matter. You're gonna lose money, and then you're gonna have to pay that extra money when you profit.
Well, yeah, that's true.
So somebody like you should probably just keep holding. We'll have to do the math.
Whenever it's different.
And what's your regular? Is your regular income outside of stocks above 70,000?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're gonna pay so many taxes.
So it might be better. I might be better off just averaging down whenever it dips.
CEMI, I'm watching it. You bought at 5.5, right? There it goes under 5.5. The RSI is. I need the RSI to go down lower before I buy though. I can't.
Wait, so if you.
Oh, go ahead.
So if you sell for a loss, are you have to pay taxes as if whenever you sell that was a gain, or like I don't understand.
All right, so if you bought GameStop 5 days ago and you sold that for profit, you have to pay taxes on that profit. But then if you buy it again and then sell it at a loss, you cannot write off those losses.
Oh, okay. So I mean, at the end of the day, if I trade GameStop and I lose in this trade, and I win a trade and I lose a trade and I win a trade, what really matters is just like that statement that I pull from my broker that says, "Oh, look, this is how much I actually profited. This is what I put in, and this is what I pulled out." Right? Like there's like I won't get taxed like fucking double on like because I made a high frequency of trades.
All right, here goes that RSI point for CMI. CEMI. 58. Fuck. I guess 58's fine.
Good morning, everybody.
I only have 2 minutes anyway, so that's why.
Why are we interested in CMI again?
It might run.
I'm just doing it for a short term, quick. I bought it at this 58 RSI. I'm gonna try to sell it at 70 or 80 RSI. Actually, my order didn't fill. What? You motherfucking scammers.
It's dropping even more.
Yeah. Now my order's gonna fill.
Yeah, it's dropping a little bit. I think it's going to drop a market open, people taking profits.
Hey, yeah, see the order book. Like, we have 6,600 shares being sold at 547. 4,800 at 5.8, 9,000 5.8, 7,000 5.8. We have so many shares selling just below $6. But for the buy side, we also have like 6,500 for 5.3. So I put the order like 5.45. Yeah, all right, I got it right here.
Got down a little bit. Yeah, I bought a little bit more at 5.45.
You know what? I didn't get it. What the fuck?
Less than 30 seconds for market open. We're gonna do we're gonna turkey gobble on the bell.
I put 4.45. What the fuck was I doing? Typo?
10, 9.
Too late now. Shooting up.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Market open.
Autobots roll out.
And it's gone.
Oh, GameStop! What the fuck was that? Holy shit!
What happened in GameStop, buddy?
It's a weird fucking spike on Weeble's chart. Shot up to like 200 and then back down.
They just need to hire better programmers.
Yep.
Hey, I wonder if you could sell it when it do that. Will it go through?
I already told you what's going to happen in GameStop when the market opens. But the 200 thing that he saw on Webull, that's completely unrelated. That's a technical glitch that they do every market open. They go to the price that it closed near the day before and then put it there and then change it from there. I don't know why they do that. It's just their programming.
It's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, it looked like it's halted for a second. No, she gone.
It's not. It's just kind of, I don't know.
Oh,
It's
dipping.
CEMI is starting to dip right here, though. When that RSI goes down to like 20, that's when people should really buy. If they're...
I don't know how much GameStop
Yeah, I had
is
my order
really
in
going
at
to dip.
544, and it didn't fill until it was down at 530 something.
Yeah, my order didn't fill until it dropped down really low, too. That's weird. Too many volume.
AMC call is up.
ACY is halted on the way up.
That stock.
Holy fuck, CEMI climbing now after that dip. But the MACD doesn't show the positive yet. Oh, the volume is so low right here, too.
Also, for those that are interested on the Castor Maritime or whatever the hell it's called, down 25%. the lowest I've seen it in a long time.
Oh, here goes
Like
the
50
profits.
shares.
If that was the morning dip for GME, I think we're in a good position.
Yeah.
Isn't this weird? All right, let's just think about this for a second. AMC talks about issuing 500 million more shares, and like a week later in the news, GameStop talks about selling $1 billion worth of shares. Very similar timing. Their charts have been running about the same course.
Isn't this usually when they do the talking about this sort of stuff because they have the shareholder meetings in May?
There goes GameStop. A lot of sell volume coming in.
Damn it.
So on this short-term trade, what do you do? Do you sit here with like a market sell order at the ready and just click it when you think it's at the peak?
Which one? For CEMI?
Yeah.
So I thought about selling it when the RSI goes back up through the roof again, and when it goes over 60, well, really 70 and 80, that's when I think about selling it. But I'm already up like a lot of profit right here. Like this could be my daily profit. I just hate this and then I'm done for the day. I don't have to watch stocks for the rest of the day. And then I could spend time looking at other charts for stuff.
Yo, is anybody talking?
Yeah, we're talking.
Yeah,
we're all here. Yeah, thank you for calling out that CEMI. I appreciate it. It's going back up again now, and I was able to buy it at a really low price this morning, thankfully because of the glitch.
No problem.
I put 4.45, so my first order didn't fill, and then I did 5.45, and it filled like 5.42 per share. So I'm already up almost 40 cents per share. 40% out of a $6 share is almost 8%. It's times like these, like if you can get 8% every day trading, you'll turn $30,000 into a few $100,000 within a few years. It's really hard to get that 8% every single trading day. Yeah, I hope maybe GameStop will just buy directly shares from people. That would be good.
It's dipping.
Yeah, I see this dip. The MACD CEMI might go down.
93. RSI's at 93.
I just want to play the game of how long can I hold today. But I'm getting out today on this stock. I'm not sleeping on this stock. Let me go ahead and put an order for like $8 in case.
Whoever's still playing with TCAT, you should look at it right now.
ACY got suspended on the way up. That's that bankrupt stock that I lost $300 on.
How did you lose? You sold?
Yeah,
I'm still
it just
holding,
kept
I'm still
fucking
holding
going.
ACY. It just shot 7% and halted.
Yes, I sold a while back.
Oh my god, look at that order book for ACY though.
Yeah, empty.
Holy fuck, I'm glad I held ACY. Dude, it's gonna go all the way to 11 probably right here. What the fuck? No way it's going down under $6 again.
Morning, guys.
What up? What up?
What did you say?
Alright, guys. Anybody want to do CEMI to do a quick flip today? If so, it might drop down to like $5.20. It might.
I don't think it's going to go under 530.
What are you talking about? It has room to go under 520 if enough people take profits at the same time.
It does, but there's a lot of people buying at this point too.
Yeah, a lot of people bought it at the $2 range. There goes AMC over $10 again. GameStop's dipping hard, boys and girls. I'm telling you, people are going to sell for the next 3 days. You're going to see it go down by $1 like every few minutes. We'll see if enough people want to buy that dip on GameStop, but that's so scary.
I'm gonna wait till Wednesday before I buy anything else.
You're a smart man.
Seriously, wow.
So, since you're waiting till Wednesday, just put your money in like a buy limit for Dogecoin or something really cheap. If you know you're not going to buy, if you know you're not going to buy, a good strategy is to put a buy order for something dirt cheap that you think will not fill, but if it does fill, it will make you happy. Like you could do a buy.
Do you think that there's
you could do a buy order for GameStop for like $75. I'm not saying that will fill, but it's better than just setting your money on nothing.
Do you think that it's just going to be volatile, like a yo-yo going back and forth?
GameStop?
Yeah, or just dipping right now.
It may be a little bit volatile, but we'll see more dips. The aftermarket is when you're going to see the biggest change in price today on GameStop, though. I mean, think about the news. Like you even bought GameStop before you read the news this morning, and
yeah,
as more people become exposed to the news, it's going to affect the price.
Yeah, because right now people are going, damn, what the fuck happened? Like it was at 190.
Yeah, people holding GameStop going to search the news now when they see 165. When they
there's gonna
when
be
they
a
read
lot
that
of
news and
FUD.
see that 1 billion, they're going to be like, what the? I got to sell.
Hey, Fizzy.
Yeah.
Do you still have that AMC call that me, you, and Mouse bought?
Sure.
There's news on
Busting finally.
Yeah.
news on CEMI. I put it in general. I don't think she's done running yet.
Okay, I just sold half of my shares, half of 33 shares of GME, and I'm going to wait till like Wednesday as well when it dips super low. I think I was in the red, but I think that I'll be in the green if I do this.
Guys, ACY is unhalted. Oh my god, it jumped to 11.35. What the fuck? It jumped $1 after the halt. $2 after the halt.
Weren't you saying not to get into this bankrupt stock and that we were like foolish to do so?
Foolish to do so at the highest peak, yes, but it's for short term. It's entertaining. It's not a buy and hold. You can't buy and hold a bankrupt stock. You can day trade and you don't have any emotions, no attachment, and you can let go of the stock fast when you take your profits. That's good. But if you're a lover and you fall in love with it and you want to just keep holding it and making love even while it's crashing down and decaying and becoming old, then that it's not the stock for you. Hey, I'm not talking about you.
There's no way I'd love a stock other than GME, that's for sure. So yeah, definitely no emotion there. I wish I would have stayed in it because I was up pretty high too.
Yeah, I don't have any emotion, no ties, but I like to buy high and sell
Thank you
low.
for letting us know about the halt on ACY again. That was good. That was a very small halt, like 7%. Now it's already up 37%. So That was gold right there.
Yeah, no problem.
That was the gold.
Yeah.
That's bullshit, man. Because I put in the order for that and it didn't even go in. That's crazy.
Just
Yeah,
a
I wish I
reminder, in case anyone didn't hear me earlier, if you have TCAT, look at it and probably consider selling right now.
Mhm.
Hey, does anyone have any charge point options still? I do. I'll take that as a negative.
I told you, CEMI is going to go under that 5.2. There it is, 518, 520.
GME trying to get back up. There it goes, 175.
Guys, anybody got some Viagra or give it to GameStop?
I know, it's looking like it's...
On the uptick. ACY halted a second time on the uptick or the ticker froze? Let's see.
No, it's
That
halted.
motherfucker halted on the uptick again. Today is a green day for the portfolio. Man, I'm going to be able to afford brown sugar for my oatmeal. I'm happy.
It halted at 1337. That's leaked.
So I don't know if you guys did any research on the Safe Moon thing that I told you guys about, but I took my $40 investment and quadrupled it over the weekend.
I mean, do we really think that that's going to cause that much of a dip on GME when you consider the, like, AMC talked about how many millions of shares being issued and it really didn't impact the price much? I don't know. This is like maximum 3.5 million.
So, what's going on with CMI then? Why is it just dipping and doing nothing else?
CEMI, I
Because it's that time of the
people
day.
are taking profits. You have to keep in mind, people bought it around $2. So that's why I was talking earlier, like, oh, I want to take my profits right here. I didn't take my profits on CEMI yet because I just was focused buying ACY on that uptick. But I'll probably sell my CEMI around like 5.6.
They just announced the commercial launch of its COVID-19 flu A and B rapid test.
Whoa, COVID-19 and flu?
Yep.
They have a vaccine also for
And the general.
God, I hate the flu.
No,
Does
it's
anyone-
a test, not a vaccine.
Is anyone buying into CCIV at all?
Do you guys think CCIV will rebound?
Yes, it will.
One day.
Just give it until it releases its first car. That's all you got to do. Just rack up on it.
I bet you right here, ACY will go up to 16 and then start dipping from 16. Get pretty close to there. Some idiot's buying a ton of the stock. He is flying through that order book like a madman with a stolen credit card. Let me put ACY up on the charts, guys, on TradingView. Let's keep in mind, ACY did file for bankruptcy. It's pretty abnormal what's happening. Well, this usually happens when a stock files for bankruptcy and there's a lot of speculation. But it's not something you hold for long term. If you look at any other stock in the same situation, long term, they all go bust anyways. Or at least go well below the squeeze price. And if people would have not sold their ACY, they would still be in the profits right now from Friday. Not Friday, but Thursday. Thursday.
I sold mine this morning.
When did you sell it?
Before market, like 9 something.
Oh boy, I'm sad for you. Look, here it goes. It's unhalted. It's fucking climbing. $14, $15. The order book cannot keep up with this motherfucker. Hilarious. The order book can just not. Ooh. Who's buying that many of ACY? You motherfucker halted the stock again. I'm telling you, there's a fucking well buying this fucking stock right now. No way it's a bunch of retarded like me.
I'm kind of FOMO on it and thinking about buying some.
It's too late now.
Well, it's already at that 58% profit, so I'm thinking about getting out here around this price or 16. Maybe after this halt, I'll get out. After this halt, I'll get out.
Please don't FOMO in at $16. Please don't do that.
Yeah, I would not FOMO at 16.
Yeah, I already
just gonna skip it.
on this. I already lost a little bit of money on this stock, so yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, I lost about $350. I'm not gonna go in for a revenge trade.
Yeah, I lost last week too on that one, like a couple $100. I am not even touching it.
I just bought a few
My
shares.
limit
I
order
bought a
didn't
few
get
shares
hit.
of ACY the other day, like really dirt cheap when I saw the first ticker freeze, and then it went up like 100% after that. It's crazy. There's this one guy that told people that they're gonna do like the biofarm company, but it's not gonna do anything like that. They don't. This company doesn't really have any assets. I promise you. They just have like 12 regional planes. They're not. Some of them aren't like fully like good quality. They've been used for a long lifespan. When this company goes bust, it's bust. I don't see this company rebounding. The only positive thing this company has for itself, if by some miracle an airline company purchases it. That's the only thing it has going for it at this moment. I think Mouse thinks... Mouse, what do you think about GameStop? Should I tell them on YouTube? I'll tell you what Mouse said. He thinks the hedge funds are scared about the information being released to the public. So we'll have to see what traders are more afraid of: the fear that GameStop will sell $1 billion worth of shares, or are retail investors inspired that the short squeeze is going to happen sometime soon before April?
Of course they would be scared. I mean, it's essentially their livelihood that's at risk.
I mean, GameStop's already up to 185. Like it's I sold at 175. If I would have held GameStop, I would be up $5 per share. But at the same time,
I'm back in green.
At the same time, I bought this ACY like around $10 today, so I'm already up more than $5 per share, but on a cheaper stock. Oh my god, we're already in April? Fuck me in the asshole. I don't know the dates.
I was gonna say, like, wait a minute. Tame keeps talking about like when we get to April. Am I in a time machine? Because I thought.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I forgot it was April. My bad. My bad. It slips up on me.
It's like the 4th or 5th time he said it too, and I was like, wait a second. What the fuck is this guy talking about? I just don't. What do you mean get to April?
Oh my god, is it April 5th yet? What the? Oh my god, fuck me.
We're halfway
Yeah.
there, man.
It's April 5th. Yeah. So wait, what does that change? That changes everything.
Yeah, the fucking option's coming up in 11 days. I still have time to get back in GameStop
Yeah.
if I want to.
Well, there's a dip right there.
Apparently, I don't know what month I'm in right now. Guys, if I don't know what month I'm in, can you really listen to me about stocks?
Nope.
But maybe we can listen to you about crypto. Should I buy Cardano at $1.84?
Oh, you should definitely buy Cardano at $1.84 because in April in 2021 it's going to go to $2.
All right. So everything that you said earlier about the 3-day dip, 3 days and it will rise again, is out the window.
No. I'm telling you, that's what happened to Jesus Christ. After 3 days, he rose again. That's what Easter is about, guys.
He's just being tame.
Right. So I'm just like, wait, what? All of that was being tame? I'm not sure.
No. I'm serious. I'm dead serious about this 3-day dip. This 3-day dip. When the news gets out, people are gonna start selling. I promise. This is like the.
I was gonna buy shares.
This is like the crucifixion after Easter.
ACY unhalted.
Not
did
financial
ACY
advice
drop after the halt?
Yep.
No, it got halted again, right?
No, not yet.
Are you sure? What was the price at? No, the price changed.
It's unhalted.
It was 14. Yeah, now it's halted.
Yeah, it halted.
Now it's halted.
Back down now.
This motherfucker halted 3 times already.
I was gonna buy shares in Pfizer because I figured a lot of people must be buying Viagra because everyone kept saying he's risen yesterday.
Okay, that's a great joke.
Yeah, I know.
CEMI is dipping hard, 511. CEMI was supposed to be the shortest play of the day, but I wanted to play the game how long I can hold. It's fine. Did you sell your CEMI?
I'm holding.
You want to see who can?
I'm holding.
You want to see who can hold it longer?
Let's do it.
I'm down. I bought 60 when we started talking about it.
Let's all drink a bottle.
I'm still holding.
Drink a bottle of laxative. See who can hold it longer.
No thanks.
I have plenty of practice at holding long, so.
He holds long ones.
I'm gonna take a bottle of somebody drinking laxative, make it a meme, put like GameStop on the bottle.
Do it.
I just can't make up my mind on the day trading and these long term. Like I'm thinking about dumping my Apple because it doesn't perform at all. Yeah, it's crap.
Look at this shit. We have companies like Apple with billions of dollars in cash reserve, not doing anything with it. Do something with your money. I tell people you're gonna buy a bunch of Bitcoin. Tell people you're gonna make an electronic car that can drive on a tablet.
Speaking of that, not to cut you off, Tame, this weekend, I forgot somebody mentioned, I think it was Neat, Apple is doing a, them and Lucid Motors, they're going to make their car Apple. Not compatible. What is it called? Like, they're going to use Apple as their
software.
Yeah, they're going to use Apple for their main source of like
operating
phone,
system,
the onboard stuff, but a lot of people do that.
Yeah, they're gonna do
like even BMW does that, like Mini does that. They all have like what is it, Apple CarPlay?
It's Apple Play. They're allowing Lucid to license their tech to be the media center.
Yeah. Basically.
Yeah, more often than not, that's what you'll find in a lot of most cars now. As a Samsung person, it's annoying.
Oh yeah, that's not the operating system.
Pay Apple for the license, but there's nobody to pay Google. So that because Android is so androgynous, and there's like a million different Android distributions out there, more like Linux. I think it's just like Google won't get into. I know, baby. I'll get you more in a sec. Google won't get into bed with every single car company out there for one reason or another to say, here, you could just have an Android license and do Google Auto and everything. It's still on the way up.
Yeah. My only point in bringing it up was that it's what you'll find as the standard.
It would seem as though it would make more sense for Google since they're more widely known. I mean, overall, Apple is considered a niche product, but if Google's universal, it would make sense for them to be in most American car companies, I believe.
Well, yes and no. The same niche market that you speak of being Apple's target is the same kind of people that want their full ecosystem. How many Android users do you know are like, I have to have my phone connected to my car, versus Apple's like, oh, as soon as I get in, it just plays my playlist. I feel like there's something to be said about the Apple user wanting full integration, whereas the Android user, most of them, unless you're a power user, it's just like, it's my phone. Like
we're used to it not being compatible with everything.
I mean, I do that, but I bought a custom stereo to sync up with my
Guys, so
phone.
you know
whatever.
the trends,
but
right?
but you're a power user. You chose to go outside the norm because you wanted something extra, and that's part of the Android lifestyle. Power user.
I love my Android. You can make your own. You can make your own script app also if you have Android. For Apple, it's a little bit difficult to do, but Android, it's so simple to make a script to watch certain stocks. Like, you can make your own fake Robinhood if you wanted to just watch stock tickers.
I think Apple's going to have their big keynote in September, and that's when they're gonna announce something huge in September.
I just sold 2 Apple shares to get some liquid right now.
But Apple does this every year. They always try to have one event per quarter. So they last week they skipped saying anything was going to be in April. Now they're saying June. Now they're saying April again. But that's coming up on the third quarter.
Pro tip: if you've got terminal access on an Android, you can just write a basic Bash script that'll do all that for you too.
It's funny. I've had an iPhone the past 6 years, but those daily, everyday programs, I use about 85% Google.
Guys, what do you think is going to happen to ACY on this when it's unhalted? Do you think it's going to drop?
No, I think
it's done for, bro. Get out now. Run.
It's
I
gonna
have to
go
use the
back
bathroom,
up.
so I'm worried.
I'm gonna guess drop because look at the RSI. I don't know what to say. These stocks don't follow the indicators.
All right, guys, we have the right answer. Look at the RSI. The RSI is near a peak, so yes, it's going to drop a little bit on the unhalt. It has to drop a little bit before it can rise again. The RSI indicates that the stock is overbought at this price level, so we have to get more people moving the volume. I don't think I could trade without volume and RSI. Imagine if they never showed you the volume trading. You had to guess it.
Well, I'm glad I didn't go in too heavy on CMI this morning because looks like it might not come back.
It ran. It ran, but it was a very short run. It went up too fast.
Roaring Kitty just tweeted.
Okay.
$1 million.
Good stuff. Folks.
1 billion.
Guys,
and then he goes on and then he says 1 billion. Yeah.
100. No.
Well, I mean,
that's at the end.
Yeah, at the end.
But it's all the same number. It's the running joke. Like,
yeah,
it's why it's funny.
Who told me that 100 billion is not a billion? It's 1,000 million. That's a billion.
I thought the correct was 69, 420, 69.
No,
that's what we're supposed to set our limits at.
69.
Hey, 420 is my birthday. Woo!
Unhalt this motherfucking stock. I don't have 7 minutes to hold this poop again. And I can't use the bathroom if I'm under stress.
Go Mosul.
Dude, just take your phone. Yeah, just make sure you don't hit push to talk when you flush
I'm
the
not gonna
toilet.
use. I have. Yeah. I don't have push to talk on the phone. I don't want to set it up real quick. CEMI could come back. The RSI is pretty low, but I told you it could dip to like 520. It's It's a nice stock for day trading though, but long term, God no.
I feel like I specifically remember you saying that it probably wouldn't go below 30. Or was that somebody else?
No,
I
the
might
guy
be
arguing
mistaken.
with me.
No,
That was somebody
me.
else. He said
that.
520.
I said
You
520.
said it won't. Okay, yeah. Tame said it could. Yeah, Tame said it could go down to 520, and what's it called? Said it won't go below 530. Yeah, I remember.
Looking at the RSI when he told me that. I was looking at the RSI. That's why I said that.
No, that's not good. I was just making sure I'm lining up everything.
But it did go all the way up to like 570, so that was a good exit point for like that quick profit.
Yeah, too bad none of us took it.
There's this guy. He only trades from 9 o'clock in the morning until 10 o'clock in the morning. He said that's the most profitable time for him to trade. Whenever he tried to trade after that, he would lose a little bit of money. But if he got in and got out like 9 to 10 o'clock, he would make a lot of profit.
There's a lot of futures people who do stuff like that
dropped
too.
after that halt.
I mean, in all reality, it's a really profitable way. I mean, if you know what you're doing and you can listen to the whispers and you can see what's going on, then you take your big stabs, 5, 6, 7%, right? Or just throw a big ass pile of money on something that you know is probably going to trend. And back
So
out quick.
it dipped the RSI, got it, and then it went up like $2.
Oh my god, it's still going.
I just need to get ACY to 17 so my order will sell. Let me drop my order to 16.98.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
don't
be a
get
greedy
fucking
motherfucker. I'm not gonna try to sell it for more than that.
It's gonna
Halted.
go past
suspended.
your number.
1550 suspension.
All right, give me a number, Carolina. Give me a number between 15 and 20. Any number.
1750.
All right, I'll put my order for 1750 real quick. All right, I put my order for 1750 for ACY.
It's gonna shoot back up to like 20 something. It's gonna shoot back up to like 21.
Wait, what do you mean go back up to 21?
Didn't it hit 30 last week or something like that?
Oh, a few months ago it hit 38.
What was the highest it did last week?
Last week wasn't that high, I don't think. Let me check.
If GME trades sideways, I think that it will dip after hours.
I think ACY went up like 14 or something last week. Like people were FOMOing at like $13. That was a big FOMO. And then it started going downhill from there. That's when I was joking with the guy like, don't buy at the top, don't buy at the top. He bought at the top with the max RSI.
Oh yeah, that was Nico.
And if he didn't sell, and then he sold it when it dipped to like 10 or something.
If I would have kept mine, I'd be making a pretty penny right now.
People say lottery tickets is similar to stock market, but I have to disagree. At the end of the day, it's easier to sell old stock than a used lottery ticket.
Well, stock can always be researched. The lottery has set odds of 1 in a million or whatever it is. At least with your 1 in a million chance on the stock market increases every time you go look at another piece of research. So you're dwindling the pool of what you're going to spend on.
I think it's more like roulette or something like that, where you can use statistics and count numbers and things like that.
Yeah, I would lean more towards roulette or craps even. Something that's
It's
statistically
rigged.
backable, but rigged, and nonetheless, yeah, that
Yeah.
somebody's pulling the strings in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Because to be honest, like what makes Apple Apple and Google Google? Nothing. Because there's 100 other companies at the same exact time doing the same exact shit. They just happen to be the first ones to get the nod. You know, they walked in the room at the right time, or they had the right smile. Because Jobs wasn't exactly outgoing. I mean,
Nah, he was an asshole.
you know, and an introvert and a weirdo. Like he wasn't somebody that I would throw a big pile of money at, even with a great idea. You know, so
Volatile, very like unpredictable.
Steve Jobs would not do well in today's
I would have
market.
gotten behind Wozniak, no problem. But I'm not touching Jobs with a 10-foot pole. Wozniak, on the other hand,
Yeah, the shit that he did, like with his daughter and stuff, that wouldn't play well. Like people would not be interested necessarily in supporting. Like he was able to succeed because of the time.
Let's think about this though. If he would have gave money to his daughter rather than starting Apple, the company would not have even thrived in the beginning.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean in terms of what kind of person he was, because of his scarring, because of, you know, the whole being adopted thing or whatever.
I think it's crazy what he did to his father. He knew his father was a server in a restaurant. He just went there at 8 and treated him like a regular server. Didn't even tell him that he's his son.
There was a little bit of like, you know, anti-social sort of thing going on there.
But look what came from him, though. We got a pretty dope product from a crazy weirdo man that did a bunch of
Carolina,
BS.
you think it's going to go 17.5 ACY?
Well, but just basically to say though that like anything can happen is what the sentiment was. Like there were a bunch of people at the time that were doing stuff that he was thinking about. He just happened to be the one to land it on the plate first. You know, just like now, Tesla's making EVs. This guy's making EVs. That guy's making EVs. Sure, Tesla was the first to market and yada yada, but the next big player.
It rebounded after 16.
Yeah.
16. That's when I was going to originally sell it, but then I was like, "Hey, Carolina, give me a number." Oh boy, am I going to regret taking his number or be happy? Let's see. That extra $1.50 is the highest risk point at this level, though. Like it's almost impossible to hit unless it halts again on the uptick.
You're gonna be happy.
If it halts here going up, then it will hit 17. If it doesn't, I just have to take my profits around 15 to 16.
HOFB making big comeback right now.
What's up with weed stocks? The couple that I have, they're both up on average about 7.5%. Is it off of New York still?
Well, I think a little bit of New York. I think a little bit of 420 on the way. I mean, just in general, the market's kind of green as a whole.
Carolina, you gave me too high of a number for that time frame.
I hadn't heard anything from the big names in weed like Tilray.
Alright, ACY is starting to be normal, going back down at this price level. A little bit of a dip. The RSI is tilting, so people might buy on this dip. Well, I don't classify this as a dip since it's already up high, like 30% at this point.
Did you get out at $17.50?
It never hit $17.15, but it hit that $16 that I wanted to sell at earlier.
HOFB is making a run.
Come on, HOFV. I got in at 518.
HOFV at right now?
493 on Fidelity.
Oh man, look at this fucking stock.
Tame.
What's up?
Yo, remember you were talking about ARC X? Yeah, it went over 21.
That's amazing. Kathy Wood really makes me happy in the morning.
Did you end up investing in it? I have like 3 shares of it.
Nah, I didn't. I was too busy. Too busy day trading. My strategy is day trade like last time and try to get GameStop back on that dip.
GME trying to go back above 180.
I feel you. Well, I'm gonna ride this, see how it goes.
I'm riding this ACY. I put the order 17.5, but I'm gonna retrace. I don't think it will hit there, Carolina, anytime soon. So it's a little bit uncomfortable. Let me put that 16 back in.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah.
Yo, how is it that AMC is over $10, but our options are not making any money right now? I'm so confused.
And maybe the loss of value over time.
Damn.
Or just what people are willing to pay for it. You know, all those things combined. I mean, it hasn't been that long since we bought them.
Yeah, I feel you.
I think we need to see like a bigger change. It looks change to the right time frame here to see what it's looking like. Looks good on the 5-minute. $15-minute, all the indicators look positive.
Yeah, the highest ACY hit was $16.25.
We should see AMC, hopefully AMC, moving back up into the $11 range if it maintains this course.
I put my ACY in for 15.98. I readjusted my order.
I guess we'll find out what happens, eh?
Yeah. Two indicators showing bullish on the 5 and also on the 15-minute. And there's a third that would indicate a stronger push upward. If it crosses that, I mean, it's done it on the 5-minute. And we're waiting on the 15-minute to see if it does it. It's about to.
Alright, so I have my order in. CEMI is back almost at that. It's above that 520 mark again. Oh god, ACY is going to take a big dip here.
FYI, I put a option profit calculator in the general sub.
Imagine this, like if these apps notified you that if you're going to commit a wash sale or not. That would be useful for a lot of new retail traders. Have the estimated tax in there as well, what you might pay on your profits. Does anybody in this Discord want to be an analyst and work 100 hours per week?
Shit, I would.
What makes it any different from what we're doing right now, except for getting paid?
Yeah, I overanalyze everything in my whole life all the time, and I don't get paid for it.
Here is peeking back up. I'm gonna go shower and stuff. I got stuff to do today. I just wanted to get in on these early morning trades. I wasn't able to make a good trade to buy the brown sugar for my oatmeal, so I'm just gonna eat plain oatmeal. Maybe I'll go outside, find some dandelions, crush those up for my oatmeal.
God bless your soul, Tam.
What are you talking about? Dandelions are amazing.
I didn't say they weren't.
Look.
I'm a chef. I'm a chef, man. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're a chef. You know, like, the more expensive food doesn't necessarily mean more flavor. Like the egg. The egg has the most flavor out of any food on the planet. I just love the price of eggs as well. That sweet yellow golden oak when you cook it right.
Making me hungry, my dude.
Yep. And this is why a lot of celebrities make restaurants and stuff as well too. Like, they want their family members to have jobs that don't really have any talent or anything, so they'll just make these restaurants to hire a lot of their family members and friends.
Or car washes or laundry mats.
Yep. And it's great. Like, the money's flowing back down. They're creating jobs. I like it.
So what you're saying is you're an evil person that eats babies.
Well, that Loki has this, though. He just said you don't need any skill to work at a restaurant.
You need very little skill to work in a restaurant. Compared to, like, building an airplane or a jet, you need very little skill.
You need very little skill to eat a baby, too. Whoever said baby eaters.
You don't need a lot of skill to be one cog on the assembly line.
Right. I worked in restaurants before. It's like, it's not a lot of skill, but it's a lot of grunt work. You have to have a positive attitude.
You want fries with that?
Would you like fries? Oh, would you like to buy some barbecue sauce as well? Only 50 cents. How would you like your burger, sir? I'm joking, this is McDonald's. We don't cook it rare.
What's the best food place you ever ate at, Tame? I mean, not ate at, worked at.
Let's see. I only worked at like 3 restaurants my whole life, so.
Dude, Chinese restaurants are pretty clutch, and like the lunch breaks are not bad.
way back in the day, I worked at Chick-fil-A, and believe it or not, they taught me more and prepared me more for the corporate environment than any other job I've had.
I wish. All right, so Joe Biden fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. Joe Biden fucked up because he should have hired Chick-fil-A to do the vaccine rollout. Come on, think about it. You get a vaccine and you get a Chick-fil-A sandwich, and they'll roll people out like quickly.
God damn it! I should have bought the Cardano. Look at it
I
now.
told you to buy Cardano. I told you it's gonna go $2 in April 2021.
Oh yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Bitcoin is on the rise, and it's carrying all the other altcoins with it.
Bitcoin's going to go to $1 million in December 2021. Who's laughing at me? Who's laughing? Show me your time machine then. If you don't think Bitcoin is going to $1 million by December 2021, you're on drugs. There's a basic economic principle called supply and demand. And a lot of people not able to spend that fucking Bitcoin because of high gas fees for small transactions under $1,000. Please God, let GameStop buy Bitcoin. Let GameStop buy Bitcoin. Jessica. I don't think I would look good wearing kills for one. I might break them. I used to be a server, Jessica. I know what it's like, though. I didn't have to wear heels, though. But I did more of the grunt work. Like, I would carry, like, all the plates off the table, clean off the trash, that kind of stuff. I feel sorry for those servers at Sonic. They have to ride around on rollerblades giving people hot dogs and burgers. Alright, ACY is back over 15.5. I got my order in for like, what was it, 15.98? After it sells, I can go use the fucking toilet.
Halted.
Okay, that's the kind of shit that messes with my brain. When it halts like that and it's going up, it makes me want to cancel my sell order right now. Oh, I got time to use the bathroom if it's halted. I'll be right back.
I don't understand why TCAT's suddenly doing so well, but HOFV is doing nothing. I thought this was all the NFT crap.
Hey, I'm back, guys.
What's up?
I feel good. I feel good about this stock after the halt. I feel like my order will be filled and I will be free from the trade trap of a bankrupt stock.
I heard some dudes making some bets about who could hold their CEMI the longest in here earlier. Are y'all still hodling?
Yep, I'm hodling, but I do have a sell limit set. Alright, here goes the unhalt for ACY. ACI unhalted and the MACD up. My order is going to get filled. I can just fill it.
1750.
Gosh dang it, Bobby, why is the RSI so high?
God dang it, Bobby.
Oh, double MACD. Let's get this up there. This is why I didn't want to hold GameStop today. So many good deals. It's fighting to get up. If you don't go up there, I'm going to force a Viagra in your throat, ACY. Yeah, I readjusted my order. I didn't like the number Carolina gave me. I just changed it back to 15.98 so that if it hits 16, it will sell. What the fuck is this shit? Fuck you, Janet Yellen. Janet Yellen is expected to call for a global minimum corporate tax rate in remarks later today. It's going to be very difficult because a lot of counties have plenty of incentive. What? Why does it say global when it says counties? Have plenty of incentives to put up vacancy signs for companies around the world. So, she wants to go away from competition. All right, there goes my order filled for ACY. I'm good. I'm Gucci. But yeah, Janet Yellen wants to have a global corporate tax rate. So she wants to get rid of those offshore corporate taxes in the Cayman Islands. What is this shit? Alright, so it sold. I sold my ACY, then it dipped back down. It might go back up today after that, but I just didn't want to hold it. I have a lot to do.
Yeah, the big old sell off at 16 right there.
You know what? I didn't sell. I came back to my screen. It was still on review order. Fuck me. So my ACY didn't sell. I was still on review order screen. That's my bad.
You know the first was last week, right? And you can't play April Fool's jokes like all week long. That's not how it works.
I'm not telling you a joke. I got distracted. Somebody said it halted, so I didn't place my order. I went to the bathroom and then I just came back. I just put my order in again.
I don't know, man. Today you're really silly this morning already. You got a bunch of see me plays. You got ACY going. GameStop's you sold all your GameStop. I feel like you got a lot of.
Look how much profit. Look how much profit I made selling GameStop and getting back into ACY.
I'm just busting your take.
I already made 50% profit from that because I got it only 7% today.
I don't give. I just enjoy fucking with
I wish stocks were instant settlement. If stocks were instant settlement, I wouldn't leave my room for a week. Take away wash sale, take away and put in instant settlement, take away capital gains tax, I will be a full-time trader.
If they did instant settlement, as though everything breaks because everybody bought the whole fucking market. Then it's bots fighting bots to try and create better outcomes to be able to be the one that's constantly on the cusp of the peak. So
I feel so bad, YouTube. See,
what do you mean? It's already bots fighting bot. Oh, I mean, no, I'm not a robot.
Exactly.
ACY is taking a downtrend. I just need my order to fill. I don't know why I didn't hit confirm before I went to the bathroom.
But I think you're clowning.
You did. We just hacked your computer and undid it because we thought it'd be a really funny prank, bro.
Who did I give my RDP to? Who connected to my desktop? I see it now. All right, who lives in Baltimore, Maryland?
We don't live there. I just used a VPN.
All right. Let me double check if my order's sold. I saw the price go over 16. My order was filled. I am no longer holding ACY. I'm finally glad I sold my one ACY.
Now can you get the brown sugar?
Yeah, I can afford the brown sugar today, boys and girls, men and women, they and theirs, he and she's.
GameStop's just marching right back up. And said, what loss? What dip? I didn't see nothing. At 181, steady little march.
Yeah.
It's going to get right back to 190 range and 185, 190, and it's going to go sideways from there, right? That's what it's looking like.
Hope so. I mean, MACD's about to cross
Yeah.
0 on the 5. I just feel like with that many people who are committed to GameStop, I really don't think it'll dip that far. But I don't know. I'm gonna look at AMC right now, trying to get back to 11.
My alarm went off at 4 a.m. My wife thought that something was going on. She was like, what the hell?
Oh, yeah.
What the fuck are you waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning for? Pre-market.
My alert, the crossing 175 went off on TradingView. Like, it's gone off so many times. But the first time it went off, I was like, what? Woke up like, this is crazy.
Yeah, no, I was in bed by midnight last night, and I had a bunch of alarms set to wake me up by 4. Because I had, I just like, I got to be awake for this. There was a bunch of plays I wanted to get in on.
I'm pinging people in the Discord. Like, I know there's some bag holders of ACY Thursday, but if they would have held, their money doubled from Thursday till today.
We know.
I'm just trying to find them. They haven't been on Discord this morning.
There's a few of us here, man.
Yeah, you guys are here, but I want to hear the guy that was thinking about selling at $10.
Took the express train to the lobby.
Yeah, I see a lot of money floated from GameStop into AMC. I wonder how much money from AMC floats into GameStop, so, like, I wish it told you, like, there's a blockchain where you can see, like, if somebody sells AMC, what they buy right after that. It would be cool to watch.
Future.
CMI's taking a run.
Oh my god, somebody has a $30 call for April 20th. Wait, $40 call April 20? Oh, that's 2023.
Oh, that's 2023.
My heart almost gave in.
On what?
AMC.
Oh shit.
79 contracts. Yeah, I saw the April 20, but then I realized it was 2023. That's a little bit of a gamble, but yeah. 2 years from now, a movie theater company in America. AMC was already doing bad before COVID, so that's the scary part. In Charlotte, we do have AMC, but Regal Starlight is way better. Giant leather seats, reclinable with a button press, plenty of room.
So, Tame, did you look at CEMI at all, or did you literally just throw $100?
Oh, I looked at CEMI. I thought it was a good short-term play. I looked at the RSI, and I was talking about it for a while before I bought it. I was like, if the RSI goes down to 20, I can buy it.
No, I know. I was sitting there this morning.
He scoffed. He scoffed at it first.
I know, but I didn't know whether or not he did any digging into the background, or if it was strictly like, oh yeah, we could maybe make a quick stab play.
Chart.
Yeah, charts or even like news, because I'm looking into their release.
It reminds
from
me
this morning,
of OCGN
and
when I did that stab play.
This test is, but they actually have the test already. The test is made. They got the approval, and they said they're ready to ship. So you might have been in it for a stab, but I'm gonna keep on to mine for a couple of days and watch it, just because once If we're looking at a potential for a second wave, like with Canada and their lockdown, and a couple of the other countries around the world are starting to like, wait a second, maybe we jumped the gun on this before the vaccine fully fleshed out. If there's another second wave here and we need a round of quick tests that can not only be 15-minute tests to know the difference, but also like have that influenza in there as well, this could be a nice little midterm play. I'm not saying hold it for a year, but it would definitely.
Here's the big thing I like about Chem Bio. Okay, so we're in lockdown, right? So many people are using the dating apps like Tinder. Chem Bio, they have HIV, syphilis, and it's FDA approved. The first FDA approved rapid testing for HIV and syphilis. A lot of people are gonna need that after this lockdown. I might need it after the other night at Rick's.
Also, with all the talk about having a COVID pass or passport, one of the ways people want to do that is you can, instead of getting the vaccine, you can get a test and say, okay, I'm negative. So a rapid test like this will be very useful for that.
Yeah. I like it.
Not saying I agree with any of that, just, hey, it's something to invest in.
It's not even the COVID stuff that's big for them. Health departments all across the United States may buy this product if the rapid testing works. It's going to save time. You don't have to send it to a lab. So just buying that rapid test would save money on delivery fees, shipping fees.
Well, that assumes it's priced competitively enough to do that. Maybe it will. We don't know.
What do you mean being priced competitively? Well, what other companies delivering a product that does the same thing?
No, I mean, is as long as the test itself is priced so that it's cheaper to use it rather than other methods.
Oh, gotcha. My immediate brain went to competition of market, not competition of the idea of whether or not this balances their books. I think it does. I mean, if you think about it, you can send one truck with a shitload of these tests to a local health department, and there they get their results bingo bango, instead of sending them to the facility to get the collection samples, to then send them to the lab to get tested, to then relay the information. Good stuff, I think. Yes, I'm justifying a risky fucking $500 I threw into the wind, okay?
Alright, I'm not getting an anal swab test. That sounds painful. That's what they do in Beijing. Okay, this is why I don't want to fly to China right now.
Okay, it's a tiny little Q-tip, and it's not even that big of a deal. And there's a very small few set of reasons why they would be testing.
That's how they test for COVID in Chinese airports.
You're so full of shit, it's not even funny.
You don't believe me?
They do. They actually do.
They're making people drop their pants and shoving Q-tips in their ass.
It's in China, yes. They use anal swabs.
Yeah, dude. And I was like, well, if that's the case, then can't I get somebody COVID by farting? Am I supposed to wear a mask over my butthole?
Well, I hope
no, it's true. They've literally been doing that for months in China.
They're anal swabbing people at the airport.
Well, let's. I mean, like when I went for my like test, they let me swab myself. So maybe they let you swab yourself.
I just feel like you're making it sound like it's being done in the open, like in the airport, like at TSA pat down.
They're gonna have a screen. They'll have a screen. People are not gonna see you. They're gonna hear you, but they're not gonna see you.
They're gonna hear you yelping for pain or what? Like.
Alright, so Chem Bio does have a good long-term potential. Those STD testings it's a large market in America. So many people get STD testing. Like, you'll go to the club, you'll find this hot girl, and You go back to your place or her place. You have unprotected sets. First thing you do, like that week, you set up a doctor appointment and get STD testing. I've been tested for STDs before I've been tested for COVID. Let me get the stats on STD testing. Man, if customers could just buy that STD test rather than going to the health department, that would save a lot of time too. Say you have a new partner, you want to date them, part of the relationship, you just give them an STD test to take right there, see if they're healthy or not. It's better than nothing.
There's a lot of people getting COVID right now. I'm just hearing more and more people are either testing positive, then you have countries like getting shut down again. So like, yeah.
In my city, they have these. I was on Discord live. I was showing you guys these boxes hooked up to sewage systems. They filter out some of the stuff just to test if there's COVID in the poop or feces or water. And if they notice like a large number of samples, they're able to go to that community and go from like door to door knocking, letting people know, giving them free testing.
Kitty tweeted it's a video of a cat and somebody's like rolling balls it and it's just batting them to the side.
ACY went up a lot after
it's beautiful.
It's like
what I want to know is like how did he come up with them to match the scenarios like this? Like, oh, here you go, you threw a dip at me, we booped it to the side, Like, where does he come up with the matching material for the context of the situation?
He knows all the memes. He's like a meme encyclopedia. That's my guess.
Because cats are the most popular animal on social media, so it ain't hard to type in cat climbs ladder, cat slaps balls, or whatever.
I mean, yeah, I guess if you wanted to take statistics into it and say that you could probably find a meme with a cat in it, yeah.
I probably wouldn't. Cat slaps balls.
Yeah, don't type that into Google.
You know, it's an amazing video. It's a video of a kitten attacking a tennis ball to the Alien theme music.
I mean, proper shit posters have folders categorized and everything of all kinds of memes, just at the ready at all times.
I mean, I do have a folder structure that has pictures that contain different categories, but it's more broad stroke, like naked and not. Just like NFSW, and I could send this to my mom. Those two categories is pretty much
After last week, yeah, no doubting that.
What if you work in porn, like even just as a camera guy? How do you have NSFW content then? Do you?
I have NSFW content.
Well, even in
posted that video in general, by the way.
Standards that are, you know, like this is acceptable in the workplace and this isn't. Even if your job is taking it in the ass all day, like there's still standards. I don't work for the government.
If you're a secret government hitman, is there such a thing as NSFW content?
Well, if you're a secret government hitman, you don't even technically exist, so you don't have a job to be not safe at. So, no.
Man, is ACY really going to hit that 1750 that Carolina wanted?
Your existence is redacted.
Oh boy, that's breaking news. Trump campaign is forced to refund more than $122 million to donors.
Wasn't forced. He's doing it electively on his own because nobody paid attention and didn't realize that the box said, check this if you want to make a reoccurring payment. Fuck your slanted news and every horse they rode in on.
Come on.
Yep.
If you don't read what you're signing or what you're clicking, it's your own damn fault. End of story. And every purchase I've ever made, I always look and see what I'm clicking before I click it.
Yeah, sure.
It's crap like that. It's just like I can't trust any news anymore. Just none of it.
They put the article titles, and then when you read the article, it doesn't match up to the title.
That's even better when the headline doesn't even match the explanation, or the headline's super inflammatory. The story is like gives a little light on it, and then you go and find out the actual story is nothing what either of those two things said. Really awesome.
They've got me doing 20-minute DDs on every article I read.
Every single article you read, you got to fucking run it through 2 or 3 different sources. You need the far left, you need the far right, you need somebody in the middle, and then you need the onion web. Find your Tor networks and figure what they're saying.
Yeah, I was so happy when they let me know that the hamburgers weren't actually stacked a mile high. Oh my god.
Oh my god. How much time would it take to stack hamburgers a mile high, and how could you do it without the slightest amount of wind not blowing them over?
Did you guys hear the news about Bezos trying to cover up the pee bottle scandal, and then now there's a few women drivers that are also coming forward saying that they're also dealing with the same issues?
I didn't read about it.
Yeah, I just saw something yesterday about Bezos basically paying Amazon ambassadors to try and sweep under the rug that whole pee bottle scandal in general. And it also coincided with a few women drivers speaking out.
Sounds a little bit rough though if you have to use the restroom like that. That's how I know we're not in the Matrix. If we were in the Matrix, you could pee through Wi-Fi. And if we were in the Matrix, I would not be eating oatmeal every day. Alright, I'm going to be sitting on Chem Bio for a while. Guy Williams from YouTube. I still think GameStop has room to dip. That's my personal opinion. As this news rolls out for 3 days, like I already made enough profit today for my trades though, so even if GameStop would have to go to $360 for me not to sell today to get in on the other opportunities. I think it's still possible that it dips though. So if you want to get in GameStop, you still have plenty of time to wait. Don't feel rushed before April 16.
Yeah, it still hasn't cleared on the 15-minute. Now it's only above one indicator on the 15, but still 2 on the 5.
I mean, my strategy, if it doesn't work out, the worst thing is that I don't get back into GameStop.
I mean, that is pretty bad.
But this morning, like, I saw people selling GameStop and people buying AMC, so AMC is already up over 11% today as well.
But if you don't hold GameStop, you can't be part of the apes.
No, I mean, I did this play the other day before my phone fucked up, and the plan was to get back into GameStop on the dip, and it dipped nicely to like $120. So I could have like 5 more GameStop shares based off of the small trades I did right before that, but I didn't exit my Dolphin positions during that time. But I already executed them. I already got out this time, so I have the cash ready for GameStop when it dips.
Do you think it's gonna dip today or like tomorrow, Wednesday?
I predicted that it was going to start dipping today for the next 3 days as the news rolls out. That's what I thought. There could be a lot of counter news shows too, like the hedge fund transparency. That's going to be a big thing as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like some people said, GameStop doesn't have to sell now. They could sell less shares if they wait until the squeeze.
Yeah, it's only $1 billion. It's 3.5 million max. Up to $1 billion.
What's GameStop's market cap right now?
Let's.
Their market cap's about 12.8 billion. So if they do 1 billion, that's a lot. 1 divided by 12.
It's 1/12. I mean,
let's say 13 to be generous. If they sell it when the price goes up a little bit, that still is 7%. So that could cause a 7% decline rapidly. So if it's, yeah, 7% is a lot. They can't do it all at one time though. They said they're going to take time.
Yeah, we see GME go up or down more than 7% every day.
But we're talking about them. This vote. When is this vote happening? Is it in May?
It's supposed to be May 4th, the day after my birthday.
Yeah, so we have time.
What if I was on a board? It would be borderline illegal, but I would talk about plans of a share. I would talk about plans of a share buyback. I would talk about that.
Oh, the recall.
I would talk about shares for a planned buyback for GameStop, right? Talk about how it's going to have a vote. And when the vote happens, just obviously vote no, drive the price up, and then sell the shares. That's what I would do if I was on their board. Technically borderline illegal, but they could get away with it.
I'm surprised they're not talking about a shares recall of some sort or something like that.
Alright, well, I'll be AFK for a little bit.
AMC 5-minute looks like a kangaroo ready to jump. Oh, Tame. You there?
No, because he said he was going AFK for a minute.
I posted a thing sometime. I don't know what time it was, but I think it was in news or somewhere about Celos. They're also talking about issuing shares. So I wanted to discuss that. So, Celos amendment of SLS 002 agreement to repurchase significant portion of royalties for SLS 2002. And then they're also doing. No, that's not it. There's new news about. I put the form in. Yeah, I think I put the Fintel document in news like 2:30 in the morning. I don't know what I was doing.
Thesis statements busy.
Okay. I put other stuff in. Oh, check thesis.
I saw Donko said something about you put it in thesis statements. I didn't know what you were talking about.
No, I posted other stuff in thesis that had to do with Johnson & Johnson, Janssen, Spravato. It was like the case for Selos racemic SLS002 over the S isomer version. So that's all in thesis. But news, I posted this article, the document that they put in with Fintel. So this was, I think, on April 1st. It's the pre-14A. Yeah, so this was filed April 1st. And in that document, they are discussing the option to increase the number of authorized shares to like 240 million, something like that. Not that they're going to exercise those, but it's just like they want to have the authorization, which is kind of nuts. I think. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's not really much news about it, but let me see how many they have authorized.
It scares me about like anything that's pharmaceutical in terms of hallucinogenic is we're having such a battle to get marijuana back to a legal status. And it was just like demonized by, that. Look at everything that's been done to psychedelics and what hallucinogens, like the stigma behind them is way more
I have to disagree. I think it's a little bit, I disagree with it. You know why? You don't have a way to test for it, right? So since you don't have testing, you don't have these mandates in place that make it illegal and make it possible to test for psychedelics. The other thing is that the way that ketamine works in this state, it's more like, I don't think that the long-standing history and stigma of dime bags of marijuana being sold exists. I just don't. And I think that the way that it's being introduced, it's like, are people really familiar with ketamine? I mean, in some circles,
people are more afraid of what they don't understand. Pot.
Yeah.
Everybody has heard of pot before. They're like, oh well, yeah, pot bad. We know pot bad. We don't know why pot bad. We just been told pot bad.
Yeah.
Nobody's heard about specific psychedelics, but we know that hallucinogens are bad. They make you think differently. They they go against the norm.
The way that this works is it's so diverse, the action of like ketamine. It's not just that it has psychedelic qualities. That's just one aspect of it,
Well, yeah, it's brain chemistry. This is way deeper than just somebody getting a trip. But I'm afraid of the lack of knowledge and the ignorance of the general public, because it's like, oh no, I heard one time that was a drug thing and not a,
Potentially, but I think that there are so many people out there, and that's what that the sort of case in the thesis statements, the one that I've posted there, really goes through, is how many people self-medicate with ketamine, like street K, that know that it works. And so those that have like untreatable depression or this type of like, they're waiting for something that works that doesn't have the side effects of SSRIs. Because what SSRIs, I mean, they fuck with your sex drive. They also like can cause like certain SSRIs, I mean, can like even cause suicidal ideation, like what, or benzos do that, like what the fuck,
SSRIs can kind of give you the detached sort of feeling that you know, when you're not on them. I kind of self-medicated with some hallucinogenics, and you know, was a lot happier with the results. That, you know, not advice to anybody. Y'all should really do research before doing anything involving really any life-changing decisions. But for me personally, I had an easier time sort of like confronting some of those things, you know. And
For
it
sure.
wasn't quite as just like, you know, turn off the sink, you know, because you want the water to flow.
Right. There's a
Well,
lot of
see, that's
people
the
that do
thing. I think we're seeing
microdoses
a lot
on
of the
psilocybin. Sorry.
Yeah, the research is actually showing that with some of these alternatives, some of the psilocybins and the K and all that, you're not abating the symptoms, you're fixing them. You're redrawing traces. You're restructuring the brain instead of just like temporarily putting a patch on it. You know, all these everything else is a band-aid, and if anything, it's actually a band-aid that, well, will get your heat to work, but your lights will never turn on again. So now we got to do something different to turn your lights on, and then that's going to break something else. So now you got this cocktail of 4 and 5 different medications to solve the one issue that you had to begin with, where you were a little bit sad sometimes.
Or just anxious.
Well, the article what it goes into about Janssen is that, so Janssen, which is a subsidiary of J&J, what they did is they isolated the isomer, the S isomer, also sometimes known as S-ketamine, and the racemic one is very cheap. Like, I think it's like the pricing is in there, but let's just say it's like a generic, super, super cheap. And so the S isomer, they took it out, and the pricing of it, the cost of it on a pharmaceutical level is so expensive that, and the results are not necessarily better than racemic K. So it's like, the case exists that SLS-002, which is a racemic version of ketamine, psilocybin, intranasal, and will have better results. So it just goes through the science of it, and also like the finances and just like the pharmaceutical aspect of it. So that's in thesis statements.
Good shit.
But yeah, I am concerned about this whole this pre-14A that's been filed, and I want to know the implications, because right now the price of psilos is, you know, near a high. It's near its high point, and you know, we're all hoping for it to go further, but we have to take this into consideration. Tame, are you back? I wanted to look at this too.
So I can speak personally on a little bit of what you guys are talking about, like not to divulge too much personally, but I'm on an SSRI and an NDRI daily, along with a benzo, actually 2 benzos, which I hate taking. Which I know some people might think that sounds crazy, but honestly, like, I hate taking clozapam, and I hate taking Xanax.
I'm going to say one thing about that. I'm just going to interject one thing and let you get back to your story about the benzo. My partner, when I had the ski injury, gave me what he thought were pain meds. But it had given me the wrong thing. He'd given me some lorazepam. And I'm telling you, like, it messed with my head so bad. After 3 days, I took like 3 or 4 days, I took those, and literally I was feeling like it was Ativan. That's what it was. I felt like almost suicidal. Like, I don't even want to get, like, it was just so bad, like how bad it got. And I'm not like that. I'm not a depressed person, you know? So it was just, yeah, sorry. Let you get back to your story.
No, I mean, like, that's exactly why I don't like to take them. Like, unfortunately, and again, not to divulge too much, but like, I don't know, anxiety manifests itself differently in different people, not just like from the way it comes upon you, but also like the effect on you personally. And for me, because I internalize so much stuff, like mentally, you would never know I'm having a panic attack. If you like, you could be standing right next to me and you would never know. But inside my brain, World War III is going on. And to the point where I used to have these things called pseudo seizures, Basically, like to you, it looks like I'm having a seizure, just like to anybody else. But it's basically like it's like so much going on inside my head that it's like a reset. It's literally like my brain going, "Nope, there's too much going on right now. You're gonna pass out." Except to everybody else, it looks like I'm having a seizure. So yeah, it's just too much going on in my brain. And like I don't know, I got super drunk a couple weeks ago, and I think it was Maverick I was talking to and stuff like that. And like, you know, I've been smoking weed basically because with the weed, I mean, like I don't really get that initial fog that rolls in with the anxiety. So it never even gets to that point.
Guys, sorry, just to quickly just give an update. We're about to break 11 on AMC. Sorry, go for it.
And CEMI is back up over 570. There's a lot of talk about, you know, it made a big dip and down to 5, and now it's over 580. But go ahead, now we're back in it.
Yeah, go back to your story.
I mean, I just, you know, I was really hesitant because one, you know, the legality aspect of it and the stigma behind it. And I don't know, one of my buddies that I was in the Army with, he's freaking swears by it. So I tried it. And like, I hadn't tried weed, honestly, since like high school. So yeah, at first it was like a blazed out of my freaking mind. But then, you know, once I started, you know, smoking a little regularly and like adjusting how much I actually smoked, I mean, now it's just like an even keel. Like
that's great.
Like I mean, I was getting to the point, I'm not even lying, guys. Like this is getting really personal, but like I almost was getting to the point where I was starting to get agoraphobia because I was afraid that every time I would leave my house that I was going to have a panic attack. So it was like this circle of panic is like anybody who's ever had anxiety or dealt with anxiety.
Yeah.
Like,
yes,
it ends up coming off the anxiety and more about like you're just scared that it's going to happen again, and so it creates this really vicious circle.
I straight up hella feel. It used to be so bad when I was 22 that the doctor gave me some antidepressants, and I had to get the fuck off the antidepressants because it was making me feel nothing, like absolutely nothing. Like they were describing how like if my house was burning down, I would not even give a shit. So I just legit just said no, I'm not fucking doing this. So you said weed helped it?
Well, yeah, like I haven't had to take my clozapam so the clozapam was a daily thing. Like I know it's going to sound bad, but like literally I wake up in the morning and immediately take a clozapam, which is a Klonopin.
Okay, I'm going to message you personally.
So like I'm talking like as soon as I wake up, I'm already going on one, you know, and then my Xanax was for like if I had an emergency situation because the Klonopin takes too long to kick in. So like if I was somewhere and I started to have a panic attack, you know, I needed something that could like kick in fast. And that's where the Xanax comes in. But the problem is that like once I do that, dude, I'm gone for like 2.5 hours. Like gone. Like I mean, I might as well go ahead and just shut the door, lay my chair back because I can't do anything. I can't function. I can't like I'm just there. I'm there physically, but I'm not there.
Yeah, I used to take those.
Have you thought about doing microdosing or like regular microdosing of like psilocybin? Because that's like a known long-term, you know, like it has a long-term impact on anxiety, well-being, like all of the things that a lot of the drugs that you're mentioning would help regulate.
The problem
Psilocybin can do.
I have the only problem is like where I live is like we'll probably be the last state to legalize anything, to be honest with you. But I mean that, and I have to like really worry about things that take away control because I think that's one of the things that really triggers my anxiety. Although
I don't mean
reality,
like full on tripping. Yeah,
like
it's
none
not
of us are in control of anything. I mean, like we really aren't. Like we think we are, but like for me, it can even be like being stuck in a place that I feel like I can't get out of. Like,
Right.
even though I know I can get up and walk out anytime, it's like this feeling of being trapped.
With like psilocybin, I don't mean like enough that, like, we're not talking about anything large. Depending on your body size, you know, like there's people that take literally like like, for example, I here in the Bay Area, it's available in like bar form, like in chocolate bars, not like those types you may know of, you know, for people who are doing it for like recreational, not for recreational purposes. This is literally for the purpose of microdosing for those people who are dealing with this exact thing that you're talking about. So it comes in like a form where you just break it, and it'll be like 1/8 of a gram in each like little piece. So yeah, you'll get like a long chocolate bar, and it has like, you know, just these little triangles that you take, and the measurement is like exact. So or pretty close to 1/8 of a gram or 1/4 of a gram is what people will take every, let's say it's like 4 or 5 days, something like that. They may take it and let that it has the impact on you that lasts, and you can't perceive that there's anything that you're letting go of, because it's working the same way that your drugs would work. The pharmaceutical drugs, that is.
It's I mean, microdosing, you're not even really getting into hallucinogenic territory right there. Like, if you're microdosing, it's more like what she says, except in my experience personally, like whenever I microdosed, it would it was kind of like I had like took a rip, but I didn't smoke any weed that day, you know, and it was just kind of like a general sense of like a little bit more like I kind of knew what I was doing a little bit more, if that's possible, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
No, absolutely. I mean, well, a buddy of mine the same buddy actually who got me down this trail, which not in a negative connotation, but so like last week I tried edibles for the first time, and like it's completely different for sure, and it was a little too strong initially, which caused a little bit of anxiety, but it like calmed down, I'd say, after about a good hour or whatever.
What you mean you weren't throwing up?
No, I wasn't throwing up. No, it was just like it kind of just smacked me in the face, and it just caught me by surprise, and I was just like, it was like boom.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. There it is.
Feel it in my
Anything ingested usually requires larger doses and stuff too. But like the other case for the psilocybin is that for many years, I haven't smoked weed, or I can't do it just because of the potential for being tested, and so like I can't.
Right.
And so it's an alternative to that if you have to, you know, deal with something like drug testing.
Well, and that's the thing too. So I'm in a position right now where I don't have to worry about that. So for me, it was kind of like, well, if I'm going to try this, I might as well try it now. Because if I get a job later where I have to worry about getting tested, then I'm not going to be able to like do this. Right. So I kind of took advantage of the time that I'm in right now. And I will say that like when I ate the edible for the second time, I only took a half of one. It's a gummy. They're like 25 milligrams. And so I cut it in half. And when I cut it in half, man, it was awesome. Like, it didn't smack me in the face. It was just kind of like, man, I am just like in super chill mode right now. I feel like I can do anything. And that is, I know that sounds like it's not, it sounds so weird. It's like, it's not the high that I'm after. Like, I just want to feel like normal.
Chill. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to be able to like relax. And like, it's been a really hard discussion to try to like have with my wife, even though as she's amazingly understanding. Cause like at first she was like not cool. Like I said, like none of this really was known to her until a week ago. And that was after I kind of confided in Maverick and stuff. And I was annihilated that night. But I mean, I took a lot of what I said or what we said to heart, and like talked to my wife about it the very next day. I was like, hey, listen, I was like, you know, I've been trying this and it seems to be working. And it wasn't that I was trying to keep it from you as much as it was just like, I didn't even know if it was going to work or not. And so, but it seems like maybe this is somewhat healthy. And, of course we had a much longer conversation than that, but she's she understands it's not like I'm not just getting high, right? Like
it's
searching
medicine.
for this space where I can just chill.
It's medicine. It's medicinal.
Yeah, as long as it's replacing all those fucking crap ass pills that you're cramming down your throat because they said these are what's going to fix it and they're still not fixing it, and it doesn't jump the fence to be you're chasing this like I gotta get stoned. Then it's sheerly a trade off for the positive. Yes, you can still enjoy it recreationally, even though you use it as a medicine, but the primary function for you is getting rid of all those damn pills.
Yeah, because I mean, like honestly, like there is some really, like I'm lucky. Like I don't feel like I've had any kind of like crazy thoughts or anything. Like I've never thought about suicide or anything like that for sure. Like ever. Like not even like a hint of it. Thank God. But the libido influence, yeah, that's like hardcore. Like
you won't feel that with if you micro. Oh my God, you'll actually feel like you'll feel good. You'll want to have sex.
Micro make me horny.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Just walking through the grocery store, that chubby. I was like, damn.
Yeah,
Dude,
the
my buddies
micro.
would be like, yeah, we're just like, we got together. We all just like microdose. It was me, my buddy, and like, this isn't me, this is a buddy of mine. And just two girls. And what happens when you micro? You just end up having sex. I don't know, bro.
There's something about it. When my partner and I did it the first time, we didn't. We actually did like a full dose. We did like, I think like it's not really. It was like 0.75 each. But that was our first time doing mushrooms. And let me tell you, we had so much fun afterwards. It just, you get giggly and you feel great. And then everything feels great. Like it's just so good.
Isn't it hard to have sex on mushrooms? I couldn't. I just laughed at her.
No.
Yeah, it depends on what times you eat.
Dude,
you don't want to do that.
Has me like shooting rainbows, honestly.
It's so good.
You're shooting rainbows? That's awesome.
Yeah, you should. Oh, that reminds me of that ASAP. It wasn't an ASAP Rocky and that Netflix doc on it. So good. Watch it. He talks about shooting rainbows.
Yeah. He was like, oh, dude, drugs changed my life. I just this beautiful, fine woman. And I was like, you know what, ASAP, get it, dude. That's some factual information. Y'all study up.
Watch the Netflix doc on it.
Yeah, GameStop, go.
Yes. Up to almost 195 right now. We should keep talking about shooting rainbows.
Yo, I think GameStop's starting to get a little excited here. Man, that dip I took this morning is already, you just cleared it. GameStop is rock hard.
And the Roaring Kitty tweet.
Give it life.
Hey, Marduk. That moon rock was kind of bunk, though.
What's
that? Fucking told you.
Oh, it was a Maverick? Yeah, it was kind of bunk.
Yeah, I've never had good moon
rock. It's a novelty, bro.
Moon rock? Oh, yeah.
They're
You can't do those on SSRIs, though.
Well,
are we talking about the same thing? Yeah.
Why?
Well, moon rocks are weed with.
Oh, that's different. Oh, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about different kind of
resin and keef and.
Ooh, Lord,
I thought you were talking about a different kind of moon rocks. I was like, you can't do that on SSRIs.
They have the potential to be devastatingly potent, but under certain conditions, how they're smoked, what they're smoked with, the temperatures that you're burning them at, and then they're a novelty at best. And Neat was like, "Oh, I got one," and like saying that he was able to acquire one. And I said, "No, it could be fun, but they're kind of a waste in the grand scheme of things if you're looking at total consumption versus."
Moonrocks is a type of Molly, so that's what I thought we were talking about there. So sorry.
No, not talking about.
I smoke moon rock. I smoke my moon rock with wax, crumble, and it has to be paper, like a raw cone. It can't be like a blunt or nothing like that. So I'll put wax on it, crumble on it, and go to work with the moon rock.
Nah, this is just like a really decent sized nug, and it just looked like it had been just rolled. And I mean, when I broke it in half, it even inside of it was just like, it was just like packed with keef.
Look at how beautiful GME looks right now. It's just going.
I was just looking.
Makes me.
I'm about to say, I'm ready. Come on, GME.
Celos is hitting. I think that's a 52-week. No, 52-week high is 589. Okay, it's almost there.
Anyway, just to kind of one last comment, I didn't want to try to take this thing down like, a pro drug or whatever, but for anybody listening that may be like totally anti-drug, hearing somebody like myself who actually was against taking anything, that wasn't legal, and now realizing that there is a medicinal reason for these things, just be kind of minded, because there are people out there that don't want to have to take all these prescription pills shoved down their throat every day, like me, and they have a lot more side effects than some people think. So, or they fail to acknowledge how many side effects these prescription drugs really do have. So,
you got to find what works for you, dudes and dudettes.
I'm finally
not identifying dudes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just. You're good, dude. My bad.
Yeah, you're good, man. I'm just finally on lunch, so I can jump in this conversation. Yeah, I tried every SSRI.
Push the talk, bud.
My bad. Yeah, they put me on about every pharmaceutical you can think of.
Same. We
Lost you again.
And it practically cured my depression.
Nice.
Large dose, but like
a large dose of what was it though?
Psilocybin.
Oh yeah.
And I've microed a couple of times since then, but
it has long-term effects. Like it can be just altering. If you do like,
my quality of life is so good now. Like,
that's great to hear.
Like a big ass reset button, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much.
That's
saw a lot
fantastic.
of people that just had faded from life.
I was just gonna jump in and say a lot of people describe it kind of like as ego death, and a lot of problems in Eastern religion and spirituality kind of stem from the ego and the wants and needs and desires, and I do feel like post trip experience, I'm grateful for a little bit more. I'm grateful for a little bit more of what I have and less of want. That was sort of driving that what the feeling of like not being fulfilled, like it's you can't just like, oh wow, I'm fulfilled, but like you start chasing a little bit more.
Interesting. Yeah, there's like something that happens with it that puts things into a perspective. You're looking through a different lens, and so even when I personally, it's like I feel that sort of either anxiousness, or I haven't had an anxiety attack in a long time, thank God. The first one I had was back in 2016, and it continued on for a while, but I have to say that I haven't had one in so long, because there's something about it, like when I start to feel that anxiousness, that I'm able to go ahead and go into it, like into either a microdose or if I'm trying something else that deals with this specifically, to pose even a question or an intention to like get some clarity about something that's causing me anxiety. And it's amazing. Things just make sense.
Yeah, that too. It gave me a just completely objective perspective on all my stupid, silly shit that was, keeping me down. It was great. I recommend it to anyone with depression. With a guide, of course, but.
Yeah, with the guide. Set and setting really matter with that. I mean, if you're going to go for a full dose, but if you're doing like a microdose, you should be fine.
Oh, yeah, no, you'd be fine.
Yeah.
Just a little giddy.
Yeah.
We need to keep talking about this. The GameStop just keeps on trucking.
Well, I mean, I think one of the reasons I decided to just share, to be honest with you guys, is like I've found that, especially with just talking about anxiety, that there's not a lot of guys that are very open about it. In fact, like it's kind of helped me to be more open about it with people in general. And I've noticed that females are much quicker to like come out and have empathy, like even in open, like just a regular conversation where, there'll be a guy or two, but it'd always be like, after the fact, like they'll be like, hey man, you know what you're talking about? Like, dude, I kind of have that same thing too. But they would like, but most of the time, like there's not really a whole lot of guys that'll talk about anxiety in the open. I mean, and for me, like I understand why, like anxiety in general, like it's very demasculating. Like it really is. Like for me personally, it very, very much is. Like before I started having anxiety, I mean, I was definitely like primary textbook alpha. Like, I mean, I'm not an asshole, but it's just I'm a go-getter. I'm driven. I have, I make my decision. I commit. I have no problem committing to a decision at all. When I make it, like I have natural leadership tendencies, probably because of the military. But I mean, like this has completely flipped my world upside down. Like it's brought a level of fear that I've never known before in my entire life. And that's, I think that's why a lot of guys probably don't talk about it. And so that's one of the reasons why I wanted to share. And like, there's nothing wrong with trying to find an ear to talk to, or even just, like help in general. Like I find
He's
that
a big crybaby. He's got all these feelings.
Nah, not just that, but
I'm joking. In case anybody wasn't aware.
It's tough though, man. It's like
you don't say that. I have a
people to freaking
different
talk
relationship outside of the public agenda. No, for real though. It's not common for many men to want to have anything to do with expressing things because of said mentality. Feelings are scary.
It's perceived as weakness.
It's a guy thing.
They're not necessary for murder, so why have them, right?
Right.
Pretty much.
I could probably cry while I was killing somebody.
At least you feel bad about it.
I really think that's a misconception. Real oversimplification. I think a lot of men, subconsciously or otherwise, realize that stoicism helps them get through life, and that's what drives it.
Absolutely.
You must break down big word for small brain ape.
A lot of men realize that controlling your feelings rather than allowing them to control you yields better results.
Define controlling and not even recognizing or not willing to that's I agree with you if control is what's being happening, but I think that more ignoring is happening and just suppression rather than working through it and accepting like, oh, I'm not gonna like run my emotions aren't gonna run me, but You know
Have
what
you
I
ever
mean?
heard the song "Big Girls Don't Cry"?
Yeah.
It's the same thing with dudes. And if you're gonna cry, you do it alone in the dark at your house like a fucking adult.
I sloppy cry in the shower at least once a year.
Exactly. But you're alone.
Who said I was alone? I web stream that shit. I want everybody to know. I'll even sell you a vial of the water when I'm done. Check out my OnlyFans. You can literally place a bid on my tears.
I'll drink them.
All the salt. Does anybody even understand what I'm saying anymore?
Sorry, I'm like doing research on this 14A.
No, I've basically just been
Look at
bantering.
ACY though.
What's that crazy stock doing?
It's at like 1550.
Oh gosh. It looks like it's forming an upside down cup and handle though. So that's like an upside down cup and handle, it looks like. I don't know how it's gonna
That's a
maintain
set of Head and
anything.
Shoulders, Fizzy. That's a set of Head and Shoulders.
Oh, I mean looking on the 15-minute.
I got 5 minutes up right now, and
Yeah, 5 minutes Head and Shoulders. So boom, coming down.
yeah, she done. That 1725 was the last call for alcohol, and it's gonna. Who knows what happens after the dust settles? What this bankruptcy actually does, if the company exists or if it dissolutes. But in terms of the volatility surrounding this current action, which we might see the end of it here. RSI is flat.
Yeah, but don't you throw all that shit out of the window when somebody's trying to like purchase the majority shareholders?
Well, but that's just it. Like, as it stands right now, who knows what the company does when the dust settles? You know, like, so take fundamentals, throw them out the window. Take assets, throw them out the window. Take business plan, throw it out the window. The only thing that exists is the name on the front door and the front door. You know, so depending on who ends up being the majority shareholder at the end of it, whether or not the company exists or not, and on moving forward, because if they file bankruptcy, then they are basically saying we don't have anything left. We broke.
So who else jumped on Apple at 118 with me a week ago when I was telling everybody, and Intel?
My limit on Apple was 115 and it never filled.
That sucks.
I got greedy. Or I set what I was willing to move on it at the time, I should say.
I got Apple at 118.02.
There we go. 118 fam. Yeah, we're sitting pretty decent right now.
There you go. Wait till Christmas.
I had some Apple, but I sold it to buy some more Tesla.
Anybody grab the HX play today?
No HX, but GME hit 195.
So I don't know if anybody else here is in Celos. Just we're looking, trying to look at all these numbers and trying to look at that pre-14A and trying to figure out what is the best move. Because remember, the 52-week high for this stock, if you do have it, is 589. It's getting pretty close to it. And I think news hasn't really spread around too much about their pre-14A, but they are talking about issuing more shares, which usually indicate, the way that the market will react to that is the price will dip. So that is something to consider. But you also have to think about this company as one that doesn't really have anything out of its pipeline. And it's sort of betting on it to make money on it once it is out. So yeah, I mean, I'm still holding it, but it's like trying to make the right decisions for this.
This morning I saw it at 489, and I thought of you because you're like so bullish on it.
Well, I'm just like, I am bullish, but it's like I also want to, I'm not afraid to sell it if I need to sell it, and
Yeah, I was gonna say I wanted to buy some, and then I was like, I don't know, I second guessed myself, and now I'm like kicking myself on the head.
Yeah, I think that this is the product I completely believe in, and the clinical trials have gone well, and so it's going to be the only basically emergency anti-suicidal. There's nothing else out there that works this way. So maybe the J&J has it as an indicator. Let me just double check. But I don't think it works as well as racemic. I think Spravato maybe too. Sorry, so I'm speaking incorrectly on that if that's the case. I think that may be only for depression. Yeah, depressive symptoms in adults with major depressive disorder with suicidal thoughts or actions. Yeah, it's basically the same. The effectiveness of Spravato in preventing suicide or reducing suicidal ideation has not been demonstrated. Okay, so they have not. Okay.
Hey, also guys, Castor Maritime is, I know a lot of people hate that stock, but I mean, it's in a big discount because they're doing a offering. I think it's like 59 cents right now. I've never seen it this low. I'm thinking it's going to definitely bounce back. So look into it.
What is that?
Advice. CTRM. They announced this morning they're doing an offering. So the price drop, I want to say like 25%.
You think it's at the bottom right now?
It's hard to tell, but if you look on the it got down from 74 cents to 56 cents when they announced the offering, and from that it's just been trading kind of sideways. I think he's going to fill that, at least that gap, within the next couple of days. So that's 20, 25 cents.
Sorry, to just answer Fitz F your question from the YouTube. Which mushroom would you microdose? How many? There's so many different types. and what dose. Just Google third wave psilocybin, and you will have an like encyclopedic sort of guide on what to expect, doses, the whole thing, pharmacology, everything is in there, and it's done from a scientific perspective. So go ahead and just Google third wave psilocybin, and you'll have your answers there.
Shiitake. Seriously though, if you're gonna microdose, try to find you some lion's mane mushroom also. Take that with it.
No problem, Bid.
Couch. We were just chilling watching Boomerang has Tom and Jerry on right now, and she's just laying here watching it, and then little by little just zonked.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, I just
So
left
good.
it with little Tom and Jerry action because it's just like all music and like little, you know, it's, you know, there's no words, no shouting. Every now and again there's a little spike up, but
You're talking about old
majorly-
school Tom and Jerry, the cartoon.
Yeah, like old school Tom and Jerry. Yeah.
Not that they have a movie. They have a movie out, right?
No,
I
not
fell
the
asleep
new
during the. I fell asleep during that, so I can vouch for it.
Yeah, no,
making you fall
this is on Boomerang, the throwbacks.
A beautiful heartbeat says we were talking about food stamps in my meeting at work, and GME went up. Yes.
Well, the funny thing is while we're sitting here talking about hallucinogens or pharmaceuticals in general, like Silos all of a sudden starts creeping up on my profit loss percentage, up 0.5% today. It was just comical. Like when we were talking about it is when it started to make a little bit of movement for the morning.
Oops, I don't know what I did. I got kicked out. I kicked myself out of the voice channel.
What do we got?
Oh, another tweet. He's literally like, I don't know what he's doing. He's like, he was the other day he was tweeting on the hour, every hour, and now he's tweeting like he was doing it on the hour and the half hour, but now he just did another one. It's been 30 minutes.
Yeah, one was at 50, one was at 30. This one's on the 0 half an hour later. Yeah,
It's random.
I don't think it has any rhyme or reason to time in the essence of like on the hour every hour. Now it's just like reactionary to different takes because so if you look at the chart real quick, I still got 5 minutes up just because.
Okay.
So we had that little stab to 195 about what was that? What time stamp do we have? 11:35.
Yeah.
But I'm speaking on the 24-hour clock on, or you know, like
Sure.
Market time 11:35.
Good time.
Is when it hit 11:35 and it dipped. Like now it's in a little slide, just like 195 stab up and this little slide down into the side. I'm wondering if it was like because the GIF was them flinching like a.
Ooh.
Hey guys.
I like to theory craft.
Anything exciting going on over there?
Hey.
So GameStop dropped 150 and then it climbed right back to 195 where it belongs.
Nice.
Right.
They went home.
Pre-market opened up and it plummeted down to, you know, like I said, like 155 was a low this morning.
Right.
And since then, it's been on a steady march right back to 195, and now we're trading sideways again.
Nice. Yeah, the markets are trading on.
AMC's spiking.
Yeah, the markets right now are trading on low liquidity, so it's very easy to manipulate the markets to wherever they want to put it. So just be careful with that.
ESM in new heights.
Down.
Yeah.
The down happened with zero volume. There was no movement this morning. I woke up at 4 a.m. and started, charting and watching, and the volume was a pittance for the amount of.
Do you think it's those secret trades that are happening, like the secret, like, because I was finding some stuff about that, these agreements that the hedge funds have the ability to do.
Circle backdoor stuff, but 5% drop with 20,000 volume sounds like how does just a massive plummet with no volume.
Yeah, when you see something move that strongly on no volume, you can almost guarantee, and I don't want to say guarantee, but they usually move back to where they were. That's why even today you got to be a little bit careful.
It did.
Yep.
It climbed right back up.
Yeah, even today we have to be a little bit careful because we're moving up into new highs, uncharted territory on very little liquidity, very little volume. So
in terms of
the whole market,
the broad market in general. Okay. Like look at Microsoft, for example. Microsoft is like going up like dramatically on very low volume compared to what it normally does.
Just based on the news of the contract.
The S&P, it's, look at this. It's just out of control.
Yeah, it's typical. This is seasonality type stuff. I mean, think about it. We're in April. So what do people do? What do people do in April?
Shop.
Spring cleaning, a lot of shopping.
Well, think of taxes.
Going out.
Taxes, yeah, they have capital. They have
not just
money.
capital, but they got to do IRA contributions this time of year, right? So you got a ton of money just getting pumped into the markets right now. So, yep, it's got to go somewhere. It has to move. So IRA contributions are the main thing. We usually call this Mutual Fund Monday. So you have, so first of all, you have the holiday weekend. So Easter. So we were closed on Friday. Plenty of time for people to think about where they want to put their investments. And then you have Mutual Fund Monday to add to the fire. And then
news cycle, whatever broke on Friday because there was no trading.
Exactly.
Now
and then all of a sudden,
action.
Yep. And then today we have low liquidity. And then yesterday, on the close of yesterday, I watched a guy pick up 5,000-6,000 contracts on the close. And he was holding, what was it? 3,000 or 4,012 in the ES or the SPX. And kind of know why now. I mean, obviously it's trading at 470, 467 right now, 4,067. So
yeah, this is nuts.
Yeah. So the European markets were closed last night too. So that's another big deal. Anytime you don't have opposition to run up against, I mean, if there's nobody to stop you from manipulating the markets the direction you want it to go, it's much easier to push things around.
Yeah.
So
there was no competition. A lot of with little effort.
Yep. So you have European markets closed, low liquidity today, and then a bunch of money being pumped in through the mutual funds, and then the IRA contributions, and here we are. All new highs for the broad markets, and usually that'll drag up most of your stocks with it. So I don't know. Other than that, anything else exciting going on? It's kind of, for us, it's a little bit of a boring day. Just, nice slow grind
ACY
upwards.
that was a little bit of a gas watching ACY do its little deal and fizzle out. It shot up to 17 and a flat line at 15, waiting on what happens with their bankruptcy and everything. Some people got in our group as low as 6 last week.
Oh, nice. Nice.
I'm talking, 6 to 17 in the course of 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, I saw Mouse had posted some technical analysis stuff on GameStop the other day. It looked pretty good, for sure.
Yeah, that's what I think. The broader sense is just keep falling back to the math, regardless of what the news says, regardless of what. I mean, you can see what's happening in the charts. You can watch the numbers. If you know the formula and where to put the variables, it's there. It's no different.
Yeah, that's the thing is it's
some people.
Yeah, news pieces, social media stuff, all that kind of stuff, tweets, whatever you want to call it. Very easy to manipulate, but the numbers, at least from a fundamental perspective, I don't want to say
I can go down to
you can't.
Fox News and take out an ad right now.
Yeah, I'm not saying that
And
they
they're saying
can't
the same.
mess up those numbers, but or falsify those numbers, but usually the numbers don't lie. Typically.
Well, they can't. There's enough numbers. If you look at it across the board, they can't falsify everything. They can hide
Yeah, exactly.
some stuff,
Yeah.
but they can't hide everything. Go as far back as people have been looking. And the thing
Sure.
about the retail investor, the GME investor, the meme stocker, they're a virus. They're a sickness on the market in the sense that it's healthy for there to be an injection of capital, but they're going to scrutinize everything, and there's a million more eyes. And these kids are, people are more like on computers and doing these little micro DDs every day that they don't even realize that they're doing on everyday life thing, where you're chatting in a Discord with your buddies about something you saw on TV, and then everybody Googles it, and you all come back and talk about the same thing.
Yep.
What do you think happens now when that same focus gets translated into discussing stocks and what that means? Not only like researching the companies and their fundamentals and what they're capable of, but you have a different subsect of those same people that are in that looking at all the data and have them focusing on just numbers. There's a lot of people that get twisted up on numbers in the freaks and geeks and weirdos crowd. And that's what a lot of people from Reddit are. No, I mean, like, not to marginalize or to point fingers at anybody, but we're not what Wall Street, like normal old, Wall Street is, right?
Oh, absolutely.
So
it's
a whole nother animal.
Yeah, I mean, years ago, for what the market is doing now would take months and months to play out. Now it plays out in days and weeks. It's unbelievable how
It's
compressed.
instantaneous, the news cycle too,
Yeah, it's the time cycles are compressed dramatically from what it was before, and a lot of that is because I know when this whole GameStop began, that kind of caught my interest, and I came in online with this particular Discord. I realized that it's a lot of worldwide players, so a lot from every single country around the world. You had them dumping money into the U.S. stock market. It was just, yeah, I mean, I knew it was always existed, but not on this retail level. And so it's a whole new thing that the big players have to contend with, that it's not, the norm anymore. It's just not the norm. And so they've lost that. They've lost a little bit of control when it comes to that stuff. I mean, it's obvious in GameStop with what happened with GameStop and other stocks, so. But.
Some juncture, there's always going to be big bank takes the little bank, like hands down. There will be that effect. But the fact that the little bank or the retail investor can cause such a big shakeup with such a small stone shows that maybe the foundation of the market isn't as stable as we thought.
Yeah, I mean, it is, but it's not. I mean, look at the whole fiasco with that whole fund that started to blow up.
Archegos.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that was a really good example of tight controls that the algos have over the markets. I mean, that could have ended up extremely bad for the whole world economy or world financial markets. That could have sent a domino effect throughout the markets, where we would have had another crash, just like back when COVID hit back in February last year. So, but again, it just kind of goes to show that I don't know if they've perfected it per se to the point where we're not going to see those huge drops anymore. But I know that definitely the computer programs and the algorithms are in full control of the markets. And yes, there's blips and stuff like GameStop where retail can come in and move the markets in the directions that they want to on individual stocks and stuff. But overall, as a whole, Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, just you have to realize who you're up against. And right now it's us versus the machines, and they're to the point of being sentient computer programs, and so they can think for themselves, speak to each other on a different level, and compensate accordingly, and just move money around faster than we can do any type of research, you know. So that's the kind of scary part. It's the whole Terminator thing coming alive, but in the financial markets, you know. So again, that whole big fiasco with that particular fund, they actually stepped in. And from my understanding, I heard Goldman Sachs, as soon as they started to occur, they were out on the wire that, hey, we've got this under control. They're basically like rallying the troops, you know, don't do this, don't do that kind of thing. And so, because what happened back in, I think it was 2010, 2012, was it 2010 actually? We had a mini flash crash. I don't know if you guys ever heard of that one, way back when. And literally the algorithms back then pulled themselves offline. And so we lost liquidity everywhere in all markets. I mean, yeah. And the whole markets crashed. I mean, you had huge stocks like Citibank just go like drop dramatically, and then all of a sudden go straight back up just out of nowhere. But, yeah, it was kind of scary. It was like I was fortunate enough to trade it. I was on the right side of that, but yeah, but there was a lot of people that got blew up back then. I mean, their funds just got destroyed. I mean, just tons of retail investors. Yeah, because you know, it triggers all the stop losses, and then they're forced to sell, which
triggers more.
Yeah, which it's like pouring gasoline on the fire and stuff. And again, that could have happened when this last fund blew up. But luckily, the algos didn't pull the liquidity. They didn't sell everything in sight. So again, that's kind of scary in the same sense that they have that ability to control that.
That's why I will always be my own stop loss.
Yes. I hear you for sure.
I refuse to hit that stupid button.
Well, for me, I know that's why I've started a lot more. I have a lot more interest in cryptocurrency for that exact reason. From what I've been told, the money flow has now just been being sloshed back and forth between the U.S. markets and cryptocurrencies, mainly Bitcoin, obviously.
$2 trillion. At 2 trillion market cap, we're actually the cryptocurrency market's worth more than Apple now.
Yep. And so it's just, and it's the computer algorithms. They're doing the same thing that we do. They do the technical analysis. They see what the liquidity is. They know, you know, so they take advantage of every market situation that occurs. You know, they read all the news. They put out, I hate to say it, fake news. They put out all kinds of weird stuff out there. They read every single tweet from the president, whoever, and they trade accordingly. And they trade so fast that anybody who's trying to compete against them, you know, you can't think on their time frames. Unfortunately, it's just not a level playing field anymore at this point. But in the more positive sense, though, you can read them too, though. You can see what's happening as it's happening real time in the markets, and therefore, you know, you can ride their coattails. I mean, whether you guys realize this or not, that's kind of what you're doing. Like when you see certain stocks and, you know, they're just going ballistic out of nowhere, and you guys are able to jump on board. Well, that's why. That's part of the reason why, at least.
Crypto you can watch the order book on crypto, and
yeah,
a pretty penny. Just you're following. You're not the front runner by sure. Just like you said, ride the coattails.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can see, and also you can see the pattern set up, and that's the thing is myself personally, I've started to get more into technical analysis for that reason, is because as more retail traders come online, as these algorithms are becoming more precise in their entries and everything, it's creating your traditional technical analysis type patterns, like your W bottoms, your M tops, your head and shoulder type patterns, you know, all the basic stuff. wedges, triangles. I mean, you got to remember all that stuff is from like the 1980s, actually even earlier than that. And it's the same stuff that a lot of these algos are programmed to. And there are people that would say no, they're just going to go based on liquidity and just move from place to place. But again, the algorithms are very intelligent in the sense of they know how to draw liquidity, how to draw money into those stocks, those markets, those cryptocurrencies by creating certain patterns and front running those patterns. And W bottoms are one of those things. A rising W bottom, everybody knows those, you know, or
inverted head and shoulders.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody knows that, and the computers know that everybody knows that. And so, again, they set that up and they work the psychological aspect of it, and they draw the liquidity in, and then as everybody starts piling in, they're actually selling it to everybody and getting out at the same time. And so that's why we see a lot of, you know, goes straight up and then all of a sudden out of nowhere it just falls apart. You know, that's part of the reason why, you know, the dealers and market makers are just moving everything to wherever they want it to move, you know. And so you get good at that, then if you can get good at tracking all of that stuff, then, you know, this day and age with investing, you can do pretty well, I think.
In a way, it's a fancy ass shell game, and you just got to watch where the ball goes.
100%. That's a very good analogy. Very, very
All
good
it
analogy.
is, man. You just got to find where the ball.
And what's interesting is as more and more retail investors around the world come into these markets, whether it's cryptocurrency or whether it's a stock market, it really opens up.
Algos stand out.
It really opens up the
the retail footprint. I don't mean to cut you off.
Oh, no. Go ahead. No, you're fine.
I've noticed like the more and more retail presence is starting to make the algos stand out more on their trading patterns because they're so clipped following whatever whatever deeds they're on. If you start to sniff one and you see it, you can usually like follow it for the rest of the day.
Yep. I'm seeing the same thing with a lot more things trending in one direction for a longer period of time versus not so much. For that reason, I think there's a lot of Johnny come latelys to whether it's a stock or a crypto or whatever. So if you can time your entries very well, you're going to get a lot of people that do the research later than you, and then they're going to hop on that boat. Usually a little too late. They buy at the top instead of in the middle or at the bottom, and it's unfortunate. But if you can learn to, I don't want to say front run things, but get good at reading these things as they are setting up, not necessarily as they're occurring, but as before they're setting up, and then time your entries, then you can definitely capitalize on it, whether it's a really good stock play that's popping up in the news or whatever it may be. If you can obviously catch it before it hits the news, you know, do your due diligence prior to that, then that's the optimal thing. I mean, I think Kata hit one of those really well like a week or two ago with some options, and then the news came out on it. It had to do with like the whole Biden initiative with what is it, electric cars or something like that, or
I think she did it on Charge Point, right? Probably.
yeah, Charge Point. And then the news hit, and she did very well on her options, and that's kind of how you have to do it. Is you have to kind of front run what you anticipate is coming out of the media or out of the Twitter or out of the social media scene, whatever it may be. So, yeah.
Wait, so can I ask you guys, was anybody else hearing that alert dinging, or was that just me?
I think that wasn't me. I couldn't hear it.
You couldn't hear it. Okay, I'm still trying to figure out where this alarm is going off. Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Your microdose got a little too big, Lizzie, or what?
What's that?
I said, did you microdose a little too big? Your auditory?
No, I did no microdosing. I did none. That was just advice to those people that we were just literally talking about. No.
I know.
I I know. I'm just making it clear because anything is what I have microdosed and traded. It works really well, but not today.
Yeah, I might.
Ghost, you remember I did that. I did it when we were charting one day, chart patterning, and it worked. It was like I was on fire. I don't know what was happening.
Spot on, man. She was like
Blips
spot
for
on.
days.
It's insane.
What?
What's that?
Blips.
Bus station. Somebody's leaving a bus station? You using McDonald's Wi-Fi again?
Okay, I'm gonna have to like keep an eye on it right now. Well, mute whoever.
Yeah, usually on my side here when I'm in my other trade groups, they'll hear my like bells and whistles go off.
The train, I love it.
Yeah, they still don't leave me alone for that one. So, and they all know what it is.
Man.
Yeah.
He's on his phone.
I muted him. Sorry.
He did say he had stuff to go out and do.
OV1 Kenobi's mic looks like it's open on my screen, and so is Loogie Meister's for some reason.
It was tame. I'm gonna send him a message. Just let him know.
I think isn't it push to talk here though? Because that's
a few people have been granted immunity to push to talk, and a few people have toggles. So
sure,
we, generally it's push to talk, but
yeah,
sometimes you got to do a little bit of policing.
Yeah.
Wise Up just posted an article in Crypto Talk talking about Gucci's reportedly about to jump into the NFT space.
Oh, this would be the time for them to do it. I mean, after that whole Snoop Dogg thing, like.
That's what I'm saying. And ENJ, just saying, pure speculation.
Hey, anybody here got LLC, multiple LLCs?
No, but I'm about to get me an S corp this week coming up.
S corp is basically LLC. You'll basically file your taxes as S corp. I believe.
Yeah, I got a couple of LLCs.
I got a question. See if you've had this issue before. So I'm pretty much in the process of developing this LLC. Like it should have been completed already, but so I made the business. I went out and I got an EIN number, and whenever I got the EIN, when the business was being made, I thought the name was good. So under the IRS, I have one name, and then I had to change the name because it didn't go through when I made the business. So now I have two different names, right? So I got my business name, and the EIN is under a different business name that is apparently taken. So I've been trying to figure out how to change the name with the IRS. And instead I was like, all right, well, I can't fucking figure out how to do it. Let me just go and make a new EIN number for my new business account. Well, then now my bank's telling me I have to reopen a new bank account in order to change the EIN. And then it's just a whole lot of fuckery because I already used the EIN.
That's why the IRS is a joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you're probably going to have to open up a new bank account. I don't think they can switch, those identifying numbers like that on an account.
All right. So I already deposited some funds that were, I guess, basically income into that bank account. Now, is that going to have an effect on that EIN?
No, I won't worry about it. If it does, it'll show up if you're saying that another company has the same name or whatever, it'll show up on theirs. But once you put it into your new one, it'll show up on there. But really, depending on the size of your business, it's hardly looked at as your business accounts like that.
Okay, so I'll probably just transfer the funds back over.
Do like once you open your new account for the actual business name that the EIN number is under, just do a check from the first business name directly to the second business name, and then you have a paper trail. And then if anybody were to say anything, see, the only time they see your EIN is when you file. So as long as you never file for that first name, then it's not going to matter. Now, because, and what you need to do is call it IRS. So if you have like you're saying you have one EIN number, but two business names, you need to make sure the IRS knows that EIN number is attached to your actual business name, not the first one. So you fix it on the IRS side.
Yeah, so I have two. There's two EINs. There was the first one, which I filed with my bank account, and then the second one because basically the consultant that I'm going through, who pays me through the oil field client that I have, they requested an EIN, and they saw that the names didn't match, and I was like, okay, well, shit. Let me just start a new EIN since I can't figure out how to change the name with the IRS. So I did that. And then now I was like, okay, easy. I'll just go to the bank, change the EIN number, and fucking I'm good. Well, yeah, it doesn't work like that. I got to start a whole new fucking bank account. So,
right. So, okay. So what you're going to do is when you go to file taxes for 2021, there is a box you can check where you can claim 0, file 0, and close that first EIN. Make sure you have your income that was on the first bank account transferred directly to the second bank account so that there's a paper trail of it. And then note that as income to that second business. And then there is no income to the first business. And you can close that first business on your tax forms when you do your 2021 taxes.
All right, cool.
From that point on, you'll just be under that second EIN number.
Right on.
I got a question, Neat. When you get an S corp, do you still need to get like I got a clothing line?
Why are you doing an S corp instead of an LLC?
No, I'm asking. I'm not like I'm asking because somebody said when you do an S corp, you can put all of your businesses. It's like an umbrella for all of your stuff.
Yeah, you can do the same thing with an LLC though. You can do an LLC and be the sole proprietor, and then you can do a DBA, which is doing business as, and you can change that whenever you want to. You can have several on file. You can have, ABC liquor store, ABC barbershop, ABC, gas station, and you can technically have all three of those business names on one LLC, and the LLC is your umbrella. Now, theoretically, you wouldn't want to do that. You would want to have, unless like if one gets super successful, you would want to have it as its own entity. But if you're not up to that point yet, so that's the thing. Once you go S corp, you can't go back. You can start as an LLC, and then you can change into a C or an S when that time comes. And that's why it's typically suggested to start as an LLC. Mm-hmm. It gives you the umbrella, and then that way, as your company, as your name grows, you decide what is more beneficial to you, an S or a C, and then you choose that at that time when you're ready for it as a business. Because once you go that route, you can't go back. Mm-hmm. And you might find later down the road, damn, I wish I should have done a C corp, man. But you just don't know. And that's why you start out as an LLC and let your business grow, and then decide what your business needs as it grows.
Okay, my thing is this. I got two things that I'm trying to start. Well, not trying to start. I already got it started, but I want to go ahead and get it the professional way. I got a clothing line, and then I customize sneakers.
That's fine. You can do all that under one LLC. All you have to do once your LLC, basically, you can just make it your name. Like that's what I did with mine. Like my LLC, but nobody knows that because I do doing business as, and you file that with your local county clerk of court. They just put it on file, and if you need to, if you're in an industry where you need to display your business license and stuff, you talk to the county clerk of court, and they would, do your business license with your doing business as name. And then you could do the same thing for whatever you needed. And anything you do technically is profit. If you claim it under that LLC, it's that LLC's profit.
Okay, so like my clothing line is bag season, right? So when I go do the LLC, if I put it in bag season, like, because you keep saying you did it in your name, like, so whenever I go file a check or something, deposit a check or cash a check, it can't be in bag season, right? It has to be in my name, or like.
No, okay. Here's the thing. Think of it like when you go to file your business, the name of your business is the Jacob Incorporation. You can literally just name it that, even if it's technically not even an S corp or a C corp. You can just put Jacob Incorporation because it's part of your name. You don't have to do business as Jacob Corporation. What I'm saying, like anything you put into Jacob's Corporation income is filed under that company's income. There's nobody walking around matching, doing business as it, like there really isn't. There used to be, but there's not anymore because you have so many people and so many corporations that own so many different entities. See what I'm saying? Like it doesn't matter. The company is what the company is, but it's filed under its ownership, and the ownership would be you.
You'll just have to add bags to your bank account as a DBA. Then you can cash checks in there under bag.
Yep.
You said do what now?
So when you open up your business account at the bank, you can add your DBA. Like if your LLC is Jacob and you're doing business as Bags and you get checks written.
Well, you wouldn't even need to go that route. I mean, all income that would come in, you could just, you deposit it into Jacob Corporation, and anytime somebody needs to pay you, they would pay to Jacob Corporation because that would be the owner of the business.
Right. But if he's getting checks with, if he wants to run his business under Bags and doesn't want anybody to know for whatever reason, Jacob Corporation, he can't cash a Bags check into the Jacob bank account unless there's a DBA under there as Bags at the bank account.
Yeah. Now, if somebody wrote a check to a specific name, then you would have. Then that's why you just have a DBA filed and you just have it on hand.
All right. Next week when I go home, if you're available, I'm gonna DM you and like kind of talk to you while I'm doing it, so I make sure I'm doing the right thing.
Yeah, no problem, man. Just PM me whenever you get a chance. I'll help you as much as I can.
And in the meantime, Carolina, look up the difference between S Corp and LLC and make sure that the S Corp is what's going to fit whatever you're trying to do before you go that route. A lot of times LLC is good enough. You don't want to go to an S Corp. You don't have to, depending on your situation.
And there's actually, from an LLC owner who does business as 3 different entities, there are benefits to being just an LLC.
Yep, that is very true. And there's also benefits. Like I said, it all depends on your situation and what you're doing.
Yeah, see, so in with my circumstances, I'm in the oil field. I'll be bringing in around 100,000 in a year, and since I'm making that much, it's going to be best for me to file taxes as an S corp with this LLC, to where I pay myself. It has to be like a reasonable salary, so I'm going to pay myself about 50 grand. And that 50 grand is the only thing that will be subject to self-employment tax. Whereas if I didn't pay myself and I just did like a owner's dividend, then the full 100,000 will basically be taxed as self-employment tax on top of the 20% or whatever the tax rate is. So for me, I'll be saving, like I'll pay for my CPA, and I'll be saving about $4,000, which isn't like a lot, but it's not a little either.
Yeah, just make sure you're not getting double taxed into the corporation and then taxed as your personal income. That's the only thing you got to worry about. I'm pretty sure S corp is a pass through, though. I can't remember for sure. I'm not incorporated.
Yeah, the way I understand it, I'll be taxed the the normal tax rate with the LLC, which will be like 20%, whatever it is, and then it'll be like 15.2% on my end. But yeah, you're right. I need to double check and look into that. But I'm going to pay my CPA to do all that right now. I'm just trying to get the business fundamentals set up. That way I can pay him through my business bank account and get all that set up to where he can come in and check every quarter, make sure everything's lined up, make sure I'm not overpaying or underpaying myself and all that good stuff.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. CPA should set you straight on your situation.
I mean, you should definitely go with a licensed tax professional regardless.
Oh yeah. And then I'll probably he's a trader too. So I'll probably talk to him about opening up another LLC and get things going for trading. That way I can save on taxes or do whatever I got to do there.
You're going to have to hide all those GME attendees.
Yeah.
If you know any good CPAs and you want to plug them in, like talk to them. You can maybe share their website and stuff in the Discord.
The put options? My option is up 200% now that I think Mouse was telling us about it. Woo, way to go, Shaq.
Mic check.
What's up, Jacoby?
Cool, appreciate it.
Hey, Kata. Just saw that you popped in. Did you get any good trades in today?
Yeah, I'm just sitting on one.
Nice. Yeah, I was just having a side conversation with somebody that was in here, and it's really important. It's even worth repeating. You just kind of stick to the fundamentals and stick to the technical analysis, and you'll be fine. Kata, on days like this, you got to be careful if you're going to try to fade the tops on this. Days like this, and this goes for like people that trade stocks also, you got to be aware of VWAP. So a lot of the algos will buy VWAP anytime we get anywhere close to it. So because they're reading the same thing we're reading, they're going to see that it's obviously a slow cash grind trending type day. And so a lot of times they will buy VWAP every time we touch back down into it on days like this. However, with that said, we're kind of in that time zone where the broad markets could come back in a bit from 11:30 to 12:30 area. If it's going to roll over, it could roll over during this time period. So, matter of fact, I think that's more on the 1 minute, but I was going to say the Russell 2000 stocks have pulled in a bit. Yeah, matter of fact, Russell 2000 stocks, small caps, are definitely on its lows.
Russell front ran the ES last week.
Yeah. No, and that's an important note. I mean, here you have Russell 2000 on its lows of the day. So, and yet the S&P spiders, they're on the high of the day, you know. So same thing with NQs, I think. One sec. Yeah, their sectors and industries are pulling off their highs right now too, along with the S&P. But again, this is kind of a shallow pullback, so I'd be careful with it because we could easily turn right back up too. But like I said, if the broad markets are going to turn down, usually it's within this time period on days like this, at least historically.
Would you wait for the all the way pullback, or you don't think it'll go that far?
No, unfortunately, depending on what type of rules you follow with your trading, we're 3 bars below certain levels, so I'm not looking at trying to buy anything. However, on the bigger time frames, like the 15-minute, that pullback potentially was a nice place to re-enter. The same would hold true to anybody trading SPYs. But again, you have Russell 2000 literally on its lows. Is that what you're trading today, Kana?
No, I was doing ES.
Ghost, the YouTube thinks that you sound like Matthew Perry.
Oh, jeez. I don't know about that.
He sounds like Ghost.
I think he sounds like Ghost.
I sound like Ghost.
Yeah, I don't know if I see the Matthew Perry.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I don't either, but it might be because I've spent hours listening to you talk before.
Baller trader is all I hear.
Oh, no.
Ain't true. I love this mouse quote.
What's that?
Mouse, but I went and I was straightening up because my partner is coming back today from Florida, and I come back to this. Mouse says the company said it filed to sell up to 3.5 million shares of its common stock from time to time. That represents about 5% of the 69.9 million shares outstanding as of March 17th. He goes, everyone, calm down if you're tripping. It's not as bad as the news is making it out to be. Calm down if you're tripping. Stop tripping. GME. It's true. It's only like 5%.
That's funny.
And he goes, GME pushing to go over 200 today in the options, big shorts put bet for $200 mark. And he had said earlier about seeing more long plays, more like calls than puts. More calls than puts so far today and long calls.
Yeah, I need to check out what the gamma is on it today.
Yeah, check it out. Let us know what you see.
Yeah, that one's always a tough one, that specific stock, just because, again, there's so much manipulation going on with it. It's insane.
Did you hear about this? Like, I got to pull it up and I'll put it in general and then maybe I'll get your insight on it. So give me a sec to find this thing.
Wait, the Russell's been trending down all day?
Yeah. Looks like a still portfolio shift. So.
I think I was looking at this as at 3 a.m, so I got to find it. It's like something on Twitter and then something Reddit. So give me a sec.
Man, I have to get gas. I hate driving the not electric. Hopefully I remember how to do it this time.
Probably a good idea to not use the one with the green handle.
Last time I couldn't remember if I should shut the car off or not.
Well, if you do, it might not start back up, so.
Good thing it's really big and flashing at me to get gas. I would not have remembered or even looked at the gas gauge.
I love it. The background. That's like so.
Oh, she woke up and it's lunchtime now. So she's going to let you know everything about everything.
So. How old is she now?
15 months. Let's see, December 16th of 20. So. No, 19.
So she's 1.
Yeah, she's just a little older than 1.
God, the bluntness says pretty.
Yeah, 1.
I always hated when people ask me. I'm like, she's 1. I don't know how many months. She'll be 2 sometime soon.
Like 2 parents. Well, that's why I was 15 some odd months.
It's just with babies, so much changes month to month. So I think that's why before I had a kid, I could never understand when people are telling me months, telling me ages. What does a 4-year-old look like versus like a 6-year-old look like? Had no clue.
Shit, before I had kids, I couldn't tell the difference between a 12-year-old and a 4-year-old. barely humans. Like I'm not even sure. You know, and now.
But like it's not always accurate because my niece, so her father's like a Dutch American, right? Not like first generation or anything like that, but definitely Dutch on both sides, right? And so he's like super tall, like 6'4" almost. So my niece is 3 and she wears like size 6, but she's like a 3-year-old. So it's kind of nuts because people don't understand why this like 6-year-old is behaving like a 3-year-old, except she's like super smart. Like she already can write. She can spell.
Wow, yeah. Like, well, that's 3 of us all had kids right around the same time, within plus or minus a month. 3 of our friend group. And the difference between the three, just like having a sample size to look at, as far as intelligence and size, just sheer size, and then like what the parents are and all of that, we're all average-ish. I'm, like basing this off of like, okay, so my couple, me and my wife, I'm really, really tall and she's not so much. My buddy, him and her are like equal in height, but not so tall. And then the other couple, they're both just gigantic people in general. They're both 6'6", and they're both, mega athletic, just Goliath people. Well, oddly enough, their kid is actually trending the least amount of overall growth, but it is the biggest child. Whereas our daughter is the smallest and isn't growing in height, but as smart as a whip. The middle is a gigantic baby. One of the biggest babies we've ever seen. And she's as big as her mom's torso. So she's already, she's a few months behind the rest of us. And I think she's only 9 months old now. And she's already almost like 3 feet tall. Gigantically long baby. Gigantically long baby.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I think she said she was at 30 already, and I was like, "What?"
And this is the couple that's like average height?
Yeah, just 5'5", 5'6", just average normal just normal people.
And the baby's like extra tall, and you have extra tall people in the circle. No swinging happening. JK.
No, none that's being announced. And everybody sums up. Everybody looks the same. The babies match the parents. It's just
hilarious.
For some reason, it's crazy how big
that's
reality is. So
I love babies so much. I love babies so much. I can't.
Oh, Easter was a ball with this little teenager. She find an egg, pick it up, open it. Oh, there's no chocolate in it, and dumps it into the bucket. Walks, grabs another one. If it had like Hershey Kiss or some kind of chocolate, she would try to consume it right then and there. If it was anything else, she was dumping it into the bucket like she didn't even care. Goldfish, money, all the little trinkets.
Whatever.
Little, I don't care. If it ain't chocolate, goes in the bucket. I'll deal with it later.
Too good.
I was like, they just kept like that was her goal, was Hershey's Kisses or bust, and kept on trucking.
Kids, they're little personalities. See, like the stuff that they do, I can't get it up. I can't just like watching them unfold, do stuff like this. It's so amazing.
Well, it's like literally watching a person become a person. It's a phenomenal thing.
It's so, like all the happy hormones go through my body, and I'm just like, it's like I'm on Molly without Molly. Babies are my Molly. Like I just watch them. I love them. It's like all of a sudden, you're so beautiful. You're so cute. Let me just so interested in their whole life. It's so too much.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There have been times where we've wanted to pull our hair out, but that was a few and far between compared to these explosive, like you said, the happy hormone times where you're able to just truly enjoy life at its purest.
Makes the other stuff so like go so much smoother.
Way
it's like
more bearable.
They're so adorable. Like they're made that way so we don't kill them. Like, we make sure we take care of them. They're so
I told my wife that when we first started dating. I said that the reason why that this or whatever is so that I don't like kill you and eat the baby, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And this was after we had been dating for like a month.
Right.
And she was like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy?" And I was like, no, for real, and tried to make it intellectual after that.
Right.
Oh, this serial killer. Red flag. I'm not getting. And here we are 4 years later.
Thinks about eating baby.
Yeah, he's talking about killing me and eating children.
Let me have a baby with them right now.
Oh,
It
it's
just makes me
normal. He
think.
just needs his hormones.
That just makes me think that if me and my wife ever have children, either they'll be absolute giants, they'll be really short, or just exceptionally average.
Are you all done? Clean up?
There's over a foot difference between me and my husband, so I have no idea how tall my child will be.
It's a crapshoot.
I'm like 6'3", and my wife's like 4'11". It'd be super interesting.
I'm amazed at her level of discipline in regards. So, we still have the floors torn up. I'm not completely done with them yet. And her level of, I know I'm not supposed to be anywhere near the corner that I have some of my tools tucked in is out of this world. Told her one time, you're going to get hurt if you go over there. And she doesn't even, zero concern. Oh, no, she gets into plenty of stuff. She gets into plenty of everything constantly. But there's some things that she, walking down the stairs, she fell down the stairs pretty gnarly one time, took 2 or 3 stairs, and ever since then, any landing she comes to, even on a step, like if you're going off the curb, she will stop and wait with her hand in the air until someone comes and holds her hand so that she can get assistance to step down. It was a painful lesson, but you fall down 3 stairs and you ain't never going to forget. So if Dad says ouch, then there's a good chance that maybe I shouldn't mess with that stuff because I don't want to ouch. It's on the couch.
Oh, I'm reading something about that. The GameStop, the 3.5 million shares is not like them introducing new shares. It looks like it's updating an existing prospectus from 2008. Have you guys seen anything about that? It looks like on December 8th, the quote from the verbiage on the prospectus supplement is that they entered into an open market sale agreement on December 8th relating to shares of our Class A common stock par value 0.001 a share. And then it refers back to this previous agreement relating to and sale of shares of our common stock under sales agreement having an aggregate offering price up to 100 million, which is one. We have sold any shares. So they're updating it, looks like that. Which is replaced and superseded in its entirety by this prospectus supplement. So they're basically replacing and superseding it with this new thing. Okay, I'll post this. I'll post this in, where should I put this?
Maybe news. I think if I remember reading that stuff, it was an update on that stuff to be able to sell. It was originally 100 million. Now it's 1 billion, I believe. It was just an update.
Right, and also they didn't have a cap on the number of shares. I think and so now I think it's like 3.5 million is the max. You guys can read it over here if you want. I'll put it in. I don't know. I'll put it in news, I guess.
What are you doing, you little dork? As soon as I literally hit my mic to get ready to say something, and she comes up to me and says,
She's hilarious.
She's on
Guys,
mute.
I successfully got gas. I know you are all concerned.
Yay! Don't forget to take the handle out before you drive away.
Oh, crap. And I only drove up on the wrong side once. I got it right the second time.
You know there's a little pictogram telling you where to go, right?
I know, but I just forget about that because I don't ever
Yeah, I guess.
vehicle.
I mean, but even if I,
Second
because I don't
in
get
over
gas in...
15 months that I've put gas in a vehicle.
I guess because I get gas, but in different vehicles often, you know, like the difference between my truck, my wife's truck, the business car, like, you know, I always just look at the gas gauge and see which side, you know, the gas gauge tells you it's on.
I park my car at home and plug in my car and then unplug it and leave. And then when I get home, I just plug it in and never go to a gas station, ever.
True that.
You haven't been doing that forever, though.
Yeah, but I guess some things don't take too long to forget. I mean, hell, look at what, 10, 15 years ago, people still remembered how to do math and remembered people's phone numbers. Now, if I told you I'd give you, $1,000 right now, if you could tell me 5 phone numbers, it'd probably be pretty hard pressed, few and far between, because everybody relies on.
I can do
their
that,
phone
right?
now.
If you give me $1,000, I can give you $5.
Okay, it's ever the presence of yeah.
I mean, I have a range, but I don't ever really look at my gas gauge anymore because I can drive to work and back a couple times before I have to plug in my car.
Ugh, I can't find that tweet. I hate it when I don't like tweets and then I can't find it.
Is anybody watching this price action in CEMI right now?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
You think somebody prospectively may have just jump right there?
Your audio is like
Yeah,
really
you sound like a
like,
robot.
The most
like
he's the most stoned robot I've ever heard in my life.
I know.
I was gonna say the same thing. He's fucking, he's Bender on a just full blown. Okay.
Anybody watching the price action EMI right now?
The over the whole.
God bless.
It sounds like the sloth on the Sonic the Hedgehog cartoons.
There you go.
I'm hoping it goes to the moon pretty quick here. I mean,
Right.
I'm watching the tick by tick on Webull CEMI. The order book's looking pretty red right now. But we'll see.
yeah, RSI is fighting. Doesn't know if it's kind of flatlining.
It was 65 on the 5 minute. I keep looking at it on the 1 minute. I don't know. I just like seeing that volatility. Today's pretty boring.
Hey, Tame, your AMC ticker is frozen.
I don't know if he's in the room right.
I just seen his mouse moving.
I think he's got a bot that just moves his mouse. I gotta be honest. There's been times where I've sat there and watched it, and I swear it feels like it's the same exact mouse movements in the circle. You know, maybe I'm just tripping, but
He's in the voice chat. What's that? A little pop.
Sound like a little bucket.
Sounds like some sort of toy situation.
oh, that was me. I was still open. I thought I muted. It's a little squeezer deal that you put a little foam ball in its nose, and then you squeeze it, and the air pressure pops it out. And it looks like a narwhal, and she's having the time of her life chasing after the ball back and forth. All she wanted to do all afternoon yesterday.
Kids are little drunk people. That's all they are.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yep. It's just various stages of drunkenness. Happy drunks, sad drunks, angry drunks, sleepy drunks. It's like, isn't it funny when they were like ready to sleep? My daughter, she would just come up to me and like,
better memory though than drunk.
yeah, probably.
I feel like I was dumber at that age. Like my parents could lie to me to get me to do something else, and I can't do that with her. She knows everything.
She's probably picking it up in tone and other stuff, you know?
Yeah, but still, she's like, even with the Easter Bunny, like she's already figured it out.
Yeah, it's just a bad suit. Hey, look, a schooner. It's not a schooner, it's a sailboat. Schooner is a sailboat, stupid head. Mall rats? Alright, tough crowd.
I laughed all up.
Yeah, I was gonna keep it going, but that means I gotta yell. And for those not playing the home game, that would be a little weird.
Kata, it is 12:30. Possible bounce there. Just to let you know. Not yet, but it's possible.
Well, I have my stop set.
In the money, hopefully.
Not yet, but they're close.
Yeah, because it's actually where I might be looking for a long potentially right now. Yeah, we have 445 sitting at 71 and a quarter, by the way, which is above us. So we're right now trading 68s, 68 and a quarters.
Remember what happened last time you front runned it?
Yeah, that's true. Shut up. That's funny. Okay, now I got to take this long position. One sec. Yeah, we're still not bar one, so you're fine as far as right now goes, but just something to be aware of.
Does this tweet have no volume?
I mean, last time you run it, it worked out well for me.
I didn't
so
hear
I guess
anything
you
on
could
it.
do it again.
Yeah, I'm about to make this thing move on its own. One sec. Then we'll see. 67 3/4 by 68s. So it is moving in your direction a little bit. It's kind of funny. That's how I used to trade back in the day. Is I'd be listening to Squawk, and they'd just be quoting out the prices. You're driving, so that's a little scary. And more than one way.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave it alone, and hopefully I have money when I get to my doctor's appointment.
That's one way to do it. The timing's right. I had 11:30ish, and looks like we rolled over around 11:40ish. But again, that was just for the pullback and coming down into 12:30. The question is do we hold 12:30 and bounce back up, or do we just keep coming back down into the white line? You're in the ES, right?
Yep.
Possible bar one above. I guess one thing you do have going for you is within some of my proprietary indicators I track, the Dow did fire off negative low of the day type stuff around 1210 or so. Actually, more specifically, in sec, 1206.
Actually, it's kind of nice this way because if it goes the other way on me, I have stops in place and I don't actually have to watch me lose money.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, 1216 came into play again today. I don't know if you noticed that or not, but I was working orders all last week at 1216 every day, pretty much. Seemed to work out. That would have been the first pullback to the line, touch, and then roll back down. Is that where you got short by chance or no?
Yes, I think it is. Whenever it came back and touched after the 15-minute cross.
$67.50s by 67.75, 67.6 and quarters. Dipped a little. A little bit of a refreshing buyer at 67.50s. Again, we still have that 438 at offer 71 and a quarter.
Do you have a line at 69?
What was that?
Did you have one of your lines at 69 for support or resistance?
No. But I'm saying no, I don't know what you're talking about.
I didn't look at the chart until like 10:30, 11, but it seemed like once we broke 69, we shot up, and then after we broke 69 coming down, we were staying below that.
Yeah, that
It's
one.
going sideways.
Yeah, on our side, it's actually coming down 65 and a quarter by.
Oh, and yeah, it is coming. Yeah.
Which is very nice. So there was a program that just kicked in. So that's basically going to affect the broad markets on the SPY.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, it should affect your guys' stocks a little bit, depending on if it's a news catalyst pushing it one direction or another.
Yeah.
But if you're tracking,
I see it on the other one too.
so if you're tracking a specific stock, you're going to want to see how it responds to when the broad markets sell off, or if it does or does not at all. That will help you with your timing, per se. So we're coming down pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, good thing you didn't front run it and go long.
Nope. That's why you don't break the rules. So there's specific rules we follow, and that's one of them. Is if it's not trading bar 1, bar 2 above certain levels, you just don't take it. You got to follow your rules.
Celos is literally the same. It looks like the same chart. Wow.
Yep.
I don't know. I have it at 318 though. Meh.
Hey, Fizzy, did you sell Silos or are you still holding?
I didn't. I'm holding it. I'm still holding. I don't know if I should.
Yeah, when we were talking about it, it was 575 and it dropped down to 550 right now.
But it's holding that quite nicely, and it hasn't done this before. You see, like in the past, it made that 52-week high at 589, and it immediately like came down and settled in around 450. I don't know if it's gonna do it this time, to be honest.
Yeah, that's a 50-50 chance. It might be worth just holding. I mean, you're bullish on it anyway. So
Yeah, I'm like, for me, I'm waiting for it to go further than this, and it's not really like a day trading sort of stock for me. But
yeah,
I guess you could day trade anything.
Holding it. Yeah, because I mean, like, it's kind of, it goes up, it consolidates, goes up, consolidates, goes up, consolidates. I think it's gonna keep that.
Caught up
I
R11.
think
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's okay. You guys.
No, you're fine. Keep talking.
I think that for this one, I think that because it's how many times? Second time going up there. Yeah, I think it's trying to figure out where it wants to hang out. It's possible it may come back down around 5. I just think that there's too much potential for it right now with the. Well, I guess it could go 2 ways because they're talking about issuing the
Yeah, I
stock.
think that if you're already in it below $4.
Oh yeah.
Just hold it.
I'm in at $3.18.
Oh shit! Yeah, just fucking hold it.
Yeah.
But probably not a good idea to get in right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't get in at this point at all. No.
I'm still waiting for Chem Farm to make a move.
Same. I'm just looking at that one right now too. I'm like, oh my god, when is it gonna go? I think that it's heavily shorted as well, manipulated.
It is, and that's why it makes those big spikes every once in a while. But so far this month, when was the last time it made a move?
The last time it went up was the 15th of March, and measuring the moves, it should have made one around the 30th, around that when those options expired, and it didn't. So it's really kind of strange that it didn't do anything.
Yeah, it might be more.
Isn't the short cover still 21 days?
Oh. I don't know. Interesting.
21 days.
To my understanding.
So probably we got another week until might make another move.
I see. Okay.
I think it has potential to drop a little bit more, and then we can get in and see what happens.
Kata, you have a little bit of size at 65s. Still pushing down bar 12. Got a white line at 40-60s. Various sectors at their lows holding a little bit of their range. 40-60s, yeah. Day session though. No, actually, both sessions. 5 minutes.
Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting on the 5 minute. I don't know what it's doing.
Are you looking at your stock or the futures?
I'm looking at ESM. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we're pushing down. It's again, futures are, for those of you who don't know, the futures are tracking the S&P 500 stock market as a whole. So the broad markets as a whole. So as they push down, typically majority of the stocks are going to follow down with it. And then as they start to bounce, the majority of the stocks will bounce up with it, unless you have a major news catalyst that kind of take it takes a counter trend to what the markets are doing. And right now, we're kind of at a level where you have bidders down below, so you have a lot of algorithms and iceberg orders kicking in around 65s. So if other big players kind of manipulate that and bust through those levels, we'll drop down to 40,060 pretty quick, which would be an equivalent drop in your guys' stocks of maybe, I don't know, 50 cents or so, or a dollar or so, depending on how volatile your guys' stocks are or cryptos are. So.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, it's moving much slower, though, than the move up that happened earlier.
Yeah. And on days like this, a lot of times you get this push down during the afternoons in order for them to buy more for the afternoon rally. So a lot of times that's a typical pattern of these type of days. So even though your stocks pull back midday, a lot of times they're just accumulating more stocks so that by the time we get to the end of the day, we push back to we push to the highs. Not
So
always.
you're thinking like 59, 40, 59, potentially it could go down to that point and then rally back up or further down, because the point where it consolidated below that was 40.32.
Right. So yes, potentially. So the issue that we're kind of dealing with today is that the move up was on low liquidity. And so it's kind of like a house of cards. It could come down at any point in time. Say a big player wants to make it come down so that they can profit from it. But typically, again, those algos shouldn't fight the momentum upwards just because, again, the type of day historically what it is. So therefore, these pullbacks, they should be programmed to buy majority of the pullbacks, which we kind of see throughout the morning and early afternoons. When we get to that kind of range between 11:30 and 12:30 Central Time, which is obviously 12:30, 1:30 Eastern Time. I forget, I always talk in Central Time, and most people are on Eastern Time.
Yeah, the regular market time.
Right. That's when you're going to see the markets do some weird stuff, simply because, again, less volume during the afternoons versus the mornings and afternoons, and so it's much easier for the algorithms to manipulate the markets in whatever place that they want to, whether they're pushing it down to get more long, or whether or not they are basically creating a bid vacuum and squeezing people on the long side, not necessarily on the short side, but on the long side. You know, triggering stops, making people get stopped out of their positions, but
freaked out. Sell.
Yeah.
I gotta sell.
And then what happens is they sell at the worst possible time, and then guess who's buying it from them? Those algorithms that are pushing the markets down, and they're buying all they can at those lows. And unfortunately, what happens is the retail trader sells at the worst possible time. And then, of course, the bigger players, the algorithms, buy at the best possible time, and then up we go. So,
right.
But again, if you can see it happening in real time and you know that they're running stops, well, they're typically running stops for a reason, is to get more long. But
so maybe describe what that would look like to the retail investor. What does it look like when they're trying to break stops?
Okay, so say you have a whole number, like a decade level, like for instance, what's a stock you're tracking right now, and at what price is it at?
Let's talk about GameStop, because a lot of people are holding GameStop. Let me get.
So what's the current price on GameStop? Actually, I'd have to pull it up myself too. I'd have to look at the chart.
That's a good price.
It's 185.91.
185.91. Okay, 1 second. Let me pull up my chart and look at it real quick. 1 sec.
And I think it's in that VWAP kind of position you were mentioning earlier.
One second, I'm still waiting for my charts to update. So yeah, that's actually a really good example. If you look on the 5-minute on GameStop, you can see in the morning, obviously at 9:40 a.m., we dipped all the way down to 165 area, bounced straight up into 1135 and rolled back ever since. But if you have a VWAP on your chart, you can see we bounced exactly off of VWAP right at 12:55 this afternoon, Eastern time. So, so let's see here. So a good example of a, let's see here. Is GameStop still on the hard to borrow list by chance? It probably is. I don't think most brokers are gonna.
I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it was at 115 the other day.
Right. Typically that's what so when we got to 190 at 1135, and then we pop over to, or I should say 190, 191-ish at 1135, 1130, and then we pop all the way up to 95 and we roll back down. That is typically what a stop run is going to look like on the short side. So say there's people that think that this thing is going to go short or this thing is going to go down, and so they start buying puts or they're going short on a stock that is not on the hard to borrow list. Say they start getting short around 187, 188, 189. Well, they're going to put their stops just above 190, in between 190 and 195. And a lot of times what you'll see the algorithms do is they'll pop it just high enough to trigger all those stops. Those people get knocked out of their short position because remember, they're betting that it's going to go down. And they were correct on their trade, but they got knocked out of their position. And the algos basically took their position, took their trade at the best possible point of, anywhere from 190 to 195. And then you can see what we do the rest of the afternoon coming down into 1255. We just go straight down. And about 1240 or so coming down into 1255. If you're watching the tape, you can start to see them offset their short position and you can start seeing them accumulate shares. They call it taking in inventory. So they'll start taking in inventory about 1140 or so as we push down into, 1240 or so as we push down into 1255. And then from there, we naturally are going to get this bounce. And it just so happens to be right off of the 5-minute VWAP within GameStop. So,
Ooh, get on the train.
Hop on the train. Yeah, that's one of my indicators. So, but no, so a stop run looks like the one that occurred at 1135 as we poke our head above that decade number of 190. So
oh yeah, it hit 195 exactly.
Yeah, so again, those stops, if it was any other stock, I'm not saying GameStop specifically, but I'm saying that's exactly what it looks like on like stocks that you can short that are not on the hard to borrow list. That's what it's going to look like. So technically, you could say the same thing would be true. Let's see, on Friday or on Thursday, we closed at 190, right? Okay, so this is even better. So 190, a lot of people probably, sorry, I'm just watching.
You better keep an eye on your trades, though, in the meantime, while you're giving us this lesson.
Well, GameStop specifically, when we opened up, so on the other side, so let's look at the stop run on the other side. We closed 190 on Thursday. People are like, okay, this thing's going to go to 2 something. Say they started to buy positions at 190.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people probably had their stops in place anywhere below 170 because that's 20 handles below where we closed. So it's pretty common on a very volatile stock to use whole numbers as their stop loss points, or basically where they say uncle, where they can't take any more
pain financially. And so you notice how we open right at like 171-ish, go up a little bit, then we dive down all the way down to right below 165. Well, that's a stop run. And so those people that said they can't take any more at those levels get knocked out. The algorithms take their position, and we push straight up from that point forward, which is 945-ish, it looks like. And so that is another stop run. So for me, if I was trying to buy GameStop and I knew that we were gapping down dramatically, that's exactly what I would be looking for is, okay, where are the stops? That's actually one of the questions I always ask myself at the beginning of the day is where are those stops sitting? Kata, we're trading at 68.50 by 68.75. So we have bounced off of the 65 levels. So if you haven't taken profits already on, and it's bar two. So
What does bar 2 mean?
So we use specific price levels, moving averages, that kind of stuff, and it's like to kind of gauge the momentum of whatever you're tracking, whether it be a stock or an ETF or even a cryptocurrency. So, like, I'm sorry, did you hear me? I don't know if I had my
all of it until all of
Oh, okay.
you said.
Yes.
Did you?
So basically, my style of trading is just trading from level to level, utilizing momentum. So I keep my trading really, really simple. Yes, I have various proprietary indicators, but all I'm looking for are certain price levels to trade. And then once you do,
It looks like it's going to go to 70 and then push back down, though, right? Like.
No, actually, from this point, we have the potential to just continue upwards and
continue up. Okay.
Yeah. So right now we're working the 1 o'clock bar on Central Time. So again, so that's 2 o'clock Eastern Time. And on days like this, we're very aware of 2:10 Eastern Time. That's where we can start to see some acceleration occur. So
you're counting on the 5 minute.
Yes. So what we have, so this is a pretty typical pattern for the overall broad markets where we push down into 1245. And it's basically where the algorithms from various institutions are setting up to front run your bigger institutions like Merrill Lynch, for example.
I mean, but if you look at like previous days where it's done the same pattern, let's say on the 4th, and it did this sort of, I don't know what time this is. For me, it's showing like at 15:50 time. So that's what for you? 17:50?
Like that. So
yeah. And you see how it moves up and just goes like down like this? It just went halfway to that other point and then comes down. Couldn't it be something like that rather than what happened earlier this morning?
Sure. Anything is possible right now. By the way, Kata, you have 462 sitting at 71.25. That's that same guy from earlier today. So there's a good chance we'll push up into those levels.
Got it. There's another one. Is that at 71?
71.25, and those train snaps in the background were all positive signals. So in various sectors, and so as the sectors push up, that's another thing. If you trade stocks, you always want to know what your sectors are doing. So like if you're in the banking sector, then obviously you want to keep an eye on what the banking sector is doing as a whole. If you're trading, say, Bank of America, for example, which is a pretty popular day trading stock for option players and stock players. But like what I was just talking about with Kata, what I'm tracking, what we're kind of tracking are the various players that are in the market. It's kind of like reading level 2, level 3 type stuff. And so you can kind of get an idea of where their positions are. Like for instance, that guy in the again, this is more broad market type stuff, but that particular guy that I was telling Kata was sitting at 71.25. He's actually been there. Let's see here.
I think it's going to go up to just about 70 and then come back, maybe, 70 and then come consolidate down back into like the 60. That's my guess. Just looking at it right now, but I don't know.
So like that particular guy that's been sitting at 71 and a quarter, he came online because I usually write the time that we start to see these bids and offers at, and him particularly came online around 12:50 Eastern time, and he's just been sitting here the whole time. And so
waiting to make a move.
Well, no. So he has what they call resting orders at those levels. Okay, so he obviously probably knew something. So prior to that, we had resting orders sitting down at 65 and a quarter around the same time. So you can see that somebody with some pretty decent size was able to push the broad markets down into those levels. And then that's exactly where we bottomed out. We pushed back up, and we still have resting orders sitting at 71 and a quarter. So does it mean that they have to actually trade? No. But more than likely, that's probably the same player, which means he'll probably push the markets into his resting orders. So it's kind of an old tactic from back in the day, where you show liquidity, because naturally price will always gravitate towards liquidity. And so the initial play is push it down into his resting. So he's playing both sides of the markets. That's what the algorithms are going to do. He's going to play the short side and the long side. So he's going to push it down. So he is probably short, probably 69s, pushed it down into 65s. And then once he got filled on those orders, took an inventory, now he's pushing them back up into 68s. Now, whether or not he can actually get filled at those 71s, that's another question, because he looks to be a pretty big fish in the market, but there's always bigger fish out there. And so when they're playing those games, that's what they're always concerned about, is somebody comes in with a huge sell order before they're able to get filled on their orders, and therefore the market gets away from them, and then they lose money too. So it doesn't always work, but usually on days like this with less liquidity, they can play these market manipulation games a little bit easier. So again, why is that all important? Because it's going to affect every stock in the market. It's going to affect every sector that you guys are in. And typically, like I said, without a news catalyst, your stocks are going to, I don't want to say trade tick for tick, but you'll notice that your stocks will typically follow the general overall broad markets. And that's why a lot of stock traders will have a SPY chart up at all times next to their stock for that reason. That's going to be your spider ETF of the S&P 500, if you don't know.
I have a question. How do you know that today in the market, I think you said there's less liquidity? How can you tell?
Look at the volumes. A good example would be Microsoft. Look at its average typical volume that it trades. And if you noticed how we've been pushing, well, when you take a look at the Microsoft chart, notice how we were pushing up, but not on nearly the same level of volumes that we normally trade on. So
It's usually higher than this. I'm just looking at today.
Yeah, normally.
So the latest Kitty tweet is an interception in the end zone. What does it all mean? It's very cute.
We caught it. We caught it from them from trying to push it down. Just a guess.
I think so. Yeah, it's like GME retailers are like, we'll just buy more. Just keep buying.
Yeah. And that's the other thing too, with GME specifically, I'd be watching these sizes that go through, because obviously Your typical investor is only going to be 1, 2, 3, maybe 10, 20, or 100 shares at a time. But when you start to see bigger block trades go through, then you know you have institutional activity in the stock. And so if it's not on the short side, but it's on the buy side, and you see block trades going through on the ask, so they're buying it aggressively, well then you know you have other institutions trying to push or squeeze the stock up in your favor, obviously. So again, that's another thing that I would have been looking at this morning when we got down to those lower levels, around anywhere below 170. I would be looking to see if any institutions are buying up the stock at those levels, because just as much as there are big short players in GME that are getting squeezed every time we go up, to the other big players, that's like blood in the water for them. And so they're going to basically help you guys out as they push the markets up and squeeze the other players. Because you got to remember, they're at a size where they're not just trading against retail. They have to, so say a Goldman Sachs is so big, he's going to trade against Merrill Lynch. You know, he's going to trade against Bank of America, not the little guy, because when they buy size, they buy a huge size. So they're more interested in squeezing the big players, not necessarily the little guy. So again, just something to watch as your stocks are at certain levels. So again, I don't really pay attention to level 2 or 3 unless we're at key levels in the market, I guess you could say. So
What levels do you usually trade at?
well, every stock is going to be different. Every ETF, every future is going to be different. Same thing with Bitcoin and your cryptocurrencies. But when I say levels, like price levels, I mean more specifically areas of support or resistance, or when you do your technical analysis, say you draw a trend line, you're going to want to see how price reacts at those points. Like say, for instance, you draw a triangle or a wedge on a 15-minute chart or a hourly chart, and it points to a very specific time in the future. You're going to want to pay attention to what price does when we start to break above or below those trend lines. So to see if it carries momentum. So like for instance, if it starts to break out above a trend line, you're going to want to see if it does it on volume. If it does it on very weak volume, well, then there's a good chance it's going to pull back into that triangle and maybe even go the opposite direction. It might be a head fake, you know?
Yeah, right. Okay.
So again, it's good to know order flow for those reasons. And the stuff I'm talking about, yes, I'm a day trader and stuff, but they still apply to swing trades and stuff. So like, for instance, with you guys, as you do your due diligence, you're basically going out there, you're doing your fundamentals, you're finding the news stories, the potential ones that could have a positive news story that comes out, like for instance that charge one that Kata was tracking or whatever. And then you'll also notice that those news stories get released right as those breakouts start to happen. And so if you can see the setup occurring before the news piece actually occurs, well, then you can pretty much guarantee that something in the media will help propel that stock or currency in the same direction that hopefully you're going in. So again, it whether it's day trading or swing trading, the technical analysis techniques are all basically the same, just different time frames. That's it. So
Right. Thanks.
no problem.
So which ticker were you and Kata just looking at?
Well, we were talking about the ES, which is the futures market, and that tracks the S&P 500 as a whole. So the S&P 500 would be the underlying security, and the ES future would be a derivative of that. And so that's what we were kind of tracking. It's a very highly leveraged instrument. It's kind of sorry.
Sorry, you're referring to SPY. That's kind of like the umbrella for futures, you're saying?
Well, so SPY is an ETF. Are you familiar with what SPY is? Or it's basically, it tracks the S&P 500 as a whole. So like when you see in the news, like the Dow Jones went up X amount of dollars, or the S&P 500 went up this much today, or the NASDAQ, went down today. That's what it's tracking. It's tracking the broad markets as a whole. And so futures allow you to trade the whole market. So basically trading all 500 stocks at a single time.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for clarification.
Yeah, no problem.
Also, is this Ghost who's chatting?
Yes, it is.
I'm still pretty new to the channel, but I've heard people sing your praises.
Uh-oh. Well, it's probably more than it should be. So.
Nope. He's just being humble.
I know, right?
Yeah, I was just about to say that. I think everybody loves to listen to you guys, so.
I don't know. I know a little bit. I don't know everything. I guess I've been around the block a little bit.
You're a great teacher, though. Like you're really good at explaining things.
Right.
Actually, that's probably what I'm worst at. I get distracted easy. I have a bit of a speech impediment. If you notice, I'm like not ADD, but like I'm like all over the place sometimes. Like as I'm talking, I'm watching charts and different things. But
Nope. You explain it very well. Don't cut yourself short.
And I feel like that's also the norm for most people while they're sharing knowledge. There's also plays happening. So it sounds pretty normal to us, at least.
Hey guys, and I think that the tone in which you explain everything, it gives us a sense of confidence,
Right.
And even if we don't know what we're talking about, it's comforting. You know what I mean? And we take like little pieces here and there of what you're saying, and maybe I don't know, like 2 weeks later, 3 weeks later, you're like, oh shit, that makes sense, So no, we appreciate what you're saying, dude.
You have a pretty soothing voice, to be honest, because I just jumped on and I heard the whole chat was quiet, and I heard your voice, and I was like, whoa, this is feels like a recorded like audio or something of someone who's like, all right, for these next 10 minutes, let's breathe and let's just get through this. Like it's just soothing.
If you don't make it, which is very unlikely, if you don't make it in the stock market, you should release like audiobooks. How to relieve stress, fall asleep at night, that kind of shit.
Yeah, we just need the background music somehow. Go on.
So funny, coming from like a futures trader, one of the most stressful like trading. Like you're the most chill. You're gonna do like relaxation tapes. How to trade futures.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
And for the next 10 minutes, we will stare at the chart in silence.
A ghost goes over multiple indicators and may or may not reveal certain tidbits about proprietary indicators.
There you go.
I have to agree. As someone who's pretty new to all of this, Ghost, you're very informative.
But yeah, if I can help, I mean, I'm gonna try, I guess.
You don't have to, and that's why we appreciate it that you go out of your way to teach us. Thank you.
Question. So I've been babysitting and doing daddy stuff all morning long. So I pretty much missed anything that really happened in the market. Is there anything you could point me towards now, kind of jumping in later in the day, that I can keep an eye on, or just maybe some knowledge to do some DD for tomorrow?
Unfortunately, not so much. On days like today, we kind of have like a little bit of a saying from where I'm coming from. It gets to a point where it's like too high to buy, but too slow to like try to play a short position on it. So unless you caught it early in the morning, that was pretty much the trade of the day. So for myself, I look for about 2 to 3, maybe 4 trades a day if I'm lucky. But other than that, yeah, this type of day historically, it does what it's doing right now. It's just this slow cash grind upwards, and typically, it will do it all the way up into the close. Matter of fact, Thursday. One sec. Thursday was a continuation of what today did. So if you guys probably remember, Thursday was probably pretty boring for you guys too. It's just like this slow cash grind all the way up into the close, and then mm-hmm. And then we get that spike up at the end of the day. So that was so like for us in my other chat room, we basically waited all day long until that last 10 minutes of the day to take a trade. So 10, 15 minutes of the day. But will that happen again today? Maybe. I don't know. I know that usually that last part of the day sets up for the Asian session. So it might happen again. Who knows? But like I said, today's kind of a continuation of what happened on Thursday.
Yeah, I kind of jumped on it late, but I noticed that like I missed the morning, which I felt like there was a lot of movement, but now it's just kind of everything just kind of dragging on a little bit. But and it's also good to know that being a new person, you don't have to find a play every day to make. There's some days where you can just kind of sit back and wait.
Oh, for sure. Yep. Matter of fact, the only concern that we have, or at least the people on my side have, is that it's going up on low liquidity. So that means that it could fall out of bed anywhere at any. Now, typically on days like this where you have a cash grind, you want to see it on pretty decent volume, and we're not seeing that, and that's why it's kind of a precautious thing to buy anything right at this level and point, simply because we consider it like a blow off. So and with us being in uncharted territory with all-time highs in the S&P 500 and stuff, it's like, how do you predict what's going to happen next when we've never done this before, at these levels? So it's one of those things, you're either going with the flow and the momentum of the markets from the morning open, or you really don't have too much of a trade to do at this point in time in the afternoon. So no trade is a trade technically, so staying in cash. But
do you ever do anything also in crypto, or is that a whole another thing for you?
So for the last decade or so, I've always specialized in trading S&P 500 futures. So for me, that's where the big money has always been at. So that's where I've kind of stuck to. However, with how everything is changing in the markets over the last couple of years,
I am starting to get more and more into doing my analysis on cryptocurrencies and so forth because of the decentralization of money in general. And so all of a sudden, Bitcoin is a serious issue to deal with. It's going to pull liquidity out of the US stock market. And so therefore, you better be pretty good at knowing what's going on with Bitcoin in order to predict what's going to happen in the stock market. And so that's just a new element that did not exist, 5-6 years ago. Now it does. And so it's time to get more serious about that, at least from my perspective. So
Ghost in the YouTube chat. Roots Maniac says, I was gonna say Ghost should make audio files so we can files we can buy to soothe us to sleep. And then Jasper Casper says, I'd buy it. You should start an ASMR trading channel.
That's funny.
So I'm usually a night owl, and when Ghost was teaching me and we'd talk for like 8 hours a day, I would go to bed so early because my brain would just explode with knowledge.
Yeah, with Nash's, what does he listen to? Jazz? Isn't it jazz, or what is it? That background?
I don't know, but I kind of miss it. It needs to come back.
Yeah, where is he?
Him and his family just got back from Disney World, I think. So not I think, I know. So yeah,
okay.
he's trading today. So his first day back.
Okay. Yeah, the days when I was learning with you guys, I had no time to do, or no like sort of energy to do anything else afterwards. Like no surfing on my phone for anything. It was just get ready for
like my brain would explode every night.
Yeah, it is
and then
kind of
I'd
mentally
dream
exhausting.
in charts and watching the Dom.
Not in a bad way. It was good.
No, it was fantastic.
Well, what's good is everything that you're learning there is 100% applicable to stocks, currencies, options. It doesn't matter what it is. It's all basically the same. It's just a different instrument. That's it. So.
It's just learning how to enter and exit trades effectively, successfully.
Yeah, from the most successful traders I've came across in the past over the years, it's always been about time. It's always about your timing. It's not that it's so hard to find like really good news catalyst type plays or stocks that are just going to take off from nowhere. It's not that it's so difficult to do that, but it's timing that. So it's always about timing. So.
I feel like I've found just looking at stocks and seeing the chart, you can find like the points or find if it's going to be a good play. Like even today was an example, right? Like Tame, somebody mentioned a stock that was like going up and he was like kind of scoffing at it. Then he looked at the chart and realized, oh, it was a good time to make a play, and just was able to based on what it looked like, not knowing really anything about the company.
Right. And matter of fact, like I was saying before, if you're doing your daily technical analysis on various stocks that you're interested in, when you see like a proper buy setup or sell setup, whatever you're doing, you can almost guarantee that as you break out, you're going to get that news story, that news piece, because a lot of times, technically, they're setting up for a reason. Somebody usually always has some type of insider information where they know that specific news or catalysts are going to be released at specific times. And so they will set the chart up technically so that it draws in buyers. If it's good news, it's going to draw in certain buyers to accelerate the stock in the direction that they want it to go into. And believe you me, they're already in position for that to happen. And so a lot of times your triangle patterns, your wedge patterns, that's what the setup is. They're just waiting to the right time for that news piece to be released. That's why for me it's hard to trust any of the news, just because it's so everything is so manipulated. That I think that was one of the first lessons that I learned is Just understand that everything in the markets, the news, the media, stock market, everything is being manipulated constantly at all times. And so if you go in with that understanding, then you know what you're up against. And so you're not reacting at the worst possible times when, say, a specific news piece comes out, and then you buy at the top and the thing rolls over. So like buy the rumor, sell the news kind of thing. So many people get caught up in that where they're like, I thought this was good news and the stock was going up, and all of a sudden the news that we were looking for came out, and all of a sudden the stock tanked. That's super common. So you just have to be aware of what's going on the majority of the time with the with I guess you could say set up the whatever manipulation that's occurring within that stock or that sector, that market. That's why biotechs are very, very difficult to trade. You can have these news piece articles come out of nowhere, right out of left field, and all of a sudden, boom, it works for you or against you sometimes. So usually against you, unfortunately, but.
This is good news about Viacom. Gitsy posted. Viacom CBS to acquire chilling.
Yeah, I forget somebody who was
Vision.
Yeah, so I forget somebody was asking like last week or the week before about they had mentioned I was talking about like off exchange trades and stuff. Those are going to be, and I don't even want to use the term because then everybody will search the term pools, because there's a lot of misinformation out there, dark pools. But you can see some very large transactions that occur in specific stocks. Say like you said Viacom, is that what you said?
Viacom is the one that dropped, right? Because of the whole Archegos thing.
They did. They dropped from like 99 to like 44 in like a couple days.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that's a little bit different. When you have a fund blow up like that, that's different. But when I'm talking like different, just regular news earning catalysts, well, you got to be careful with the earnings too, earnings season. But that's another thing you have to be extremely aware of is, are we anywhere near that reported earnings on a stock, or are we far enough away, enough weeks out that it's not going to affect your trade? And if it is going to affect your trade, how are you going to trade? Because there's different strategies for different types of play, even in the same exact stock. So there's earning trades, there's news catalyst trades, there's momentum trades, there's watching, like I said, the block trades that occur off exchange. Is it significant enough size in order to warrant a long position, knowing that we've been working VWAP for the last 2 days and they'll continue to do so? There's just all different factors. It comes with time, though. You learn it with time. So
if you're using TradingView does give you all the deets on when your earnings, when your, like all that is coming up. The dates are located on the chart. So it's very easy to see.
Right. And all of us have different time frames. Like I keep mentioning, I'm more of a day trader than anything else. So I'm not concerned with certain things majority of the time. But if you're more of a swing trader, then yeah, you got to be very, very alert and very aware to those things. But it's like for me, I don't have to do a whole lot of fundamental analysis just because my time frames are so short. But again, as a more of a buy and hold type trader or swing trader, where you're holding on for weeks at a time or months at a time, yeah, you need to be really aware of the numbers, the PE ratios, that type of stuff. You'll also want to be aware of, okay, so what type of stocks do the institutions look at? Do they have to have a PE ratio of, say, 14 or better? Or, so
that's the thing. So when you start to consider certain stocks, you want to know whether or not you have the possibility of institutions stepping in. So again, that just goes back to your fundamental analysis and everything. So
Hey, Ghost, is this bar 1 or bar 2?
it was bar 1 below, but it's trying to work on bar 1 above. We've just been consolidating here, obviously, at these levels.
But this current one would be bar 1.
1 sec. Let me look.
Maybe bar 1.
No, technically we just opened up. It's if you're looking on a 5 minute, is that what you're looking at? It's on a 5 minute or what?
Yep.
What chart are you looking at right now? So I can open it up.
Yes, 5 minutes.
Or you can look at if most people aren't going to have futures data, so you can look at it on the SPY. So SPY, that's the ETF for the S&P 500. And again, the only reason that's important is because if we get momentum in one direction or another based on what the broad markets are doing, is going to directly affect every bid, every offer in pretty much every single stock in the US markets. So outside of stocks that have a news catalyst, keep in mind. So I know a lot of you guys use relative strength indicators, and yeah, that's bar 1 on the buy side, by the way, Kata. And it's basically the 230 crowd coming into play. So it used to be back in the day. Okay, so many decades ago.
1:30 or 2:30?
2:30 Eastern time.
Okay, so still 1:30 more time.
Yeah, 1:30. So I always talk in Central Time because we trade futures and stuff, and that's in Chicago. So it's always Central Time usually when we're talking. But I know if there's stock people out there, then everybody's pretty much used to New York time, Eastern Time. So anyway, so 2:30 is typically when the lunch crowd comes back from after smoozing with all their clients at lunch and stuff, and that's when typically a lot of buy orders come in and stuff. And so we're kind of always paying attention to this time of day to see if there's more buy orders versus sell orders, because that'll obviously dictate potentially the direction we will go for the remainder of the afternoon. But again, go ahead.
I've noticed that there are like some hours throughout the day that that directly affect the market in some way. So of course, open. There's the 2:30, which out here in LA is like 11:30, and then there's always like a push right before close. I've also noticed that throughout the day, there's also I feel like once the market closes, people kind of transition to crypto. And I've also noticed that there are a few times, like even here, it would be like 1 o'clock in the morning. There's always like a random movement there, which I'm assuming is somewhere in the other side of the world.
It's France and Germany.
France and UK.
No, it's Germany and UK.
Oh, Germany
at 1:15.
Okay. Yeah, do you have any others? I'm just like writing a little list here just for. Well, I like let's go ahead.
No. I was just going to say a big time that you're going to want to pay attention to during the morning time, at least, would be 11:30 Eastern time. So 11:30 Eastern. That's when Frankfurt closes. And then so the European markets are closing from 11:30, and then the London exchange closes at 12:30 Eastern time. So those are pretty important times, because in London, I believe it's 5:30 when it's 12:30 in New York. And so you have those guys leaving. And you are correct that the cryptocurrencies start to come online after our markets close. And the reason is and that is a little bit further out than just right after our close. And the reason is let's see, Tokyo you have coming online at 2000 hours. Is it 2000 hours Eastern time?
So as Tokyo, as China comes online, you're going to see a lot of movement in your cryptocurrencies because they're heavy into that stuff over there. So that's always a good time to pay attention to what's going on.
Japanese love crypto.
Yep.
Like they love it.
I feel like technology in general, they're like more about it than I think other countries. Or I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, they seem to be ahead of the trend on a lot of stuff. Or
South Koreans aren't far behind them, though. South Koreans, like, a lot of people don't pay attention to South Korea because of North Korea, but South Koreans, they're pretty up in it, too. They're right behind the Japanese, in my opinion, like, as far as, like, interest in crypto.
My mom's South Korean, and my dad's American, and or white, whatever. But, yeah, it's always been that way, so...
I got a buddy that's in South Korea right now, stationed there. His whole family, they're loving it.
Yeah, pretty neat.
They have really good KFC.
Well, they have really good schools, too. And, like, he's super stoked because both his boys are, like, at the age where it makes a difference. I think his youngest is, like, 9, and his oldest is, like, 12 or 13. I think maybe 12. Yeah. And so, like, they're going to get a killer education, not to mention the fact that they're going to be bilingual by the time they leave there.
So, Kata, I still think that 71 and a quarter is on the agenda, by the way. We're trading 70 and a quarter. I don't think you're still driving,
I
right?
saw that.
You know?
No, but my phone's about to die, so I don't think I'm going to take a position.
Did you get out of your short position earlier, or?
Yeah, I took profit and
Good.
let it.
By the way, I do not recommend anybody getting into futures. I know that sounds kind of funny, but the leverage is so strong that you can be in and out of the markets within a very short period of time. It's very easy to mess up and not have any more money to trade with. It's very, very easy, especially as beginners. But if you do, it's also one of the most rewarding areas of the market to trade in. So
Remember when you spent a day discouraging me from trading futures?
I discourage everybody. I don't.
And then you asked me to race you to $1 million in a small account.
Well, you already started, so so it wasn't. I tried to talk you out of it, and then,
It didn't work very well.
Yeah, I know. I saw that. We're trading 75s now, or 70-75s. He's still sitting there at 421 or 71 and a quarter. He's got 425 on bid or on ask. I'm sorry, not on ask, at ask.
I know I was going to jump in, but I have 4% battery, so I'm probably going to. I wouldn't be able to move my stops then, so I'll sit this one out.
So you're trading from your phone? Is that right?
I might have been.
That's how she does it a lot of times.
You're crazy.
I know. She's nuts.
I have the equivalent of what would be, I guess, like
Starship Enterprise.
Yeah. Okay, that's our 71 and a quarter. He just got filled on that. So
I usually trade for my computer, just not always.
I have like what would be the equivalent of like 8 to 12 monitors. And it would be very hard for me to do that. But that's cool.
I feel like a knight without armor and a sword when I have to trade on my phone.
There you go. Don't get me wrong, I'm guilty of it too, though. I'll be driving and there'll be a setup and I'm like, okay, I got to get this.
That may or may not have happened to me today.
Yeah. Are you watching the futures right now, Kata? Or even you, Fizzy?
Yeah. I'm watching it.
Okay, so if you notice what's happening right now, see how it poked up there? He got filled on his orders and now we're coming straight back down and we're trading 69s. Yeah.
Yep.
That's what we're watching for all day long. So
Those were negative, weren't they?
So that is a really a good example of somebody manipulating the markets up to get their orders filled. Once their orders get filled, then it's basically the markets are free to go wherever they want to go at that point in time. So yeah, we may still continue upwards, or they may continue downwards, but that guy who was trading decent amount of size, he doesn't care anymore. He went short.
He's out.
Yeah, he's out. So he doesn't care where the markets go. So he was short, pushed it down into 65. So he made 5 handles on the downside, and then pushed the markets back up. Sold into where he had his resting orders at, and pushed the markets up into there. Ran some stops. That was a good example of a little bit of a stop run right there.
Totally.
Yep. And then from there, he doesn't care where the markets go. It could go straight back up or down. Either way, he made his 10 handles and he's done. To him, that might be, millions and millions and millions of dollars. So
Can you see how many contracts that was?
yeah. It's quite a bit.
So how many was it?
I'd have to count them all, but I do know. Let me see here.
Rough.
He's probably pushing a couple thousand, at least a couple thousand contracts, which is going to be equivalent of about $1 million per handle. So for every dollar it moves, he makes or loses $1 million.
And that was 10 handles that it moved?
5 down, 5 up. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So he, like I said, he's working both sides.
Yeah.
So, meaning he was short, pushing the markets down.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, when it got to where he wanted at 65, he got net long and then pushed the markets back up. So,
dude, Microsoft is throwing me for a loop today. It's literally pulling a static line, and I'm like, why? This doesn't make any sense. Like, it's not following the market. It's not following anything. It's just flatlined.
But the news already came out with it.
Yeah, I understand, but I mean, like, usually there's like some fluctuation, but I mean, there's like nothing. It's just like 249 beep. I mean, like nothing.
yeah, a lot of the big institutions are offline right now. I mean, they have their algos running, but they're moving much smaller size than what they would normally be moving. That's going to be in every market that they're in. So if they're trading your stocks, those institutions are going to be trading less. Therefore, it's going to move less.
But I mean, Microsoft went up and made that move, right? At market open, it did that crazy.
Yeah, like I'm saying, like from about 1146, it just freaking it just flatlined for the whole entire. I mean, it didn't. It was like one little blip, but it wasn't even
look at the ESM. It's the same thing. It's literally, it's the same chart. So it is following that. The 15-minute on the ESM and the 15-minute on Microsoft are like the same chart. looks like a cobra, like sticking its head out. Like, where should I go? I always see animals in the stock chart.
You know, it's funny. There's algorithms programmed to the zodiacs. Is it zodiac? Yeah. So like last week was Scorpio. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
So it would take the shape, so you could see the tail of the Scorpio in the charts. I know it sounds crazy, but you can always.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I forget which day it was last week, but yeah, that's funny. They were talking about that last week.
Why was it Scorpio last week? Just ran.
I don't know, whatever the zodiac is for that day or that week.
Oh, I think it. Okay, let me look up what it was, because I think we're near Aries. No, are we in Aries yet?
Yeah.
Yes.
We are
Aries.
now. It was prior to, I think it was.
That would have been November, Scorpio.
Well, no. It goes by day also. I don't know much about that.
Oh my God, this is so insane.
Don't they do, I think maybe some March 29th, maybe? Does that sound right?
Okay.
Was that Tuesday was
maybe
a Scorpio? And so you can kind of, it's crazy. You can see the shape of what a scorpion would look like, and then you see the tail, but the tail in this particular case is upside down instead of right side up. Yeah. You got to remember, a lot of these programs, these computer programs and algorithms, the reason why there's specific bar counts and specific patterns is because the largest economy that's coming online is obviously China and India, because they have the
they're big into astrology, huge into astrology.
Right. So they're extremely superstitious. And I asked my buddy one time, one of these old timers, and I go, why is this coded into the program? And he goes, well, follow the money. Where is the majority of the money coming from? And
wow.
Sure enough, yeah. That
makes sense. And for it to be Scorpio on March 20th, that would probably mean that it was like a different planet was in that, or maybe like it's in Scorpio for something else, because technically it was switching into Aries at that point in terms of whatever that would be Sun. So I don't know which planet was probably in it, but something's probably going on.
Yeah. Same thing with the lunar cycles. I know it all sounds crazy and stuff, but
I don't believe this. People get crazy about money and finances. And you're right, especially I can speak about the Indian culture for sure. Like, literally, there's people that they will not get married. They won't get married. They won't even consider somebody unless the charts match up. They just won't.
Mercury's in retrograde.
Yeah, my buddy was all talking about his neighbor had a house for sale, and because it was not pointing in a certain direction, the buyers did not want to buy it, because they were I think they were Indian actually, and so the front door has to face, I think it's at the east or something like that, or it means like good luck or that, something like that, or I don't know what it is, but.
Yeah, who knows?
Yeah.
Didn't
There's
Nash
all
was
sorts
talking about that and how he said he'd pick up the doormat and move it to the other side of the house?
Oh yeah, we were talking about that too, and that's what he said. He had a similar situation, and yeah, yeah, it's crazy, but
yeah, I know that's a tradition with like folks that are like more like religious when it comes to Muslims. They may consider something like that, because the direction that you're facing for prayer, and like if you want to sleep facing that direction. But this is not even like the norm. Most people will not consider this when they're looking to buy a home, because it's not like some sort of requirement, but it's possible. Some people may.
Well, like the Chinese, they see 888 as a lucky number, and if I don't know if you noticed this or not, but 38.88 back when we were down that low on the SPX or in the
It
ES.
traded a lot.
It traded a lot. And it's for that reason. I'm telling you, everything is manipulated, even down to that type of stuff.
Well, look at today. 69 is trading a lot.
Mm-hmm.
69 always trades a lot. It's just like a thing. It just always trades a lot.
Well, you got to give a little to get a little, so.
Tesla is at 69.9 right now, so
Is it really?
keep an eye on it.
By the way, we might roll over in those stocks too, in Microsoft and Tesla right now, because Kata, we're at that white line. We're bar 2 below the green line.
Mm-hmm.
So I might even take that one. It's the first time all day I would be considering a short. However, the time of day.
Yeah.
So well, I got to be careful what I say. We're on YouTube, right?
Yeah, we're on YouTube. Like my gut is that it's gonna go down. That's my gut.
Yeah.
But like I don't want to influence you.
Yeah, that's kind of how I you can feel it wants to, but something keeps holding it up.
I don't think it's gonna go far. I think that it may consolidate around the 59, 60. Like that's about it.
Yeah.
Is where I'm thinking that it's gonna go, unless it breaks through there and goes further. But I don't know.
Right. Well, you got to remember, like I told you before, that one big player, does he have the ability to hold up the whole market at that point in time? Maybe. Depends on who it is. Is it a Goldman
Well,
Sachs
and
of the
maybe
world?
today, if it's the day after a holiday.
Yeah, perhaps, exactly. So if, again, you go back to, so let me look at my liquidity charts, one sec. I believe that's 71.25, 71.5. Did we go any higher than that, or was that kind of like the high? Yeah, that was the high. So we got as much as a little bit to 72, but once that guy got filled at 71.25, the market's just rolled over. So now we're trading 10 handles lower. Well, 6 handles lower, 66.50s. So again, why is that all important? Because it affects the stocks you guys are in right now. So just like if you're trading Tesla, I'd be very, very aware of what the SPY is doing, So matter of fact, there's a guy sitting at 40.65 right now. We're trading 65.75s. And there's a little bit of what we call iceberg orders. You guys know what iceberg orders are?
Not a clue, man.
It's kind of like think of an iceberg that's in the ocean. Just the tip is showing, and the rest is much larger below the surface. So he may be only. So say a big player only wants to show part of his hand, that he only wants to buy a couple hundred shares of something, whatever it is. But in reality, he may have an order to buy 100,000 shares where you can't see it. And so he's only going to show a couple hundred, maybe a couple thousand shares to buy, and just keep refreshing his order every time we get down to those levels. And so for me, I'm always personally tracking those iceberg orders to see if we have refreshing sellers, refreshing buyers. And if so, that can sometimes indicate that might be the low of a move, or it might be the high of a move, etc. So
Good to know, man. Thanks.
yeah, again, it's probably too much information that you guys need to trade. I mean, that's more for people watching like level 2 or level 3 type stuff.
Hey, fill your bucket.
Yeah.
But it's good to know, like, even if you're trying to buy a stock at the best optimal time for the day, knowing that you're going to hold on to it for a week. I mean, you still much rather buy it at the low of the day. I mean, look at GameStop today. That's a perfect example, If you were going to re-enter on GameStop, you want to be obviously buying it below 170, not at 190,
There's a lot of folks that look here at level 2. A lot of folks watch the level 2. They don't have level 4 like you, or 5, but
No, you don't have to worry about any of that stuff. That's more that's more dealer stuff. But
anybody think Tame actually sold all his GameStop?
Tame, probably.
Yes, I do.
He loves to sell.
but I'm pretty sure he said he sold in the red slightly.
You think?
I don't know. I don't even know what to make of that.
No, he said he's not in the
I don't think he said that he was in the red. No.
No, he said
there was some other folks talking about it, but he
was waving someone else off of selling if they were in the red to try. He's constantly worried about people in their capital gains and selling and wash selling and sell buy sell, and he basically said that he's in the green right now, but didn't want it to slip down past to where he wouldn't, and that when it does dip again, he would get back in. But then again, it's tame, so take it with a grain of salt. That's also
right. We don't know what's true, what's not.
He might be kidding us.
Yeah, but pretty sure he did say that he was in the green. Regardless, the thing is that the way that he purchases the shares is that he's buying more with profits, so he's probably in the green regardless because he's bought it with like free money. Even still, just another aspect of that.
So you're talking about Tame, who also has like 21 kids.
Yes,
21
and like 8 girlfriends plus wives.
Yeah,
and a lot of oatmeal.
Yeah, and is super poor.
Sea Change is making some nice moves this afternoon.
See, I
Hopefully
think.
we're gonna find out
Sorry.
who the contract they signed was with. They still didn't say what cable provider, but. Take a breath. Slow down. Every now and again, she goes on chug fests where, she drinks out of a straw and she will keep drinking until she's out of breath because you can't breathe while you're drinking out of a straw. So she's a real genius.
Oh my god, that's so funny.
Smart enough to know how to drink out of a straw, but not so much to realize that she needs to breathe in between drinks.
Trial and error, man. She'll learn.
Oh yeah, quick as a whip.
Poor kid. I think it was the same deal with like eating cereal as a kid. You have those moments where you're just like, oh fuck, it's so good, and then you're like, gotta remember to breathe.
Oh my god, it's this. My partner still does this. He's 43. He's 43. He gets super excited about eating something and he'll choke. He's not eating.
So good.
Oh my god.
Call that a mulligan.
I'd say probably about
Literally
100 pounds ago. I used to eat myself out of breath at least once a week when I was
happens regularly with this guy. Happens regularly. He's super fit, super but he just, I don't know. It's entertaining is what I can say. Except when I'm trying to figure out, do I need to do the Heimlich?
Google. I just got an alert from Google about an article about GameStop on CNBC, but I missed it. I got to see what it says. This is gonna be juicy. What kind of garbage they putting out now? GameStop.
They're gonna talk about the drop.
Yeah, full bankruptcy. They're not going to say anything about the fact that it's back up to 90%.
I got the same notification.
Oh yeah. GameStop.
It was just about the dip.
Says it was down. Okay.
Yeah.
Shares cut losses after the Reddit favorite plans a $1 billion stock sale.
New Reddit tweet. Sorry, Roaring Kitty.
Yeah. So all of the buzzwords, just to make sure they get their clicks. It says GameStop crashes, Reddit, there you go. They got all their, words in to get their little
Do you see this Cocaine Kramer?
Yeah.
Who responds always to the growing. Oh my god,
Constantly, yeah.
hilarious account. Oh yeah, did you hear earlier, Maverick? Tasso Hinner says that baby could be a decent hedge fund manager. She's already in.
No, I missed that. She's in too deep.
Good call on the markets coming in, Fizzy. They're pulling in right now.
Mm-hmm. I think this 60, 59, this sort of thing is probably where it's going to hang. And if it doesn't, then 57. And then the next one is going to be 44.
Yeah, that actually, so I would say right around where you're talking about also. Maybe right in this area.
I think that it will hang around this because if we look back at previous times when it made moves like this, it ended up doing this sort of upside down cup and handle and just kind of consolidate into this slow, slothy move, and then it may do something.
I'm assuming Microsoft and Tesla are coming in at the same time. I'm not tracking it. It's up on my stuff. But
I don't know. Let me go look at it. I'm not.
Microsoft's still static lining at 249.
Yeah, it's still at 249 at the 15. Let me look on the 5 minute. It's gonna go. It looks like it's gonna dip down.
Yeah.
It's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna take a second, but I think it's gonna do the same thing. Green line, white line. It's looking like the candles are gonna come below.
yeah, on the future side, it was a pretty good move down. We're moving down from the high of 72 down into 62.50s right now. And we're currently about 20 minutes into this move down. And you probably have your 50-day moving average on there, right, Fizzy? Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be 50? Like
anywhere in between there, 50, 54, 60.
Yeah.
It really doesn't matter too much per se. It's all about the same. Most people, to be honest, most people use 50. Like whenever you see in the news, most people are going to use 50, 100, and 200. Those are the big ones.
Yeah.
Right. So we're trading 62s right now. So the SPY, if you're watching stocks, the SPY is coming in a good amount. So if you trade options, that's where one could have potentially bought puts coming into the 2 o'clock hour.
I don't think it's going to go far personally, but I don't know.
No,
I think it's going to consolidate around you.
Right. And I personally, I'm not buying puts. I'm not trying to put that up. Say that I am, because I'm not. Because like you just said, this is, there's an algorithm that usually runs during this time of day, usually from 2:45 down into 3:10, right in this area here, sometimes 3:14 or so. And so
you're talking market, or you're talking central for the other for futures market?
What's going to be general markets, but yeah, futures markets too. So it'll.
I just meant no. The time, which the 2:45 when you're saying.
I'm sorry, Eastern time. So I'm talking
Eastern time. Okay, cool. Yeah.
So just because everybody here they're really not into futures so much. So.
So that makes sense because we're just into the 3 o'clock hour now on the East Coast.
Yeah, and if you notice, we just pushed down to what was the low on that move? Let me see here.
It's like 61, I think.
Yeah, it makes sense. The volatility ranges for these algos to be programmed are right around 12.5 handles in the ES.
61.25.
Which is about $1.25 on the SPY. And so the moves that we get will
typically the markets will move down incrementally by like 12 handles or so, and then pause, and then move down another 12, and then pause, or vice versa, go up in 12 handle increments, or increments of 12, like say 6, 3, 6, 12, 24, that those type of numbers.
If it breaks the 59, then it's going to go further down.
So let me see, one sec. So like at these lower levels, I'm kind of watching various algorithms. They're buying into this selling. So as the markets are pushing down, they're taking the other side of that trade, which is typically a good area for it to bounce back up. And we kind of actually done that since 61 area. We're trading currently 63 and a quarter. However, with that said, again, this is more like real-time stuff. As we bounce it back into 64-ish, he is lifting the bids. One sec. No, he's on offer now.
It's weird because there hasn't been too much consolidation since it's gone up. I mean, literally, how long has it been since we were in that 3,900 range where it's had too much, like, it's just gone sort of on this trend of just upward. The angle is like, I don't know, like, this is the possibility of, I'm thinking, we talk about 3 different scenarios, right? One is that it consolidates around here and then it may go up. The other one is that it dips back down into like closer to the 4,025 range to do a little bit more, figuring out if it wants to stay around here or not. And the other one is that it potentially could go further up. I don't think that it'll go further up personally right now, but I don't know. That's just my like bias right now. It could do anything.
It has the potential to bounce here.
Are we going to bounce off of 40, 60, 25?
I think it's
40, 65. You think we're going to bounce back up to 65?
No, 40, 60, and 25 cents.
Let me see.
There's 40, 60, 25 is it's already doing some stuff.
Yeah. 64, there was a seller. 64.75, there was another seller that's sitting there at offer. So,
I think I'm going to go with my gut, which was saying that eventually it's going to end up at some point down by 40.59, at which point it may go up from there. That's what my gut is.
So you think they're going to hit it hard and then push it down into the 59 range and then run it back up?
I don't know if it's going to be hard. I don't know, because like if we look at maybe
a lot of times that'll be the case where it kind of grinds back up. It's like a reload area. Then all of a sudden, gets like 2,000 contracts to sell, and then boom, we trade all the way down into the 59s, trigger the stops. And as they trigger the stops, they start to offset their orders. And then that typically will be the turn time in the markets that we push back up. And so,
because we're in power hour now, right? So
yeah.
Shoot.
So you start to get a lot of not funky things coming online, but a lot of not weird. It's just the bigger players start to come back online again. So you have like JP Morgan, those type of companies, they come on right at 1,500 hours. So we're always watching the big investment bankers, what they're doing. Again, that's more like level 3 type stuff, but again, that's not something anybody should ever be worried about. Not with what you guys are doing, but
12:30, I mean, which is my time. So then that's like in about on the 30-minute mark, something may happen, right? Like because I'm looking at when it's happened in the past, and it's been around that 12:30, which is a 3:30 point, that it may hit that point and bounce off of it potentially. I don't
know.
My gut was that it was gonna just hang out here and then decide what it wants to do. Adapt.
Now, I'm not saying that the week is going to do this, but because this is how it was always in the past. But on weeks like this, historically, we've pushed up on Mondays. That means we kind of drift sideways to down the rest of the week. And then on Friday, we start to pop back up. But again, over
well, it's good to
yeah, it's kind of good to have in the back of your mind, I guess. The possibility of the stock market drifting lower for the next few days. But with that said, the last couple years, that has not been the case. We've just been grinding up and up and up and up and just nonstop. But typically, if you're looking at it from a probability statistical standpoint, for the last 40 years, that's historically what's done. So,
on the Monday after Easter.
Let me pull up. That's a good point. So those statistics don't normally include Easter. So let me pull up those charts. One sec. Then I can kind of get an idea of what potentially could happen for the rest of the week. One sec.
So Fitz, I'm not sure who you're asking that question. What's your side hustles? How do you make your money that you invest? But I can say that for myself, I had money from working in a career for like 20 years, and I got laid off during COVID. So that was my situation. So I had money there, and then I have a bunch of money in a 401k as well. That just I've been putting in since I was 18. So the money that I'm using right now is like savings money. But not all of it. Obviously, you don't want to put all your, eggs in one basket. But Ghost has been doing this for like ages. That's been his like thing. cleaning up my charts right now. So ESM is having a little bit of a bounce on the 5-minute. It's up at 40.66. Interesting. We're starting to see movement.
So I'm
You think
looking
it's
at
going to go sideways or something? What do you think it's going to do?
I'm looking at a specific chart back in 1994, and seriously,
I believe you. That's why I'm laughing.
and that one bottomed out at. Let's see, what time did that bottom out? One sec. And the reason I'm looking at that one is on that particular Monday we gapped up, just like how we gapped up today.
Yeah.
And then we grinded upwards, and then it pulled back into. Let's see. I gotta figure this out. One sec.
And this was like a Monday after Monday after Easter.
I believe so.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Wait, in 94?
1994. Yes.
That's, you know what that is? Oh my God, that's right around. Let me see. So, you know, today is the anniversary of Kurt Cobain's death.
Really?
Yes.
Oh man, that sucks.
Yeah, he was supposed to perform in Paris, right? I think on the 9th, I think was a concert. My cousin actually had tickets to that concert in Paris and still has, you know, like the tickets. Gonna double check the April 8th. Oh wait, that was April. Oh, he was found dead. He died on April 5th. Okay.
What year?
94?
Oh, geez.
That's what it reminded me. Yeah.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's weird. That's the chart I'm looking at. Not saying anything there, but yeah.
Yeah.
That was a sad thing for the music industry, man. I remember sitting there watching MTV when Kirk Loder came across and freaking was saying that they had found his body and stuff. That was a really sad day.
Well, in 94, it was actually April 4th was the Monday, so it was the day before. So
Right.
he was going through whatever he was going through on on April 4th.
Yeah, I was
Did it on April 5th. Yeah.
I was gonna say I was actually looking at Tuesday, April 5th.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
So that is it.
Yeah, no, it was actually a mistake on my part.
Oh, okay.
For some
There we
reason, I
go.
thought that was Monday, but
Well, it's a good thing we talked about this.
yeah. Well, anyways, on Tuesday though, it gaps up and then continues to rise into the close, but that's obviously not. Let's see here. It's obviously not Monday though. That's what's important. One sec. Now 2013 though, Monday we push up into the close. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, up into the about 10 o'clock Thursday. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What is that? That is about 11 o'clock. I think it is on Thursday. We push up all week long into Thursday if we're tracking that particular week in 2013. Let's see what it does here. Oh, one sec.
Yeah, what does it do?
So if you don't know what I do, I track pretty much the last several years, what it did on this particular Monday for the last 30, 40 years, whatever you want to call it, I guess. And try and see if there's some type of repetitive pattern there. Like, do we always gap up or do we always gap down? Or where do we close at? Do we normally close at the highs of the day? And then what happens on Tuesday? What happens on Wednesday? You know? So I'm looking at it from a probability statistical model from history's past. That way, for myself at least, so I can get an idea of where we have potentially from an odds perspective, where the markets may go. And then, of course, you can trade your stocks or your options accordingly. One sec.
Hey, Ghost. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you know where you can find like those minute by minute stock data from, like kind of an API or so forth? You know, any good source?
Well, all of your charting platforms are going to provide that. It's just how far back they go, how far they go back. You mean as far as a system that provides an API to tap into?
Yeah. Because I'm looking to extract that data so I can try to build some models in Python and do those analysis.
Okay, so I use multiple data sources. One second, actually, before I answer that, I gotta take care of something real quick. One sec.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. Thanks.
DTNIQ is one of them that I use, just so you know, but it is a paid service, so paid data service. One sec.
Sorry, DTNIQ?
Yeah.
Perfect.
But there's multiple ones out there. I think even Thinkorswim. So like if you use Thinkorswim, they let you export their data through an API, which you could utilize. So.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna look into it. Yeah. Unfortunately, actually, I'm in Canada, so I'll look at the TD Direct Investing.
Oh, I see. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of brokerage firms. You can look into it. I think maybe E-Trade might do it too. I'm not sure. But yeah, a lot of times your broker will allow you to connect through an API to the data sources that you subscribe to.
If not, you have to go outside and go to like a DTNIQ or a DX feed or a like eSignal, those type of places. But then it gets kind of costly at that point on a monthly basis.
Right. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
And actually, to tell you the truth, I think you can get it for free through Google, right? Or even Yahoo Finance if you need that data.
I've tried it on like a daily data, like day price. Yeah, but I haven't tried the minute price yet, so I'm not sure.
Right. So like mine, I've built my database and it's based on minute data, but mine can only go back to 2006. So every minute a day, my stock charts will go back to 2006 along with all my indicators. If I need to go further back than that, then I have sources where I can do like 15-minute charts, 5-minute charts back into 1982 or so. But most people don't need to go that far back. So
I'm gonna look into it to see how far back does it to become relevant, I guess.
Goldman Sachs, they go back to the 1920s, if that means anything.
I guess probably analyzing those large, like big picture cycles.
Yeah, when COVID hit, they were analyzing the swine flu back then in the 1929s, I think it was, and how the markets reacted to that. At least their research department was, or a portion of it, I guess.
Yeah, no, pretty excited to see what those models can do. Just fiddle around with Python.
Have you been programming for a little bit?
I mainly do like data science related models. So, but like rarely like time series. So I think, and also,
Okay.
well, is it a little bit? Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Look into kx.com. kx.com if you're doing a time-based database. So they have some of the best or the fastest time-based time database systems. I don't know, whatever you want to call it, but 1 second. It looks like the markets are starting to try to make a move here.
We got a kitty tweet at 2:30 on the button and some wrestler, but I don't know who's smiling. I don't get.
We have what they call early indications on the MOC orders, 1.5 billion on the sell side. That can change as we come into 1545. Usually once it builds up enough momentum where you start to get over the 1 billion mark, it may change, like more into the more into not the buy side, but less than 1.5, you know. But right now it's skewed to the sell side right now. Again, just like anything, those can also be manipulated at the end of the day. If you don't know what MOC orders are, they're the market on close orders. It's the main reason we get that last push of the day up into closing rotation. And a lot of times your stocks will either spike up or spike down in the last like 10 minutes of the day. Well, this is what kind of affects that. So again, this is more broad market type stuff, but again, it'll affect your individual stocks at the same time and options. But again, it does not mean that the markets are going down from here. So, because those orders can be changed all the way up into 1545. But once 1545 occurs, they can be pulled, they can be changed, all different kinds of things. So unfortunately, there's still a lot of shenanigans that go on with MOC orders up into that point. So even though it shows to sell, it could be a decoy, I guess you could call it, for them to want to buy more shares of specific stocks, like say Microsoft or something. Who knows? So it's hard to read those until we get closer to those times. Right now it's 15:36 p.m. You also have to keep in mind we've done nothing but go sideways in the markets since 10:30 a.m. So we're pretty much at the same level we were at 10:30 as we are right now.
All in all, it seems like, at least on the GME side, besides that big dip and that clawback, it's been pretty uneventful.
Is GME holding at the same levels, or?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's trading $10 lower than it averaged all week last week, but it's the fact that it got back to 195 and then slipped down to 180 and it's just hovering in that 185 to 190 range now. And that's where it's floating. I imagine we'll see another after hours push one way or the other. Hard to tell which at this time. RSI is super low. Yeah, it's not funny. Volume's super low. I mean, other than that large volume, surrounding the beginning of the day, it's only at 13 million on the day. Been averaging at least 40.
Yeah, that's like you said. That's basically happening in the majority up there.
A lot of inflow, according to what I'm saying, and it's just that whatever flimflammery happened this morning that caused low volume, high spike or high dip with no volume. All that got ate up real quick, and now it normalized again. Well, as normal as this normal can be. RSI is showing ready for another pop here, so.
Are we just going to bounce between 65 and 67?
I'm not sure. I'm scalping to looks like the MLC imbalances are increasing slightly, so we're at 1.8 billion. The lock-in period is here in about 3 minutes. So 1 sec. I mean, for me, Kata, the line in the sand is 40.58s and 40.57s. If we can get some movement below that, then I could see some acceleration down. But if not, then it's technically still bullish until that point in time.
again, those orders get locked in here in about 45 seconds. And again, those are just estimates of what it is. And again, it does not necessarily mean that we move down just because there's a huge imbalance to sell on close. It's just something to be aware of at the end of the day. Because again, on days like today, the typical move is to grind into the close on the upper end of the range. But again, this one's a little bit odd, being it's the day after a holiday where we were closed on Friday. So the numbers are usually not as accurate. I don't mean the MOCs, I mean my personal closing statistics that me and Kata sometimes use.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing. I just think I might stay out of this one.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much what I've done most of the day. I usually don't trade days like this. Maybe a few scalps here and there.
Yeah, today was a hard day to day trade anything. I usually have most of my things in like GME and things like that, but I have a nice chunk of change that I have that bounces from crypto to day trade.
Nice.
And today was, man, I didn't even know if there was like a place to start. So I'm just kind of waiting, and I'm going to look at crypto to see if it jumps up. It feels like it's just been like preparing for another big move. So hopefully it's a move up and not down.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, today is one of those days that's not the greatest to day
Look at
trade.
the Pfizer put options for next week.
Okay, one sec.
Oh wait, never mind. Forget that. I went the wrong way.
No problem.
Ghost, do you use like a news aggregator or anything like that to get you to maybe look at a stock to day trade, or what do you normally do? Do you do like the pre-market, do you look at pre-market volumes instead, or anything like that?
Yeah, so that's if I'm gonna day trade a stock, then yeah, I pretty much don't day trade stocks. I only day trade the S&P futures. But when I am looking at some trades in stocks for that day, I will look at the pre-market volume to see which ones have the highest amount of volume, and then I'll set up my levels from there. And then if they break certain levels, then I'll be buying or selling it at those points.
Their side's at 77.
Yeah, I see them. And we're 1 minute away from the reveal on the MOCs. So in about 40 seconds, sometimes we'll get a pretty decent jump in the markets. And sometimes when they're showing size at specific levels, we'll move to those levels.
That's enough of that, thanks.
Is that Geo? Geo having a fiesta over there? Hey, Geo, you got a hot mic there, Mr. Underlay, ha!
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind it if I had made some good money and it was like a post-celebration jam, but today was not well, it wasn't fun or anything. It was just flat.
Yeah, not good or bad today. It was just pretty boring. Mostly because I haven't made any trades at all. I'm just like staring at charts. Oh, God. Oh, whatever. It's Monday. But yeah, that dip this morning was kind of, ooh.
Yeah.
If I had some dry powder, I would have bought a little bit more GameStop, but I got nothing, so just kind of watching, trying to learn. You know, Ghost, I appreciate you coming in here and just, you know, adding ammo to the arsenal, you know what I mean? Because, like, as far as, like, you know, I might not understand certain things, like, every little bit helps. Like, anything anybody says, I just fill my bucket with, you know, so.
Oh, no doubt, for sure. I mean, that's how I learned too, back in the day. Just trial and error, you know.
But I think we all should have known you showed up today that it was going to be a boring day in the market. That's why you're here, right? Because it's happening.
Exactly.
Did you guys notice over the weekend there was a Discord that was I think off of the Wall Street bets, but they were essentially pumping crypto at a specific time. They would do like an announcement, like we're going to focus on one.
Yeah, there was a little bit of issue with that because one of the fellers kept bringing it up here and like passing out invites and trying to get people to join it, and Tame actually removed him. You know, told him to knock it off, removed him, and then he apologized because he said he didn't realize it was against the rules. Came back and was doing it again, and then he got removed permanently. So something pump and dump anything like that, whether it's crypto, stock, anything, pump anything, we'd really rather stay away from.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I was more, you know, jumping in to Discord, and I was curious because I didn't know if this was like a thing that people actually, you know, intentionally. I mean, people do everything, but it was first time seeing it across here, and I was like, wow, I guess people were jumping on that.
Maverick,
I think that he had been. Well, what's up, Fizzy?
I was saying I finally figured out who you sound like.
Who's that?
Ray Romano.
Ray Romano.
Yeah,
Wow.
you sound like you have this.
No, I'm just.
No, I meant like this East Coast accent. Like you're from the East Coast. Are you from the East Coast?
Chicago with a little bit of hillbilly. That's really what it is.
You sound like really.
I grew up on the south side of Chicago, so I slur my words a little bit and have that. You know, like front room is one word. It's front room, but I would say front room, and there's no CH in it, but that's what you hear.
What?
Front room. It's the, you know, like your living room.
Oh.
But it's.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that.
It's just. Yeah, it's.
A front room.
Yeah, like the living room.
Yeah.
Because it's in the front of the
But
house.
what if your living room's not in the front?
Doesn't matter.
Could be downstairs.
It doesn't matter where it's at. It's the front room. It could be in the
crazy.
fucking. It could
That's
be in the
crazy
garage.
talk.
It's the front.
I know the front room, the French room. I've never heard.
Front room. Yeah. No, look it up. You can Google it. It's a Bridgeport thing.
I believe it. I believe you. You still sound like Ray to me.
Maybe. What do you think, lady? More Cheerios?
Yeah.
I got the boss over watching me.
The hedge fund manager. She's managing the fund.
I went long at 66.
Nice.
Well, I kept getting whacked with the broom while I was trying to do the dishes, so I took the broom from her and sat her down in a chair and gave her some Cheerios. And so now she's like just sitting here jabbering, and it basically sounds like she's telling me what to do. And
She could be the CEO of your LLC.
it's a very high probability of something like that happening. But then again, in case something negative were to happen, I wouldn't want her to take the fall. So she's already written down as the beneficiary and everything. So I'll make the dog take the fall.
Yeah, you've got that guy sitting at 666 at 75.
I put gas in my truck the other day, filled up from zero, just the light came on, time to fill up, whatever. And I set it on auto, went inside, grabbed something to eat, came back out, and it had stopped on its own at all sixes for the price. And I was like, yeah, we're going to put another $1 in there. And just kept clicking the handle. What the heck is going on?
Cottages
Mark of the beast.
There's 2.4 billion sell side market on close. So you've got 3 minutes 45 seconds. Could see a little bit of a push down those last couple minutes. But yes, he's still sitting at 75s. So I would not be surprised to see a pop up into those areas and then straight back down if we get to those levels. But again, we're so close to market on close that we may not reach those levels. Just FYI.
Yeah, there's a wall at 70.
If anyone's into Palantir, they just announced a double-click demo event on April 14th. Put it in general.
We have 502 on bid, 70. He just got filled. Watch for the push down on that. So if you're long, I'd be careful.
No, I had my stop right at 69.75.
Okay. Then you're good. Is it the money, I assume? Yeah, you were long from 65, she said, right?
Yeah, 66 and something.
Yeah, as we get closer to the 1600 hour Eastern time, you got to be careful if you have a heavy amount on the imbalance on the south side. In this particular case, it's 2.4 billion on the south side.
Look at it go. I wonder if it's going to make it down there.
Down to where?
I was guessing right around 60. Remember, I said it may even go down to 59, but I'm thinking, yeah, 62 probably. If it, who knows? There's moving up too. I don't know what it's.
75 too.
Well, once we get past, we've got 30 seconds to the stock market close. So once we get past that, then it might spring one direction or the other. And right now, VIX has fallen to its, I want to say to its lows of the day. One sec. VIX did not fall to its lows, but it came down quite dramatically. Trading 17.82.
DJ too low.
$65s are trading, so you could be right.
I don't know.
No, you might be.
That's the patterning I saw earlier today, and it just seemed to stick out like this is what it's going to do. And then from there, it could potentially move back up or just go sideways. I don't know.
The main levels we had today were right around 40.58, 40.57s. So again, so long as we stayed above that, it was kind of bullish. But if we were to break below that, then you could potentially see some acceleration to the downside. And ever since what looks to be 9:20 a.m. Central Time, so 10:20 Eastern Time, we held above those levels, and so therefore most of your stock market stuff is not going to sell off until we get below those levels in the S&P futures. Yep. It's also why you have algos continuing to buy the dips, but they will flip to selling it if we get below those levels.
Right.
So
that's what I'm seeing.
Right.
If it goes to like 56, 50 or something like that, it's going to go into sell mode. Or 55. It was like 56.
That's funny you say that, because we actually have what we call a hole in the market down there from 52 to 55. In the market, it's kind of like a gap. So the market likes to always go back and fill those gaps before moving up or moving down. And we just so happen to have one from earlier today in that area. What it means is the market's moved too fast at that point in time, and then we kind of left a hole in the market where to get things back in balance, they've got to go back to those levels, bring the markets back to those levels, conduct whatever business they need to conduct, and then at that point, the markets start to drift
back on the train.
Yeah, back on track. They get back on track, essentially.
Yeah.
So again, today's one of those real boring days. So just cash grind up and then consolidate sideways.
Ooh, another kitty tweet. It's when they matrix and they get into the elevator, moving up. Not stairs this time, elevator.
No, that's actually a very good trade, Connor. Most people will let that trade come back on them and actually end up losing a little bit of money on a positive trade like that. That's why trade ideas are like really important. It doesn't matter what you're trading, stocks or whatever, but how you manage your trade is probably maybe 60-70% of the battle. So even more so than just finding good entries. So, I mean, what good is it if you can't keep the money that you make on a particular stock? It doesn't do you any good if you find like the best entry, you know? You got to be able to keep it. So for you to be able to pull four handles on a day like this, that's pretty good.
Yeah, today was super boring.
Shoot, if you could pull 6 handles, it's like going to the Super Bowl. If you can pull half the volatility range on a day like this, that's pretty good without losing money. Again, days like this, a lot of guys will blow out their accounts. A lot of the people that sell rips and buy dips, that kind of stuff, simply because they're like, okay, it's gone up high enough, I'm going to sell this. And then they short it, and it just keeps grinding up, and then they cost average down, they cost average down, they cost average down. Then next thing they know, they're way underwater. So a lot of your YouTube guru stock trader people, that happens a lot to them, because it's not that they don't know what they're doing. It's just, you know, they might have made a good amount of money trading that style. And then you have days like this where it just keeps moving in one direction, just up, 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 up. And then blows out their account if they're trading on the short side. But most of those stock guru guys are going to be on the long side, on the buy side of the markets. And so when we get those huge down days, they keep averaging down, and to the point where either one, they blow out their accounts, or two, they just don't show up the next day anymore on YouTube. So I've seen that happen more than a few times.
That's why you pick your stop and commit to it and decide when you're wrong.
Yeah. On the I mean, everybody wants to, everybody obviously is doing this to make money, and they're in it for the profits. But the way I was always trained, and the way I always looked at it, was I'm not really ever concerned about how much money I can make out of this particular deal. Yes, I want to know how much potential each trade has in order to calculate my risk to reward ratios. I want to always make sure I have an asymmetrical risk to reward scenario going on. But once I'm in the trade, I don't care where the trade goes. It's 100% trade management from there. I'm always worried about, okay, if I'm going to lose money, you know, at what point am I going to say, okay, I was wrong on this trade? So you always know those answers before you even enter that trade. That's the reason for having multiple scenarios. If XYZ stock goes to this point, this is what I do. If it goes down, then it has a potential to go to this level. You know, what do I do? Kind of thing. So you always know your exits before you ever even enter your trade. So tomorrow should be a much better day of trading.
Well, and stocks are different because you can't lose more than you put in, unlike futures.
Yeah, but it can hurt enough to the point where, say you have 100,000 in stocks, and all of a sudden 2-3 weeks later you're down to 50,000. That's probably more than enough for most people to say, uncle, I'm not doing this no more, you know. So, but you are correct. In futures, you have that ability to go below what your actual account value is, simply because of the leverage that's involved. So it's a double-edged sword. That's why I never recommend futures to anybody unless you're like willing to take those levels of risks.
And paper trade it.
Yeah, at least until you know how it works. That's for sure. So, because even when I get rusty from taking a break or whatever,
Well, that's not true. I don't paper trade. So, but it's easy to be rusty, even taking a break from trading for a month or two at a time. You come back and you're off for whatever reason. You're off. You can't catch a break for nothing. Your timing's off. Your entries are off. That sort of thing. Also, Kata, what you should also do if you have the chance, when you see that size in the market, like for instance, that guy at 75 sitting at 581 on 4,075 in the markets, he's obviously been there for a little bit. So what I'll do is I will write down the time at which he started showing that size. And in this particular case, he came online about 14:53 Central Time. And I don't know if that's going to be significant to some of the algorithms that we track, but if it is, then you're going to want to watch the Asian sessions if those come to play out, or if they don't. Same thing with that 4,077 level. Well, that particular guy, he has, let me see what I have written down. One sec.
CEMI starting to rip after hours.
So that particular guy, he's been sitting there since Sunday. So when the markets opened up, which is crazy. So
at what level?
that 4077. Yeah, I had to look back at my notes from. He's been sitting there since Sunday. Well, it's just like that guy yesterday on Thursday. Remember, they were holding 4,012. Every time it pushed down to 4,012, he kept buying and buying and buying. He wouldn't let the markets come below. Obviously, he knew something, because here we are trading at 4069. So I would not be surprised. Matter of fact, there was another guy. Let me see here. And we tagged those levels, so maybe it's the same guy. Same situation, sitting at 4050s ever since Thursday. And sure enough, we traded into those volumes. Same thing with 4057s.
So where you go to get those numbers, like, can you look out farther than what my DOM shows?
Well, no. That's where taking notes, you need to take notes, comes into play. Are there programs out there that, yeah, you can look that information up? Of course, yeah. Not very many programs do that, though. So I think there's something. So in this particular case, that's just as simple as like writing a note on your chart. There was a guy sitting at, this level, and he had this much to offer, or he had this much on bid, So
You can just see it when the DOM hits those levels. That's the only time you can see it.
depends on which data provider you use. So like Tradeovate allows you to see 20 levels of depth. Okay. There are other brokers out there will let you see the full order book. So you can see every single bid and offer, like even into like 4,200, 4,300. If there's a guy sitting way the heck up there with 20 to offer, you'll see it. So now whether or not that matters or it's a significant information, who knows, you know? But the one today sitting at 40,077 and the one that today sitting at
Yeah, I could see those ones today.
50s. Now you do have to be careful because those are guys in the stock world who are hedging their positions, and they'll use index futures to hedge their positions, and so they're going to naturally have a sell order in place or a buy order in place within the futures markets to do so. That's why I said that. Remember that one guy I was talking about before that I'm not too fond of?
Yeah.
He was onto something, but it's just, you know, he was not very nice person per se towards other people, and so I was just like totally put off by him, and I was like, yeah, it doesn't matter. So he found a small piece of the puzzle, stuff that we track and everything, but the fact of the matter is part of me thinks that he doesn't even know what to do with it, because when I watch him trade, he trades like those one other gurus where he'll practically blow out his account if he's not careful, if he just keeps trying to buy a market that's crashing. What's that?
Keeps averaging down, and he doesn't get out when he's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, just like everybody else, they have this line in the sand where they're, you know, they give up and they have to exit their position, especially in futures. Futures, you have to have that line in the sand where you say, okay, enough's enough, because like you said, you can blow out your account in a single day and owe money to your broker if you're not careful. So
Well, and sometimes it's easier just to flip your position.
yeah, I mean, even for me, when we have limit down or limit up, I'm not even trading around those levels. So if we start to trade -7% on the day in the broad markets, trust me, I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. That can just literally destroy your account, regardless of the size you're trading. Small account, big account, it doesn't matter. It's all the same. So if you trade around those, yeah, you're taking huge risk. And to be honest, most guys that trade like me, they're not into that whole volatility thing, you know. To us, it doesn't really mean anything unless it's predictable. And if it's predictable, then cool. But if it's not, then we just back away. So like on my desk over here, the desk I've been trading with lately, I would say 80% of the guys didn't even show up today.
Wow, it's mighty quiet in here.
I'm listening. I'm cleaning.
How'd it go today? Wasn't able to watch anything.
I don't think you missed very much. Today was pretty boring.
I saw we recovered from that dip pretty good.
Yeah, totally kicking myself in the ass for selling most of my GME this month. Sold it and it fucking went all the way back up. And I sold it at like a $4,000 loss.
Dang.
Ouch.
That sucks, man.
Yeah, it's all good. I mean, so the $4,000 loss, I mean, I made it day trading GameStop in the past. So, I mean, I pretty much kind of lost all the, those gains, but I mean, fuck it. I guess I'll just wait. Hopefully, wait for another dip. I mean, I'm still holding 19 shares on other in other locations, but this is my main portfolio. I had 71 shares, and hopefully, it'll fucking dip back down below where I sold it at. I sold it at 172 a share. I'm hoping maybe pre-market. Hopefully, maybe we'll see a dip like we did. I don't know. I doubt it, but fuck it.
Yeah, that's tough, man.
I almost listened to Tame, but who knows? Yeah. Honestly, he's like, over the next few days, the news is going to get out, and doesn't mean it can't dip again. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait. I mean, I figure, I don't know if.
What news are we talking about? I thought we already covered it.
Yeah, the issuing of or selling stock. Like
the stock are already approved before, so it's not new stock. It's just amending. Take a look in the news section. It shouldn't impact the price.
Well, that's good to hear. Glad I didn't sell it.
Yeah, I should have hodled, but oh well. Maybe I'll trade some Dogecoin with all this money that I have left.
Have y'all been trading Bitcoin very much or no? At least lately, I would say.
I haven't touched it.
My $90 account's at $345.
Damn. I had a $2,000 account jump to 2,700 in like a couple hours. I was like, fuck yeah.
Nice.
I think my other account I started at maybe 1,000, and I'm at 1,800. I've slowly added money to that one, so I don't remember exactly how much I put in.
Does anybody trade Tesla in here?
We bought some last week when it hit that dip. 590 something.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Or was it 6? What was it at? No, it was when it hit that 590, 589 dip that day.
Jeez, that's a pretty good trade.
So I had a call option that like spiked this morning to $2. Should I just have like limits set so if it does have weird spikes, I catch those?
That's a tough one because sometimes those spikes could be 200%, 300%, and then all of a sudden you cap yourself out because at, say, 1 times your money simply because you did have a limit in there.
So I bought it for 6 cents and it spiked to $2.13 for like 20 minutes.
Well, then yeah, heck yeah. Sure.
Like I couldn't figure out what this giant spike was on my portfolio, and I went back and saw that, but I don't think I had a top limit for that.
Yeah, if it's something like that, heck yeah, just don't even ask questions, take it, you know.
Well, I didn't see it till after the fact. That was the problem.
Just make sure you got to make sure it's a limit order, because if you put in a market order and it spikes like that, you could get a bad tick in the data, and all of a sudden triggers your limit order or your stop losses. And depending if it's server side or if your orders are held server side or if it's held on the exchange, that can potentially become a very big problem. So that's why you want to stick to limit orders at certain times, but if you can't watch it, that is. So
if I put all my orders at 3,500%, maybe it hits it and maybe it doesn't.
That's a bit out there. That'd be kind of cool if you could grab one of those. If you can't watch it, then yeah. I mean, like today when it spiked to $2, did you check the stock to see if it actually moved that far to warrant that price, or was it potentially a bad tick? Or
I don't know. I didn't look into it that much. I just had seen it and then I was mad.
And where is it at right now? What level is it at right now? Did it drop back down to where it originally was, or did it hold those levels or somewhere near those levels?
No, it dropped back down to like 11 cents.
Okay, then more than likely it was just a bad tick or bad data, or it potentially could have even been off exchange orders hitting the markets. Therefore, it didn't really actually trade at those levels of $2. You see what I'm saying? It's just the price was reflecting when those off exchange orders were showing up on the charts. So and keep in mind those off exchange orders could have happened, the previous day. So they're not going to affect the current price right now.
Gotcha.
And that's what kind of creates those weird things that happen in your portfolios like that. So. Yeah, that one night when I showed up here in this Discord and we were talking about Tesla, I think it was last week, I ended up doing some technical analysis on it, on the daily charts and stuff, and it's like the rest of the charts. They're extremely symmetrical. So, not saying that it's like easy to predict. Nothing's easy, but the charts themselves are extremely symmetrical when it comes to technical analysis.
Man, when it gets that quiet, I almost feel like something broke.
When it gets that quiet, I always disconnect and connect again, thinking it timed out.
Right.
Right? Mic check.
So many people are getting COVID right now. I know somebody, like somebody I worked with like 10 years ago, a little bit more. But anyway, she's in the hospital right now getting plasma and remdesivir. They gave her remdesivir. And then I know two people here in SF that got it.
Seems pretty. The cases seem pretty low here in Georgia right now, at least in my area.
That's good. Now my partner's mother has been vaccinated, and everybody's vaccinated in their little circle except one person who refuses to get it, and she has MS. So she's at high risk and won't get the vaccine. Now, my partner's mom is experiencing symptoms. She had a cough, she's a headache, she has like all the symptoms right now. It's kind of nuts. So I'm trying to find her like a testing site. It's just out of control. And of course, they all were hanging out yesterday for Easter. It's like super stressful.
Hopefully it'll all work out and be okay.
I hope so too. Thanks.
I'm not getting vaccinated, but that's just a personal choice.
I mean, I was saying, so why isn't she getting it? So I think part of it is that it's potentially maybe some of her politics. And I think the second thing is that she's afraid it may cause a flare up with her MS. But I'm like, wouldn't you be more afraid of just getting isn't getting COVID going to cause a flare up?
Well, it also depends on what type of MS she has.
How bad's her lesions?
I'm not familiar with any details about her condition, but she's I mean,
my grandmother has it, and her lesions are pretty bad. They told her not to get it right now.
Gotcha. I mean, she's like.
With that being said, my
over
grandmother stayed in
75.
the house.
Yeah. I mean, they're from New York and they're in Florida, which is the craziest state to be in, I think. But they're not really, they've been going out to eat. Yes, they're doing all the things. They're doing all the things.
Yes. See, my grandmother can't do any of that because her lesions are pretty bad right now.
She's in a wheelchair, she's in a wheelchair, but they're just, I don't know.
Yeah, then she shouldn't be going out. That means most likely her lesions are pretty bad.
I mean, she's been in a wheelchair since I've known her, and I've known her for a while. So I think it's been, yeah, but she was told by a doctor many years ago, like when she first got it, that she shouldn't get vaccines. But I don't know. This wasn't like recent.
Yeah, they have to really watch that, because what can happen is that my grandmother's flared up real bad one time, and she wasn't able to speak or anything. She couldn't even get out of the bed.
Yeah, it's
really one of those double-edged swords, especially with MS.
for sure.
But with that being said, you shouldn't be going out and socializing either. Just my opinion.
I mean, I agree. And it's like my partner was vaccinated. He came over, and I think his cousins that also flew in, they flew in from like Wisconsin, were vaccinated, but the kids obviously aren't, and everybody flew. It's risky.
Yeah, my grandmother, they had to put her on an experimental medicine. That's how she got speech and everything back.
Oh, wow. That's great. Yeah, she speaks. She's able to communicate. She can, get out of the wheelchair and take some steps, but not much, She can use the walker to like move. Sort of. She needs help.
I hope everything works out.
I appreciate it. I'm keeping my fingers crossed here.